to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Clear
Oh, good afternoon, actually. Well, we're just a little bit past it. What's up? How's it going? I loaded a bit slow. Disappointing. I feel like that ruined the immersion. What do you guys think? I know it's always Kirsten was just waiting for the glasses reveal. Better? Worse? We like him? I don't mind him. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about him. When I saw the pictures of other people on, I was like, that probably isn't going to work for me. I think we kind of rock him. I'm not sure if I like them more than the Warcraft. I think I maybe do like them more than the Warcraft ones. Yeah. But, yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good Friday. Hopefully you're getting excited to wind down for the weekend. I'm going to be winding down for the weekend with a huge amount of work. Because the goal here is going to be to get as close to 10 hours streamed as possible today. That's kind of wild, right? Like, you know, we didn't do Tuesday, but we're definitely making up for it, I think it's fair to say. So, we're going to have some familiar faces. We might end up with some new faces as well to cast. I noticed a lot of players just haven't really been playing 1v1 ladder. Now, I don't know if that's because they're focusing on scrims or if that's just because they're bored and gone for the free-for-alls, but a lot of players at the moment just genuinely have been grinding on the free-for-alls instead. So, it should be fun to actually check in and see who we're going to have. I'm hoping we'll have a Louis resurface today. That's always a pleasure to watch. Outside that, I think G-Way is one on my list because Giving Zite has been climbing up the ranks. Actually, he's doing pretty bloody well. He's up to 40th-ish, somewhere around 40 in the world, which I love to see. I think it's been a while since we really caught some Giving Zite on the ladder as well. There was like a game about a week or two ago where he got absolutely collapsed by Marine Lord in a game where I think he got like 5 relics. So it'll be interesting to see how he's progressing now. I think Zerton was on the hit list as well to check out. We'll obviously check to see if there's any games live. In fact, I need to load up now because that's my #1 prize. If we can get live games, I 100% prefer live games anyway. Yo, what's up, Beanies? How's it going, buddy? I'm not too bad. How yourself? How you doing? Oh. You know, like, this is the thing, right? Everyone with this whole Fallout thing going on right now, they're all focused on this idea of like, oh man, I really want to get my Pip-Boy. Get my Pip-Boy and get my Vault Suit, right? I want to be completely pimped up and ready for the apocalypse. I'm just sitting here like, when can we get back to pre-war business? Under the weather? Oh, okay. Hopefully feel better soon. Are you in the US? No. Maybe. I don't know what Vault this is. Oh, 76. Oh god, let's change that. Oh. You know what? I want to have the Fallout backgrounds, but I want to play it safe because I know my PC's crap and Wallpaper Engine's cursed. So what if we do? That might be a safe one. Is that the right vibe? I feel like that's the right vibe. But yeah, no, I'm in the UK, mate. I think we went over this before, didn't we? Because you asked about my accent. Just finished episode 3 yesterday. Please, no spoilers. So I'm going to tell you everything. I haven't watched it yet, actually. I need to park my ass and go through it. Where's my background from? I'm not sure. You know what? I think it might, and don't cringe too much, it might be from Aliens. Like Colonial Marines, maybe? Don't cringe too hard at that, though. You know, because, like, they done many things wrong, but that might be one of the few things they done right, you know? I just realized it is not like the green screen, does it? So, let's go with... So if we turn that one off, and what we'll do... Oh, we can go really low. Damn. I'm impressed by that. Ah, there we go. Boom. This is the problem of having orange lenses. You're from the East, so I thought maybe you'd move to the US. No. I'm firmly parked in the UK. Never moved abroad. I lived in Ukraine for 3 months, but that's about it. Outside that, it's just, you know, temporarily in different countries living when I'm working events there. Yeah, I think this background might be from Aliens. So I'm just checking live on the ladder right now to see if we got some people up to shenanigans. Because you know me, I love to actually cast the games live. Defoy. Who's Defoy? I'll check if this person's a high ranker I haven't seen before. Oh, 600th. Yeah, no, it's technically afternoon, right? We're only just about in there, but we are in the afternoon. I'm just giving people a minute or two to, like, you know, gather in so they don't miss on the action. Goal, as I was saying a little bit earlier, will be to go probably like 9 or 10 hours, I reckon, a day. You're dressed up for? Because I'm showing off the new lenses. And, you know, like everyone else who's been talking about these lenses, right, for Gunner, I've been like, oh yeah, I'm actually gonna buy a blue jumpsuit and wear a blue jumpsuit. The problem with that is I don't know if I'd look sexy at all in that. So I just played it safe. I was like, you know, there's all those businessmen in Fallout. Why not just go for that vibe instead? And I know my stream is obsessed with me suiting up anyway, so suit up while being a pre-war businessman, it's perfect. You feel underdressed now? I mean, you don't know, like, if am I wearing a full suit though? Like, that's what you never know. It's top secret. Business on top. Oh dear. Anyway, so I'm having a look through the live right now. I don't know, everyone's just gone kind of AWOL at the moment, haven't they? Everyone and their mum are just playing free-for-alls. You know what that tells me? That tells me we need a lot of new maps. We need new map rotations ASAP, is what that says to me. Unshowered and a broken t-shirt. Oof. So what you're saying is I'm compensating for you dressing like crap. Okay, so I'm having a look live now. Ooh, do I need to update the thingy? I do. That's a no-no. We're not in a forest. It's not a post-apocalyptic enough forest for us to be there. So we're going to have to be in the... There we go. Boom. I just want to suit up straight and put on a tie. Dude, so you know the thing is, like I actually do just like suiting up. A lot of people say they hate that. Like I've talked to other casters with like, oh, I hate that we've got that look going in esports. I was like, dude, it is what you make it. If you're gonna put on like a crappy black suit with a black tie and a white shirt, like you're trying to audition for Men in Black, yeah, you're gonna feel uncomfortable. It's gonna look cringe. But, you know, like, just find something that's cozy. Don't buy a crappy polyester suit as well, because they will make you sweat like a pig. Get yourself some colors, accessorize it, get a little bit creative with it, feel comfortable in it, you know? That's the secret for me. That's why I love it so much, dude. To me, like, suiting up is like it's like a puzzle, right? How many colors can I get here? How fancy can we get? Like, you know, that's why I wear waistcoats a lot of different colors. Because I'm like, ooh, okay, waistcoat's different color. Now tie's different color. Square's a different color, right? But it still works. I don't know. I find there's so much fashionable freedom. I think like it kind of triggered in from How I Met Your Mother a little bit, and then I remember watching like shows like Boardwalk Empire. I was like, dude, this is a really cool. Like they look pimpin'. They bussin'. And the other thing, you know, what the crazy part is, a lot of people say it's really expensive. It's not. Dude, the people wearing designer tees that cost $200 are spending more than you could be to get yourself a two-piece of reasonable quality. I'm not going to say great quality, but reasonable quality. It's crazy. Like, yeah. And you know what the other one is? The other one I always hear from people is like, oh, but the dry cleaning. Dude, I very rarely ever dry clean my clothes. Why? Because you're not meant to. Every time, do you know, guys know this? Every time you dry clean, like, suits or whatever, you're damaging the fabrics. It's like you're gradually disintegrating your suit. So your goal should be, obviously, dry clean it if it smells, but that's what I mean. Like, if you use it properly, it will not really have smelly issues. The idea is you shouldn't wear a suit multiple days in a row. Give it a day to breathe, and then you'll be fine. The only thing I find a little bit annoying is the shirts, because ironing the shirts is a ball ache. But there are ways around that. There are cheat sheets, so you can get non-iron shirts, is what some people do. I like to do the other way, which is if you wear a three-piece, you don't really need to iron much, because no one sees anything. So I feel like we've got no one playing 1v1s right now. I mean, we've got these guys, Batmagoon, MCK, Rarish. I think Crackety's probably in free-for-alls. Do you guys want to check out some people that aren't in, like, the top 50, or shall we, like, just hit replays? Do they fold it for me and hang it up? What, the shirt? Yeah, that can work. The arms, even then though, the arms still get kind of weird, right? I fit gangster gold chain beneath it all. It's not gold though, it's silver, man. Whoa, 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 gold. You think I can afford gold? What's wrong with you? But yeah. I think I might request these in lens form because I'm testing them with my eye contacts today. Which, by the way, dude, like these glasses, like I can do a 10-hour stream and I'm not gonna feel my eyes dry, which is cool. Yo, what's up, Faplop? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, buddy. But yeah, that's the cool thing, right? Like I love these because with all the Gunnar lenses, you see how they're curved? That is intentional so that you don't like get air blowing into your eyes, so they dry out as much. I'm wearing contacts. Anyone who wears contacts will know it's very difficult to sit in front of a PC wearing contacts because you don't blink, which means you dry your eyes really quickly. But I remember I had this. I tested it with the World of Warcraft rims we've got, right? 8 hours plus in, and my eyes are fine, which is wild. I wouldn't be able to do that without those. So yeah, that element I kind of test too. I don't really have super dry eye issues when I have got lenses in, but the fact that I was able to test that and confirm it was pretty cool. But I'll probably look to get these in prescription as well. Non-top 50 for a change, more reliable? Yeah. I mean, well, this is still like top 1,000. Not to demean you, but... Isn't that reliable? What's the connection between AoE4 and software dev? There isn't one. I was a software dev years ago. I mean, well, there's many connections to software dev and logic that like the games made by developers. I was a software dev before 2018. So back in 2018, I worked in SharePoint. Very boring stuff. And then I transitioned to esports. And then I came from Dota 2. So it's not really much of a connection between AO4 and software dev, other than I understand it. I understand the development cycle from, I think, probably more POVs than most people. I sweat my ass off when I play games, so I kind of get it from people trying to compete. I get it from a development side. I get it from an entertainment side. I get it from a viewer side. And hello, Encrypted Sync. What classes are they for Dryo 2? Need to sort it. Gunner, exclamation mark Gunner. Exclamation mark Gunner will take you there. It should give you my discount code. These are the newest frames. So Gunner with an A. Gunner. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing at first. But the other thing they have is they have blue light filtering. So you can get them in... There we go. We got them there in the end. So you can get them in either like 30, which is more or less clear, or this is amber, which is 65. I think there's even like an 80 they've got in a few frames. But basically, you can get two kinds. If you need prescription, you can go for the more pricey ones. If you just want style and also the dry eye solution plus the blue light filtering, those frames usually come in around like $100. That discount code, like make sure you use the link because it lets them know that I sent you. On new frames, the discount code won't work. So just like use that link anyway if you fancy buying the new Fallout ones. If you want to wait for these to grab them when the discount code works, because we've got a 50% discount code, then I believe it's 45, I think it might be 60 days actually. 60 days after a frame is released is when you'll be able to use that discount. But they got some cool ones in there. I still need to ask them for the Stark Industry ones in the sunglasses form, because I love those. But yeah, it's quite funny. Like, in some ways, trying to say Gunner to people, they're not going to instantly think the way it's spelled. You're delaying watching more episodes of Fallout? Just multitask, bro. You're getting stoned and watching KB? Jesus Christ. It's the concerning part there is that it's in the morning for you, and you're like, I'm going to get stoned. When new episode of Bronze League? When we have good replays, Manabu. That's always the challenge, is finding worthwhile replays to watch for that series. I'd love to do more of it, but it's tough because there's no reliable way to source them outside of word of mouth or me just punting. And when I punt, that means we could be sitting here for half an hour watching the most boring Bronze League Legends game where people just don't do anything. That's the challenge. All right. Let's get ready to start the recording. I'm not going to read what Fatblop wrote in the chat out for the YouTube recording because I'm pretty sure it just get me demonetized. But why are you doing that on a Friday morning. It's not even the weekend yet. Get to work, man. I like these two aspiring competitors. We've got Bak Magoon and MCK Raresh. We are venturing outside the top 50, but these still are very capable players. Bak Magoon is a name we've seen in the past quite a lot. I'm happy to say they're back up to 214th in the world, so they're on the climb. With Order of the Dentu, which is just kind of a funky one. And I know I've seen the name MCK Raresh around before. This person, if I'm not mistaken, they must be like, what, top 400 easily? I've seen them in the top 400 before. They are ranked 169th right now. So we've got some Italian representation Age of Empires 4. That's pretty cool. So up from a finish of 313th place in Season 6, they're 137th and 130th in Season 5 and Season 4 respectively. In fact, they've consistently, most seasons, been kind of floating in that 100 to 150 finish range. So always nice to check on some new faces because at the end of the day, we're going to kind of get tired of just drilling in a Dumu replay, a Dumu replay, a Louis replay, a Louis replay. I love watching those guys, but it's nice to kind of get a fresh perspective because I often say that the metas evolve based on the habits of these players, not the top players. The top players will often encounter what these guys are doing and then adopt it and evolve it, but these funky different strategies usually emerge from a little bit lower in the ladder. And this is already a funky one. What am I looking at here? Raresh. Okay, what was the logic in that? Oh, wait, no, that makes even less sense then. Oh, that's a critical blunder, Raresh. He didn't have enough gold, but guys, this is a huge mistake. You do not pull the villagers back. Zhone back, rather you pull the villagers back. Zhone could stand there for ages. She has 150 health. All right, so I'm starting to see how Bak Magoon is climbing the ladder again. For those that aren't familiar with Bak Magoon, we cast him quite a while ago. He was quite the prolific English spammer in the early days, and he done really well off it. I think at times he was even cracking the top 100 pretty consistently. But I guess this is a new way of just trying to bully people into submission. This is a difficult matchup as well for Order of the Dragon, by the way. We didn't even get into the matchup because we were just hyping up the arrival of new players. The reality is that when you look at Order of the Dragon and Zhone Dark, you're tempted to say that Order of the Dragon feels good because your units take so long to die, but the reality is kind of the other way, where over time they will inevitably die, and they will give over a lot of XP. So win condition-wise, I think for Bak Magoon, this is great initial aggro. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to rush castle. I know I usually say that you want to end the game early as Order of the Dragon, but I think this is one of those rare exceptions because you benefit from getting to castle age so that you have access to more mobile, heavy units like the Knights, which counter Zhone completely, and you also have the ability to heal off damage done with the Prelate's Map. Mindwork Pass is going to be on the way, so this suggests we are getting an all-in feudal type approach. Dangerous. Really, really dangerous, considering that we've already opened racks, and that means that, Archer plus Knights makes a lot of sense for Zhone. And the reality is, you have to basically go spim in here. If you open Men-at-Arms, you just get ran down by the Knights. Men-at-Arms can be good against the Women-at-Arms and the range form Zhone in a certain way, but the reality is you always know it's going to be School of Cavalry into Cav. Mindwork into tower is fine for fast castle. I don't think it's even necessary. I genuinely think if your goal is just to get fast castle, Mindwork kind of sucks. I was having a little bit of a debate about this with Myriad because he likes to basically beat his Order of the Dragon poll to the idea that Mindwork is the de facto go-to, and I wholly disagree. It's situational. It's good if you're playing long feudal. If you're not, you just go Arcan. So it depends on what your objective is here. Because I actually think the Men-at-Arms get less value as the game goes on. The Men-at-Arms are best in Feudal Age for multiple reasons, right? In Feudal Age, there's not many units that actually counter heavily armored units in the first place. But then on top of that, you've got the beauty of the fact that the effective HP increase just guarantees you can dive TCs for an eternity. Once you get into Castle Age, people have crossbows, man, right? Once you get into Castle Age, everyone has Knights. So these Men-at-Arms plays from Golden Cuirass fall off the deeper the game goes. That's why I'm expecting this to be a feudal all-in now. Sheep count is looking glorious. Oh my god! Well, because he got the scout, right? But I figured that maybe Pink would have returned more than this. This game might already be over. If Bak Magoon senses what's happened, if he understands what's happening, because he sniped the scout, right? He got the scout. He knows this is good. If he realizes that there's absolutely no food, I mean, he should by the fact that it's berry gathering already. So Range Zhone is going to come out and straight away Horseman. All right, this is brutal, dude. This game could be over in 10 minutes. So this is the type of game where mind work is good, guys. Because like I said, you know, as I clearly said from the get-go, in this matchup, you just want to play feudal. No, come on, guys. If it wasn't for the sheep haul, I think you aim for castle 100% here. But considering you know your opponent has no food, it's kind of a throw to not all in them now. Because if you don't all in them, you're going to let them go on deer. That's the dumbest thing you can do in a game like this. Dude, this is looking sick right now. And he knows just how constricted... I mean, this I don't like either. When players panic and do this type of thing, he's setting up a second TC on the stone and he's going into farms. This is a really funky build out of Raresh. I think he's in panic mode at this stage. This only makes sense if you're going free TC. Otherwise, this is a terrible town center. And if you're going free TCs, you know, the idea is you're basically going to have to go hard on the wood and build farms immediately. That seems like a good thing because you're going to have lots of villages to do so. But you're also got a big strain on your food income in the meantime. Right? You're spending 300 food on villages per minute. And you're at a stage where you have a third of that in terms of income. This is pretty brutal. If the horseman now just targets onto the berries, I actually think it's kind of GG. You stick one spearman down here, one horseman up here, and then he has to go farms. And it's the freest game you could ever ask for. And yeah, the reason why Joan is buffing the TC building time there, Fablop, is because Joan can't do anything else in this game. If you leave your base now, you just die. Like, it's not even a debate at this stage. Oh, so this looks like we've got survival techniques coming in. Love that. When you're playing Order of the Dragon, you can play pocket ecos. Usually playing pocket economies in this matchup is difficult for Order of the Dragon due to the knights. But that would require that Joan has more than 220 food income a minute. Oh, this is brutal. I want you guys, like, you know what is really cool about doing this? Nowadays, when we're watching the absolute high-level players, you always see this optimization around playing the map for resources and not rushing to farms. A long time ago, the highest level players would actually add in farms quite early, and they moved away from it. They optimized around it. This is going to be a perfect example of how bad and painful it is to have to do this at the start of the game as a civ that doesn't have any sort of eco benefit at all. For example, you know, for the Byzantines, they get the olives as well. For the English, they get their farms at half price. The Arkan Chapel HRE, they get buffed so much they can kind of justify it, but the other civs cannot. And it's a beautiful comparison by the fact that also on the other side of this, you've got the Order of the Dragon player playing full pocket eco. He's out on the deer. It's kind of interesting, actually. I don't think he needed to do this. I don't like that he ran all the way out here instead of playing the close deer. There's no risk to you right now. Your opponent is not coming out of his base anytime soon. In fact, I would argue that Back Magoon needs to go into the base. The one worry I have right now in this game is this is now going to be free TC. You should have scouted this because you just walked right next to the stone, right? Knowing it's free TC, the way you throw this game is if you don't get rams. And that's why I'm happy to see that Bat Magoon is already priming the siege engineering. I can't believe that. We got so distracted. Well, I got so distracted by the other details. I really should have put more emphasis on that scout snipe. That was huge. Chat was on it like a car bonnet. But the knock-on effect in this game now. Spearman now being built. The problem is there's already gilded archers now on the way for Bat Magoon. And remember, because he went mine work, he can get all these techs easy peasy. So Steeled Arrow, less than 100 resources. Worth it by the time you've got about 4 of these archers. Awesome in the meantime, Argus start diving in. And the funny thing is, like, one Spearman is not going to hold this back. That's a Dark Age Spearman. Like, right now, Bat Magoon can keep attacking. What worries me as well is the way that Raresh is playing this. Going 3 TCs is atrocious considering you only have these berries, right? So it's going to put even more pressure to harvest this woodline. I feel like most of this woodline is just going to be farms. Nothing's going to go into archers, spearmen, or whatever. Moving down to gold now. The issue that I'm now seeing is Raresh, you know, in this matchup, because you've revealed your hand already, you should anticipate archers. So you should be prepping knights or something like that. They're not doing that at all due to the lack of gold access. Now the problem is they're so delayed going onto this gold because of what they've done in the stone, what they've done in the wood. Now they're going to have gilded archers arriving here, men-at-arms, and they're going to get maybe maximum enough for 1 knight. And thank you very much, Taka. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the prime subs. Yeah, this is definition brutal. Well, the good news, actually, at least, is this. Joan does a lot of damage to the men-at-arms of the Divine Arrow. The bad news is pretty much everything else. It's 5 to 31 military. What's that good old saying we talk about? The whole idea that, you know, if you're playing against Order of the Dragon and they have more physical units than you, like entities, you're in a bad position. Well, guys, right now, Batmagoon has 3 times more than what Rarish has. Horseman is scary as well. 16 damage per strike. No textiles mean you die incredibly fast. In fact, what? Oh no! Rarish! He got baited out of range. Batmagoon is styling. And check the sneaky plays. You don't even get to see it because he goes GG. Southside, there was a double ram snake coming in. That is possibly one of the most brutal, one-sided sheep haul games I've seen in a long time. Well, you know, that Batmagoon's definitely on the climb. I'll give him that much. Good lord. Free TC into surrender. Zhone dead, Civ dead. I know, right? Why do they keep fighting when they lost the leader? It just doesn't make sense to me. So... You know, I don't know, do I upload that? I feel like that's not uploadable. Part of me wants to upload it and just call it, my kind of build. And then just steal Faplop's line. I don't know. I don't know if people like short games. I have a theory of a way that that's valuable to do. Anyway, let's see who else we've got here. Oh, we've still got more of those crackety 2v2s, haven't we? Yeah. There's a couple of good Poppy vs. Wham games. There isn't Ezra because both of those guys have their data privated. What'd you miss? Oh, nothing, dude. Just like some relatable gameplay for a lot of us. Losing our scout and then just be like, the only way out is multiple TCs. A lot of multiple TCs. What's up, Myriad darling? How's it going? Of course, new background. I'm sporting my Fallout frame, so I had to be kind of... How to describe it? I had to be kind of Fallout-y, sci-fi. By the way, guys, like I like the little details on these. Because you actually have... See that? I don't know if it's going to focus. I think it's... What did... I don't know what's up with my Elgato camera at the moment. It's kind of doing a crap job of doing its job. Like, even the pictures I was taking earlier felt a little bit blurry. But they've got the Vault on the side. So they've got the Vault 33 on the side. These are cool, though. I like them. I wasn't sure, like, when they sent the images, I was like, I wasn't sure because, like, I almost felt that, you know what it was? The side piece originally reminded me, like, with the kind of curve round, it reminded me a bit of, you know, what's it called? Sandman. You know in Sandman, the villain, where he wears the glasses all the time? I was like, kind of reminds me of those. But no, I think they actually pop pretty well. You know, all I'm going to say is the models, they shoot them off on the website. I mean, I don't want to put them out of a job, but I think I would have worked better as a model there. You know what it is? I got a fatter face, so it looks a little bit better. Yes, the show match is on Sunday. I still need to get you both in a bloody group. Has Voldemort accepted my friend request, or is he being a bellend? No, he's accepted. We're good. Alright, so what I'll do... We've got Myriad. We've got Voldemort. Right. I will have that there so I can talk about it later. But basically, Myriad, what I was thinking we could do... I mean, especially if you guys are going to be pussies and don't do a best of 5. I was thinking we could spice it up by having you both in a Discord call. Smack talking each other. And we won't always be listening, right? But sometimes we'll just, like, I'll just like, all right, let's check in on and see what sort of talk's going on right now. Honestly, I think that would level it up so much. The entertainment value would be great. And it's also great, right? Because when you play OE4, you don't get a chance, like, you just focus on the game, right? You can try, like, typing isn't that easy to do when you're playing a high-intense game to try and mess with someone. But talking, dude, as someone who, like, growing up, you know, I'd be playing, like, 1v1s on Call of Duty or something like that, I'll play Smash. I wasn't as focused on the game as I was on just getting in my opponent's head. That made it 10 times better. That's how I got my dubs. Okay, so do we have any other? Ooh, 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 ooh. We got Killjoy. Played Smash as a kid, sure. I think everyone did. I still maintain that Smash 64 was the best Smash game ever. Love that game. I was very good at fighting games when I was a kid, actually. I kind of suck now. But when I was a little kid, I was freaking top notch. Definitely definitely not complaining. Like I whooped ass on Street Fighter 1 and 2. I whooped ass on Smash Bros 64. I whooped a lot of ass on Digimon Rumble Arena. Whew. Star Fox 64. Ooh, I still to this, I actually still to this day have not played Star Fox. I'll hold my hands up. I have played Banjo-Kazooie though, and Banjo-Kazooie, dude, like the amount, whenever I meet someone who hasn't played Banjo-Kazooie, it breaks my heart. For example, Pesty has never played Banjo-Kazooie because he got into gaming very late in life. That breaks my heart. That old asshole's got to go back and go through all these classic games. The damn light is distracting? Yes, good. You know how you get away from that distraction. You go to Gunner and order these frames with my code, and that way you will be away from the light for a few seconds. Should we change the background image? Is it really that bad for people? I mean, we can go this way about it. Wait, what happened to my... Huh. Well, my images are not working. I got scammed. Oh, no. How about this one? There we go. That's kind of worse if you hate the background stuff, isn't it? There you go. So, so wait, what were we saying? Mortal Kombat? I didn't play that much of Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat and Tekken kind of weren't that intriguing to me. I remember, like, I think the last one where I hard grinded was, well, I came to Mortal Kombat years later. I actually like the new Mortal Kombats. I'm a Filthy Scorpion guy. Anyone who's played a lot of Mortal Kombat understands the logic of being a Filthy Scorpion guy. The cool thing about playing as Scorpion is that it's one of the easiest heroes. It's one of the easiest people to get to a stage where you can destroy noobs. Because Scorpion is really anti-noob. Or, not anti-noob. It's noob crushing. Any skill player will destroy you when you try to do all the cheesy things with Scorpion, like teleports. But against players who have no clue what they're doing, it's like a deer in headlights, man. What happened here? What happened where? Here, there, everywhere? Huh? Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie, incredible. Super Mario 64, incredible. I still think Sunshine was my favorite game. Super Mario Sunshine was my favorite game. Out of the Mario games, that is. Not all-time greatest game of all time. I mean, Hom's going to be high on that list for that. Let me check on Ark's ranking. Because I think Ark has been... Ooh, he's flirting and skirting. 82nd in the world. Is this the Ark that I think it is? No, this is a guy from Germany. Okay, this is a new face altogether. Well, this is interesting. I saw my boy Killjoy. We like Killjoy. We love Killjoy. I think everyone's been entertained by Killjoy, right? But how about this on the other side? It's an opportunity to show off a new face. Ark is a rising, shining star in the sky. They're 82nd in the world right now. And this is interesting to me because I know I've glimpsed the name before, but I never really checked on them. They finished Season 6, 119th. Season 5 was 397th. Season 2 was the last time they played before that, when they were ranked 1,140th in the world. So they were Diamond to Conk, and they've been pretty reliable so far. So good to get a chance to check on some new faces. And an interesting matchup, because I feel like this is the battle of the trash can here, where someone is definitely going to get battered. We've got Ottomans up against Mongols. Both of these civs are bottom 5? Bottom 6 civs? Easily. I'm underwhelmed by Mongols. Their presence just doesn't feel threatening in more or less any game. And Ottomans, especially, have been struggling in the early game. They're still decent in the late game. That's why I've maybe put them like bottom 6 instead of bottom 3. But the big problem here is that this Civ struggles to get to the power spike that still makes them relevant. They struggle to get to that castle in Imperial Age. And the interesting thing is, on the flip side, I'd say Mongols, although they've been kind of nerfed in the hyper early game, they still focus around that dark, feudal, and then beginnings of castle. So you've basically got a game where the win conditions could not be much further apart for the two. For the Ottomans, it's going to be about survival and reaching that later phase. For the Mongols, it's about going to be about thriving in the early phases. And you know what would help a Mongol player thrive in a game like this, guys? Look at that trade post. That's a jackpot and a freebie. I can't believe this spawn. This is glorious for him. The interesting thing is actually if he sets it up in the back corner, sometimes like it's 50-50, but likely what should happen here is the traders should push behind the tree lines and all the way to the back of your base. So you have the safest trade possible. Now, it's not entirely free. At the end of the day, you are up against an Ottoman player. And Ottoman players that have to play into feudal, which you're going to have to if you're up against trade, have one option here. That's going to be to play into Sipahi. That being, of course, we went for the military school. This feels like a really late military school, right? Did you guys glance at it? He didn't build it straight away, right? Because otherwise, I feel like he would have been on to his second spearman already. It wouldn't be out, but it would be almost complete. So first spear comes out. I'm a little bit disappointed he's even marching towards the base. The likelihood you're going to have a value target here is very low. I think the logic from Ark is that his opponent should want to go Keshiks, but by having the spearman on the opening, he can force the Mongol player to go archer opening. The reason that's important is because if you want to go Sipahi, you counter the unit on the other side, and also, as long as you force the archery commitment first, you can potentially spam Sipahi to overwhelm Keshiks. It's very important that you set that first step where your opponent is going in the wrong direction. And yes, the start was different from Kiljadi. He started chopping wood instead of gathering sheep rather instead of chopping wood because you just don't want to do the Rax play anymore. The Rax play is pointless here. Your opponent's going to have passive units being generated anyway, and you're just going to slow down the more important win condition. Feudal Age is your boom here. Kiljadi's getting there ASAP because he knows at this stage in the game, there's nothing to really stop his traders. This 1 or 2 spearmen, they're not going to do enough to traders. There's no bonus damage onto caravans, right? So you'll easily be able to trade and ignore them while you put into the archers. And the other cool thing is now, with all that stone, you can get double archer to immediately shut this down, and then you can use double trader spams to get online faster. So yeah, really like this. I think Ark's build just feels a little bit off to me. The timing is really confusing. I don't understand why we're so far behind here. I mean, the military school does this to you to a certain extent, but I feel like something else was maybe missed here. Well, actually, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? Look at his gold. He's going fast castle against trade. That is a ballsy maneuver. However, you might find that your balls are on the fire here. This is dangerous what he's doing. I'm not a big fan of it. I think now if Kiljadi scouts this, he builds 5 to 8 archers and pressures you. You've got no outpost on the gold currently. You could at least set that up. But then you're going to want additional stone. Then there's the fact the woodline can still be poked and prodded at, especially with the falcon play. I don't think you're going to get Castle Age without building units here. This is way too dangerous. You think he's just getting upgrades? I disagree with that. Anyone who has 290 gold is not getting upgrades. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Wheelbarrow's on the... What? Well played, Faplop. However, I'm not going to let you have this one for free. I think this is a negative play. Because now you've kind of handcuffed yourself, right? Like, you at least get the gold and get out. But the reality is, now you're what? Locked to play full archer comp against an opponent who already has the lead. I think being this late to the feudal age just isn't really acceptable in this matchup. Especially when your opponent isn't using the stone at the start of the game, because it means he's going to have a higher ramp up in his archer count. We're already at double-digit archers for Kiljadi. We don't have one unit that can fight that yet out for Ark. It's now producing the Sipahi, but they're going to take a little bit of time to arrive, especially considering there's no blacksmiths here. The other issue is you kind of run into this risk where that first Sipahi might just get overwhelmed by the archer clump. Kiljadi is playing a little bit loose right now, which is dangerous. I would love to see him rush into blacksmith tech here, because here's the big edge you now have. If that's the play from Ark, and that's all the gold he wants, what he's basically said to you is he's not going to get any upgrades. Any attack upgrades, anyway. So if you're now going to Steeled Arrow in a rush, you completely disintegrate the Sipahi. So you think Sipahi is going to march out. No Fortitude activated. That's a big mistake. Ark? Is he just getting outplayed here? Yeah, that's way too late. Oh my god. So he kills, what, maybe 2 archers if he's lucky? He can't even get the final strike out. 1 archer for Sipahi is a terrible trade. By the way, guys, remember, the reason why we do absolutely not trust Capture Age is this right here. A Sipahi costs 160. An archer costs 80. The meth don't lie. Okay, what was... Someone needs to be more careful with their Selectoral Army. That was a little bit of a mistake coming out. Kiljadi does have trade ramping behind us, though, right? And the problem right now is Ark, he has to defend against these archers, so he can't just go and attack trade. That's bad. That's really, really bad. Because the reality is, you know the trade's happening, the pressure's just going to mount up. And the longer you leave this trade uncontested, the bigger the force you face gets. The other scare factor now is, realistically, once you have a few traders out, it's very easy for Keshiks to enter the field. Keshiks will destroy Sipahi. If you do not have superior numbers, you will lose any hopes of holding on. Doesn't count the wood? No, but it's not consistent, right? So it doesn't count the... So it counted the wood for archers. Oh, sorry, no, you're right. It doesn't count wood at all, but I think some units, if I remember correctly, do count wood. I don't know why. It's weird. Move speed arrow, Kiljadi, just ensuring Ark can't actually get more up. What Ark wants to do right now is drop double archery range and spam. But these other times on the wood are handcuffing his ability to do so. And what worries me is the Sipahi count is at least getting big, but this is the stage where Kiljadi should be adding in Keshiks. Instead, this greedy mother ducker goes for a second TC. Oh, archer sniping. So you might be wondering, like, why is Kiljadi kind of throwing part of the game away? Like, he could end the game now. Agreed. But is it not much safer to just do it this way? You've got trade, you've got TC play. If you now start spamming Keshiks, you just control the map, and Ark's always going to be behind. I do think that this is a missing opportunity, but remember, we have God Vision. Kiljadi might sense how far ahead he is, but he doesn't want to risk it all for the biscuit, right? It's much harder to dive someone's base pre-10 minutes than waiting into 20 minutes. Now, Sipahi have been unleashed. This is my only negative of Kiljadi's play. I would have preferred he delayed the TC slightly to either get racks or get stables. Because now you're going to have to spread wide to defend the map. This is the one way Ottomans can beat Mongols, in my opinion, is they play onto the trade and they shut it down with Sipahi. Sipahi is your one upside here. Sure, you got attack speed with archers. I just don't think it's good enough. Usually you get outscaled. Now, unfortunately, Ark doesn't have a scout. Oops. Looks like he's going to start spotting the traders, though. So, wait. Ark. Okay, thank God. Okay, so Trey's going to get shut down. Kiljadi should realize the mistake now and start calibrating to defend that. Honestly, I think Ark's kind of okay here. And I think it's a critical blunder by Kiljadi, knowing that the Sipahi were coming to hang in and around here that long. I mean, you're 2TC, right? In fairness, his game's looking pretty good. You can see an insane lead. 14 eco up, and 10 of that is villages. My problem, however, is that you took a game which should have already just been absolutely over, and you've given Ark a way of potentially contesting you. Sure, 2TCs is strong, but 2TCs initially is an investment that takes resources out of defending or attacking. Ark, on the other hand, is playing a Civ that gets passive production. He's one TC putting it all into attack, and eventually he's going to get even more production. Little snipe downs coming in. Outposts are starting to be built up. That's going to be useful for spotting these raids early, but also ensuring the traders A, move quicker, and B, have somewhere to hide. So that's very important considering that Kiljadi isn't playing Keshiks, because once again, it takes a very long time for his army to react. Oh, missed micro by Ark here, though. Does move away before he starts losing troops for it. Kiljadi now on his way towards Undermesh. Interesting that he mirrors the move of his opponent instead of trying to get Steeled Arrow to counter. It seems like he might be suspicious that he's going to be up against archers. And it makes sense, right, when you consider he's mainly into spearmen, not into archers. Stable's finally coming, but you see the delay, right? This is the reality of doing 2TC and what it does to you. The 2TC doubles your eco spend on villages per minute. If you think about it, that's 150 food. That's enough to start spamming Keshiks. That's actually quite a lot, actually. That would be 1.5 extra Keshiks a minute in terms of food. New speed arrow, move on the way. Keshiks have moved in, but the spearman count should be big enough to get away. The problem right now, though, is that Kiljadi hasn't really solved for the archer mass. In fact, the only thing that Ark is missing is Steeled Arrow. Steeled Arrow means he dominates these fights. And he needs to. As has been highlighted by chat, there's a very big eco lead scaling for Kiljadi. Another kind of cool thing, and I'm hoping he is, isn't he? Yes! I was about to say, Kiljadi has a fantastic map to be a Mongol on, because you can just switch trade the other way. Now, it looks like Ark is moving out there, but this is going to take a long time to rotate, right? And the reality is, if you think about the direction distance, you have to go from here to here. Your opponent is going to be standing around here on average and go to here. So it's about 60% of the distance that Arc has to run, right? Which negates the value of the extra movement speed, even more so when you consider that Arc is running infantry as well, so he doesn't move that quickly. Walls coming up, long walls. Arc, this isn't as much about blocking trade as it is about securing food, because now he's into full feudal. He's going to need a lot of meat to ensure the Sipahi mass can scale. Keshiks are finally being added in by Kiljadi, but I gotta say, this was quite the delay. It took him a long time to arrive at this, right? I think if he just actually opened stables after the archers, gone Keshiks, and then gone for a TC on a delay, he probably would have looked a lot better right now, because he would have been able to constrict Arc's ability to gather resources for a lot longer. Moving down to the deal on the north side. So, Kiljadi is basically saying, I'm not going to contest south side at all. I don't want to. And it's a pretty smart choice if you think about this. In terms of trade value, it's going to be slightly lower by going to the north side. But he can focus all his defenses between his main base and just the north here. And it's more value because the deer are up here. This is a game where, unless he wants to add in pastures, he would have had to have spread defenses between north and south side. Now it's just north side and home. Hopper's getting raided. Sipahi are going to be able to shut this down. Unfortunately, the spearmen are far too far away. Villagers will try to run for their lives, but this amount of Sipahi can easily snipe eco day and night. And the problem I'm seeing right now is, although the Keshiks are arriving, if they try to contest in small numbers, you're going to be feeding away any sort of momentum you can gain. So Arc does actually end up scouting out the spin mass, and we'll back away. Behind this, no signs of Castle Age coming out, which, you know, it's dangerous, but I think there's got to be a point in this game where you just nod and go. The reality is you are up against 2 TC. And he scouted that, right? When he dove in here, he would have seen it at least. You're up against trade. Even if you didn't know about the town center, you know about the trade. And that is a very difficult thing to play into long time. Your best move is to scale a mass that can defend while pressuring, and then go for castle. Kiljadi, jumping the gun a bit here. Kind of tough to retreat as well. Remember, Sipahi are quicker than the Keshiks. Another reason why the Yam is critical here to try and maneuver. The problem, though, is even if you have that Yam, you're leaving behind your archers and spears. Still down now coming in from Kiljadi. Crazy to think that this is a game, what? Was it 10 minutes ago now? Almost 10 minutes ago, where it didn't look like we had a chance of making it past the 10-minute mark. And now, although Kiljadi looks like he's got a decent, healthy lead in some ways, the reality is the game is a lot closer than it would be perceived. Arc is halfway towards what he needs for castle. I think you just pull the trigger now. Right, pull 6 villagers across from the gold, keep gathering the food, and go for the tech up. Because right now, what I don't like is he's not going for the tech up quick, and he's not attacking out into the map properly. Right, Sipahi have checked him multiple times. Nothing is coming. It should be very obvious, it should be flagged in his brain that trade is happening north side, and he should be punching there. Funnily enough, the player who's attacking there isn't the one that should be. Kiljadi is moving in looking for targets to hunt. It's kind of interesting that Arc never really played out onto those food sources, but he has no choice now. And that makes this worse, right? If he'd been out here earlier, he would have had sheep to fall back to. But now, when he gets pushed off this area, there's no food on the map for him other than berries. This raiding, Keshiks getting a nice little wallop there. Arc slow on the reactions. To me, what Arc is doing is a slow way of losing the game. The Sipahi are just mirroring inferior forces. This is good if you can catch them, right? That's the beautiful thing. If, for example, you see 5-men arms going to your economy and you react with 20 horsemen, it's worth it to run across the map because you're definitely going to catch those men at arms. You'll never catch these Keshiks. The reason is this. Maneuver. Immediately goes up to maximum movement speed, and all of a sudden all that gap closing is for nothing. Now, you are at least now finally here to block trade, but the problem is because you're grouping all the Sipahi and moving them together, you're only ever able to do one thing with what should be an incredible raiding force, even at half quantity. So I'm a little bit disappointed we're not seeing, for example, 2 groups. It's a lot more microing, but Arc could be guarding this area against small groups and then going into the enemy economy. Because the reality is right now, he doesn't want to fight the main army of the Sipahi. Mainly because you can't. But if I'm not mistaken, has he got the maneuver now? If he has, I love it. I really hope he has actually got the maneuver speed with the meta, because that could be big here. Oof. Meta on the front line, not a good idea. Goes down, attack speed aura is removed. Spy mass is big. Rotates around the backside, activates the forward 2, but the Spearmen jump on top of it. Mistakes made there. A lot of Sapahi are going down, and notice that the Keshiks are just being ignored. Sapahi can't reduce to 8. Dude, I think he lost this fight. He actually lost this fight. That one button press lost him the fight. Unbelievable. The difference of sticking your meta at the wrong spot and then also activating the fortitude at the worst possible moment. That's it. Your army's dead. You're doubled up essentially on economy. There's no coming back from this. What an insane game. Killjadi was teching behind that as well. I didn't even glance. I was so distracted by the fight. This game is over. Arc, he might have had a chance if he didn't stick the meta at the back of the formation and leave him there, and then follow up by rotating the full Sapahi mass to one side, one flank, and activating Q. He got a little bit angsty. He got a little bit too excited. A bit too trigger happy here. You have to remember, Fortitude, it might make you attack quicker, but it also makes you take more damage. Those Spearmen could not have got more value if he pulled all the archers away and just sent the spy in on their own. That was how lopsided one side of that fight ended up being. That mass of Sapahi and archers should have been able to absolutely annihilate Killjadi. But now it's undeniable. Killjadi is basically halfway to Imperial if he wanted, but he's getting ready to end this game. And Arc, full desperation mode, has activated the Janissary points. This is when you know you're at death's door. Wow. What a crazy fight. So, Trade might get attacked a little bit, but that's only because Killjadi threw away the entire army. The new wave is building up, and it's a spooky one, folks. It's going to be Vet Archers, Men-at-Arms, Keshiks, everything you need to shut down what Arc is pumping. And Arc doesn't have any premium unit to really hold him now. He's got 7 Janissaries. He even lost 1 of it, right? That limited pull, that one-off pull, he's already lost 1 of the 8. And he's going to be up against Vet Archers. Not just Vet Archers. Remember, this is Trade, which means you're getting Kurotai. That damage buff means we're at Cast Stage Plus. And what worries me is Arc isn't trying to tech up. He's trying to do something. I respect it, but this is also a little bit delusional at this stage. Even if you tried to tap the Trade, this wouldn't work. And you know, the way that Arc is now approaching this, I'm starting to wonder, did he realize it was 2TC? He must have scouted it, surely. There's no realm of existence I can see in which he wouldn't have seen it. But that concerns me even more, right? Is if you're against 2TC, and you're focused on showing Trade, what was your play here in Feudal? If you weren't willing to raid everywhere at once, what was the win condition in Arc's eyes? Killjadi now with the relics. Gonna bank it up, move it away. Army diving towards the main. So it looks like it's going to be a trade. Arc, now, this is the positive, isn't it, right? We've seen this from Ottomans before, where they lose the economy, they still have passive production. If you can somehow kill twice as many villagers as your opponent, you could be in a good position here. It's going to be difficult, though. Army marching in. Eco has shifted north side for Arc, but that's going to be predictable. Meanwhile, the defense should be mounting at home for Killjadi. And the other problem here is most of these guys are squishy boys. You haven't got these tanky lads, other than a handful of Sapahi, that can absorb fire from the TCs. Minimum speed, arrow movement in on the backside. Killjadi now hunting for the enemy. Arc, what is... Where are we going here, buddy? Oh, no. I love that the Kurotai isn't even getting involved in any meaningful way. It's trying, bless it, and it now is going to pack and unpack in the middle of the Ottoman base. This really is a power maneuver. Every time I see this, it's genuinely like BMing. But it's actually a good thing, right? Because now you just can't be fought. You've got your cast lace buff. You can already see Arc's like, okay, I'm going to have to come home. I'm going to have to get him out. I'm going to have to boot him back to where he came from. The problem is, that's going to be difficult to do. 3 Keshiks, 6 Men-at-Arms, 25 archers, all of them getting healed every second. In other words, make sure you kill something, or you're screwed. Arc about to be housed. No more troops coming. Any engagement here? Frontline shouldn't last too long. This Pahi plus the Janissaries should guarantee that. In fact, I do think that maybe Killjoy should be microing a bit more than this. The archers are just going to stand their ground, though. He's like, litmus test. How much can Kurotai archers really do? A lot. They can actually do quite a lot. So Arc will be able to hold back wave number 1, but really want to emphasize this is just wave number 1. I do think Killjoy made a mistake not Congo lining his troops. It's a bit weird that he didn't send the rest in. I think he was worried about getting cut by Arc. Wait, are you kidding me? No, there's no way you get out of this. What is this game? Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. Kurotai gets punished. There's no way this is about to swing again. After the early game being given over to Ottomans, and then Killjoy taking... No, don't do it again. Just please end the game. Oh, he's not going to be in feudal for long. Oh, just gathering. Killjoy's like, yes, my master plan has been hatched, and now you could not build anything here. Wait, Ark, please, no, Ark, that was the moment. You know when they're like, you have one shot in life, one opportunity. That was the opportunity. Oh no. This hurts me deeply. Ark is playing forever feudal. I mean, I said he was going castle because he should be going castle. Like, that was your moment. That was your opportunity to get out of this jam. Now Killjoy is going to jam this mass right down your throat. Castle versus feudal. He's got 4 mangonels. Another reason why you can't stay in feudal. Oh my god, dude, what am I watching up here? Well, this is not villages this time, right? Last time it was a Congo line of villages. Oh my... He did want to go castle, guys. Look at his gold. There's no way. It's the food. He doesn't have access to food, but... You know, here's a thought. Just take the berries at the front of your base. Like, you need to send people north and south, because the problem right now is these Keshik's going to raid 1 or 2 places, right? You need to gamble that you get food at some point. Right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Ark has been missing out on villager production because they have so little food. Oh, this is brutal. Siege mass on the way. This is it. This is GG. I think Ark, the problem here is he didn't set up the pocket ecos quick enough when he could have. When he fought in his base and he took control, he needed to be out on the deer, out on the boar. Oh, sorry, not boar because he can't do boar. Out on the deer, out on the berries. And inflating towards castle. But now it's too little too late. I mean, you should be selling this gold, really. Because now it's going to be too late. By the time you start teching up, there's going to be a dive. And 4 mangonels will crush anything in their way. Wolves coming in. Ark just got the bad news. 25 minutes and for what? To end like this. Killjoy throwing away Kurotai, throwing away such an early lead just to turn it into something else, to come back later like this. A dominant closing by the Vicious Fin. Please sell the gold. I hope Relic adds more food type sources in the future DLCs. I don't know if you like. It sounds like a cool idea, but remember, like that begins to complicate things for like an average person. That's more and more things to track and understand and whatever, right? The button that lost the game, something like that. I actually like the button that lost the game. That's pretty cool. And then on the thumbnail, you just have a silhouette of a key. And then on the thumbnail, you'd write, the button lost the game, so it would probably be... Don't press it. Right? Uber Eat? Wait, why are we saying Uber Eats? Huh? Fair point. If Ark had just ordered from Uber Eats. No, don't do that, Callie. We can't give them free advertising. They have to sponsor me first for that. All right, so let's have a look. See if we've got some other games. Oh, no. Wait, what button did I just press to do that? I've never done that before. Oh, it was F11. I didn't know that OBS worked with F11 as well. I sent it full screen, was confused. Earning gold by delivering food across the map. I mean, there's an interesting thought for you. I wouldn't be surprised if... you know what you do there, right? Hey, Mel. If you kill Jardy in that game, and you got control of him, you got your trade, you sell all your gold for food to ensure that he can't get food for a tech up. More Kill Jardy games. Maybe. If we guys liked people other than the known ones. Is that Summit 1G? No. I'm not sure about what to think of this. It's... was it blackberry and black tea? Tastes pretty good. The fact it said black tea had me turned off. I was like, oh, that's going to be bad. Wait. Who is Kilyardi up against? Who's he got here? Let's have a look. The first of the Zebras. Oh, this is the person that's like, they're 17 games in. They're ranked 869th. They finished Season 6, 627th. Probably not. Sorry, buddy, but especially when it's an Abbasid China game. So there was someone else, wasn't there? There was Batmagoon versus Blige on Cliffside. French versus Roos could be interesting. Need to watch some OOTD. Oh, we've got plenty of that on the YouTube channel. We're loaded up on that stuff. Hell yeah. There's also Raresh versus Dudu, which is Mia Micah. You really want to watch more Mongols, though? I mean, they're just going to lose. It's Mongols, you know? Ignore that game you just saw from Kiljadi. Mongols just lose, guys. Trash Civ. Maybe we check out some Blige. I actually haven't watched Blige in quite some time. The Meat Grinder mods are excellent on YouTube. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't think they've been... It's tough because it doesn't feel like it from a viewership perspective. I thought they were really good, but I don't know. Maybe it's the thumbnails aren't right or something else. Maybe it's just an issue of, you know, the people that look for content in AoE4 aren't looking for that type of content, right? It's kind of tough, especially if you're in especially if you consider, like, I'd say from a YouTube perspective, not as many new people are searching Age of Empires 4, right? So if the content is ingrained heavily in certain channels and then also on top of it a certain content type, I guess it's kind of tough to get people to tune in for what, in my opinion, are some amazing game modes. You want to see KP to conk with only Bagishas? Well, better keep sharing the stream around then. What was that? I think I said 300 CCV and we'll do it. It's kind of nice to set milestones like that, you know? Then hopefully by then I have a PC sponsor so that I have a good enough PC to record the journey. I have to go back to the 2 PC streaming setup, aren't I? Probably. What's up, Hymenea? How's it going, buddy? Alright, so let me have a look. Turn the music off. How did the Gully video get like 3K views? I think it's just like... It's got good clarity. So like a little bit of insight. So here, we'll quickly look at this. Like we'll dissect this for a sec and then we can hop into this live game. So if we have a look. So if you look at recent videos, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? 100% win rate is already intriguing to people to click on. I think, I don't know if the faces work or whatever. Someone been trying. But this is clear in the background as well to a player. It's like, oh, green. And they see the score and they see it going up. Problem with a lot of thumbnails in general is when you focus it around the in-game content, it's something I've highlighted before. AoE 4, elements of Age of Empires 4 don't really pop that well. Right? So I think you have to go above and beyond to make it pop. I need to talk to the person I have doing these about this. Like, here, you need to have this siege tower needs to pop more against the background. It needs to be even more clear. Like, you need to take that background, you need to gray it. Not fully gray it, but like you need to desaturate it to add vibrancy to the foreground. I think I've had this with some videos before where I've done this sort of thing. But like, I think of the custom game content or whatever, the main one that done really well was this one, the World Conquest. The World Conquest done phenomenally well. I was really proud of that one. But it's the reason is like, you know, I've been trying to teach this person like whatever you do, the message needs to be very clear. That's your goal. Make the message clear. Make it clean. Make it digestible within 2 seconds when you look at it. And I think the problem is like I don't want to. I'm at a point with that where I need them to just basically experiment and evolve based on what they're learning, what does or doesn't work, right? Instead of telling them what to do every single time. Like here, dude, it's like minus 20, right? It's like that probably could have been even clearer. I think that got saved by the title. But if, you know, part of it is obviously the recordings is like making sure things are pretty enough as well. Yeah, that one was still one of my favorites, where I took Cyril's face and I basically completely darkened his eyes and everything to make him look like he was just dying from playing. Yeah, the Europe Conquest done pretty well as well. I want to do more like, I don't know, I'd like to find some more kind of like unique map creations that we could market. Be pretty cool. Let me close that and we'll move back across for the games. Pretty rough trying to appease the algorithms. It's tough as well, right? Because like I'm trying to get to a point where we're like seeing good growth in, like I said, a scene that, if we're being totally real, as much as we love AoE 4, it's not a game that is growing. Definitely not from a content consumption point of view, right? Part of the involvement of the French community now via Gentlemaids, right? But that's like that's a rare outside. It's not seeing organic growth, I think is my point that I'm trying to make. It's tough. One sec, just need to put that across there. So yeah, it's definitely something that I need to figure out. There's new ways of solving for that problem. We'll get there, hopefully. Dave KP playing games off stream then casting his own games. I think it might be interesting. Maybe. Possibly. I think I'm always scared of going down that route because I know how obsessively perfectionist I am. So it'll go from enjoyment quickly into brutal. I've been there. I've done that. I've done it with Dota 2. Done it with Apex. Done it with Overwatch. Done it with... What's this? Well, a bunch of ones over the years. Because like when I start trying, I try hard. Purple and yellow might be the most picked colors. What, you mean for thumbnails? Well, yeah. But the problem is if you do yellow, everyone just thinks it's stronger straight away. Green's kind of a tough one because it's my branding color, but green's actually terrible in Age of Empires 4. Because if you look on the screen right now, what do you see most? Greens. Greens are everywhere. Oh, got you. You meant the player colors. And you know what the least most picked color is? I actually think the least most picked color is actually, funnily enough, green. Spin-off civs? What are you on about with civs? I think this, like, dude, I like the variant civs. The variant civs are cool. They play very differently. Yeah, actually, you know, who needs variant civs? Who needs spin-off civs? I was born in 2021. We're in purest form here. We got French versus Russe. Bloody hell. That is a matchup I have not cast in a long time. Actually, the last time I casted this matchup, who was it? It was Sassy versus someone else. I was like, I kind of don't want to cast this matchup again. Because they both just built like 3 TCs and done nothing until Castle. The beautiful thing about a map like Cliffside, though, is often it twists that idea and forces you to commit to the idea of attacking, defending a lot faster. Welcome one and all back there for action. We've got Batmagoon versus Blige. So Blige is a face that we've definitely cast before, just under different names. I love that they just keep changing their name at the moment. So, for example, Blige right now is called Blige Awaken Alive. Just the other day, they were called Blige brackets Reformed. Batmagoon, on the other hand, not used to seeing him play this. I got used to Batmagoon a long time ago as an English guy. If I wanted an English replay, if I want someone who's experimenting, dabbling, and finding something new with the Ing, this was the guy whose replays I would click on because he was consistently non-stop gunning them. But credit to him. I think like we watched Batmagoon just a moment ago playing Order of the Dragon. I'm actually liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what he's cooking. I like that he's returning to play as well. Hopefully we see him entering some tournaments. One thing that's kind of been refreshing, especially with the expansion drop, was the return of a lot of old faces. Either temporary or permanently, right? There's a few players that looked like they were gone for good. They came back. Some not to compete, just to play. Like Core, for example, had gone AWOL. We see him playing from time to time now. I know that State was taking a break. State right now is literally playing free-for-alls. He's having a good time. So I'm glad that we're seeing a lot of people come back. I'm hoping that we get kind of a more regular rotation of content, actually. You know, because one thing that I have noticed at the moment is most of the players are just playing free-for-alls because it's something different to do. They just came out of a tournament and they want to do something other than just play 1v1s. Part of that, I think, isn't just drawn by the fact that free-for-alls can be fun and free-for-alls are cool. It's actually also the mega random element of a lot of free-for-all maps that I think is most desirable. I gotta say, you know, at this point, with how long seasons go, I think there needs to be a mid-map rotation halfway through a season. Remember how excited I got the other day, chat, when I was like, oh, Highview! And then I was like, oh, Highview's bad. At least I had that temporary excitement of like, oh, this could be a good thing. Right? Because we've got new, fresh kind of designs, new, fresh maps. It's crazy as well, because I feel like we've got a lot of awesome map creators that come up with spicy concoctions that I'd love to see entered. I think I was saying the other week to some people, I said to one of the developers, I just said, hire Avale. That guy makes such good maps, and he's made so many good ones for the community. Why have you not hired him? Send him a job offer. Give him an opportunity. Oof. Seems appropriate that I mention Aveline when playing in a Roost game here. So, tech up's complete. Opening, of course, is going to be the immediate French Knight. This is pretty standard play. Batmagoon should be moving on to Stone pretty soon, though. The way this works is that the Roost player is never going to mirror Knights in the opening because you'll always be behind. You're going to be 30 seconds behind, right? On top of that, you don't really need it because you've got the Kremlin to secure that second TC. So it's always a better choice to do this, and it's an important one as well, actually, because if you don't get this early TC, then you're going to naturally fall behind the French, who do build their villages quicker. Batmagoon, in the meantime, is going to sneak. Blige, how do we do on the gold side? We've got Wheelbarrow, he had this tech up. I'd say about probably 235-ish, probably, in this game, if I had to guess. This is live from the ladder, right? So we can check, and it's not going to hurt us. Oh, I was so close. 245. Okay, that's actually more painful when you're just 5 short of getting the extra 5% gathering. It's quite frustrating, but TC coming up. Kremlin defense is going to be very effective here. TC even getting a lick in on it. Luckily, the scout was absorbing that, so not too much done to the initial knight here. Scout on the other side has snooped out on what's happening. We are indeed going to be seeing multi-TC play out the French. The question mark now is going to be how many TCs on both sides. Because have you guys noticed how it used to always be 3 TCs, but a lot of the time now people stop at 2? The meta's evolved, man. The aggro points, especially on maps like Cliffside, mean that going 3 TC is usually kind of a death sentence. I think players have just generally, as a whole, got better at leveraging early units to do things. In the early games, in the early days rather of Age of Empires 4, a lot of people just didn't really know how to get a lot done with 5 or 10 units. Right? Because they hadn't played out the mutations. They didn't have the stress tests in place to understand exactly just what you can get away with. That's changed, man. Like, how long have we been out now? It is 3 years, right? Was it 2.5? It was 2.5, right? It's 2021. Yeah, 2.5 years. It's kind of amazing how advanced the meta can come and those type of elements over that time. TC play on the wide, though. Love to see this. At this point, Blige actually hasn't committed into Knights yet. The stable's only been dropped. Blige is a pretty capable player, by the way. Like, we talked about Back Magoon. I mentioned Blige a little bit. I remember seeing his logo across multiple seasons. This guy consistently, I think, was floating towards the top of the leaderboard. He's never really, like, hard committed in. In fact, when we check his profile, right now, Blige is ranked 49th in the world. But to go like a step further and look at their previous results, 94th, 31st, 44th, 84th, 148th, 181st from Season 6 to Season 1. That's bloody impressive. That's really consistent for them. And when you consider like this player, I never see them in competitive. It's pretty remarkable they keep up to the top like that. I wonder if Bat goes for trade here. I just don't think you can trade. The reality is you can only trade if you wall off because you're up against another Cav Civ. You should never be looking to trade when you're up against Cav Civs unless you want to spend all the time walling. When you go 2TC, at this stage in the game, the time spent walling would put you behind. Your opponent can do so much with that. He could go Castle Age as you're setting up those walls. So yeah, don't expect trade as much as you want it. Maybe later in the game, though, if this goes deep enough. I feel like the replays I've watched from Blige, he's quite comfortable with the idea of going into a deeper state of game. He doesn't rush for an end, right? So it's always possible looking at Castle into Imperial player here. Time being, though, it's going to be Knights and Spears. Interesting is Back Magoon, because of that delayed TC, they haven't actually ramped up production in this loot, right? They haven't actually set themselves up in a way that they're able to now immediately pivot into mass archers. You know, JD likes to go trade in late game. Yeah, so it's kind of something that French can lean into, but it's hyper late game, right? Roos can actually do it in that situation as well. I think Roos trade is kind of underrated. I've seen it a bit from the likes of Recon. We also see it on Gorge occasionally because Roos, that's the type of map where they can engage with it in the late game. It does become important for both sides. Streltsy on one side, Arbitrary on the other. I actually think in this matchup, though, a French player can do well without gold. Because what you do instead is you just go for Mass Horseman with Boy's Fortitude. And Boy's Fortitude is nuts, remember. Boy's Fortitude makes you more chunky than French Horseman in the late game. So pulls up. Win condition points is something we really need to highlight with these two. I think the French actually have a really strong win condition in Castle Age if they go Raw Institute. Bat Magoon currently is kind of trekking upwards in night count. I hope they just keep doing that while patrolling. Head up to like 20 Knights and then trigger Castle. Because Raw Bloodlines could absolutely crush Roos's attempt to defend. You have to remember that, you know, in the Castle and Castle matchup, the Roos, what are their upsides? For the Knights, specifically. Well, they get Boy's Fortitude, 25 more health, great. And they can get Saint's Blessing for 1 more armor and 1 more damage. Okay. On the other side, French Knights with a charge, when they get the charge off, the first 5 seconds, they're going to increase their damage by about 4.5, which equates to roughly 15 damage, right? Because they can get 3.5 attacks in. On top of that, Cantled Saddles will make the charge even stronger. Raw Bloodlines will make you 30% thicker with a 230 HP base pool. That just gets ludicrous. So I actually think that should be the win condition for Bat Magoon. The problem right now is he's going too fast. And this is always the awkward issue when people are up against the Roos. They feel pressured to rush the rage up. The fact that he's going to castle this early is because of the nature of the Roos. Like, if you let them tech up first, they get high trade house, they get their relics, and all of a sudden they cruise to the late game. So yeah, Bat Magoon, I don't like that he's just jumping the gun a bit here. You could technically go up with Raw Institute this early and then just spam Knights right afterwards. That could also work. Oh, Roos player is just running around. So Blige, not really fielding too much aggression, but it looks like that is about to change. He's patrolling around. Unfortunately, he's outnumbered. Yeah, the crazy part is if you were Blige right now and you saw this many Knights, you'd be like, oh man, he's going pretty hard in the Feudal Age. Because you don't actually have your Knights spread out, right? You don't have your Scouts spread out in a way that you're seeing that this is everything. Bat Magoon only has a grand total of 6 Knights because he's flirting with Castle Age. So if Blige can actually sense that, if you can get a read for that right now, he can try to commit in and do some significant damage. Ooh, Donati! Return a Donstar? You got a game for me? Thank you, Donald. I'll definitely take that. I was just saying yesterday, Don, I was like, where is Don gone? He's been missing. Doesn't feel right. Guildhall now on the way. So Bat Magoon's not going to have that power spike. All of a sudden, you need to look in Imp Plus for a win here, I think. Roos are going to be quite content with the idea of going to Castle Age. The problem is he has to read it. But the cool thing is now, because Blige has moved up at the right moment, he doesn't need to rush his Castle Age. It's actually much better if he punishes first and then techs up afterwards. Dive coming in underneath the TC, and that is indeed going to scout it, so he now knows about the Guildhall. Spearman also going to idle up the Villager line. Knights are on the way, but this many spears, you just can't fight near them. Yeah, right now the play should just be to split off. Send the Knights off to the gold, send the Spearman chasing the Knights. The crazy part is, I'm wondering, actually, did he see the tech up? He should have here, but he didn't react to it whatsoever. Some chip damage done, right? Like, more than enough, I'd say, actually, as well. Blige is going to be late on the tech up, sure, but he's not that far off himself. In the meantime, Bat Magoon, this does not feel good to go and do. You've just reached Castle Age, and your first move is to start building archers. That's not good. Add Otterham's fake VPN. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. You know, this is the problem with going and getting a VPN deal for EGC. It's now all the players are like, oh, I should VPN. God damn it. Now I know who's been buying it. Good fight there, though. A lot of these Knights just going down. Still more idle time as well as extra kills. I think Bat Magoon, this was exactly what I was worried about, is he was just going to panic that the Roost player was taking up first and take the plunge. He took the plunge at the worst possible time here. Had he done it originally, instead of investing 2 to 3 extra Knights, it would have worked because Blige was still in his base. But instead, Blige gets value for the delayed tech up, and now is on his way up with the high trade house. It's going to be a very wide one as well. Good lord. All right, get your numbers in, guys. How big, boy, are we on this tree line? Blige at this stage as well, with that type of eco lead, he could just full brute force this. Massing Knights and massing Spears and go works pretty well. You need to be a little bit careful about the idea of Spears, just because you're up against potentially Arbitrier with Gambesons. We can see it's Archers, which makes it even worse to go Spears. I actually think his economy should be good enough that raw massing Knights works. Raid coming in again. More villagers to be chopped down. Even with textiles, these losses are mounting up. It's actually crazy to see a French player this far behind, but you see the difference, right? Like, Bat Magoon's second TCE was so much later. And this is also the kind of big question mark on whether it's worth doing a condensed TCE versus a wide one. That condensed TCE was operational very early. Sure, after the fact, he has to spread his resources out to get on the deer, to get on the boars. But in the meantime, he's safely built it up at home much sooner in the game. You know, that made up for, like, what? Between that and the time the TC was built, I felt like there was an extra 8 villages almost. Oh, maybe 6 would be more accurate. But when you remember that French have quicker producing TCs, because this is not shown, the fact that this lead is still this big, I almost feel like there might have been skipped eco as well. Archer range now coming in. Do you just play horse archers here? It sounds weird, but hear me out, guys. Even if your opponent's building archers, who cares? You've got knights to frontline and brute force it. Your horse archers are just a mobile element with the knights that have high base damage. They're pretty effective against French knights. Okay, we're going to go crossbows. In fairness, it is a short map, right? Like, realistically, you don't need that much mobility. The reason why you're building knights is just because mobility is nice if you've got a unit that can snipe enemies. And it is still an incredibly chunky boy that you can scale into in Feudal Age, right? Like, that's why I say men-at-arms type civs are really good on this map, because it's not very far to reach the enemy base. So things like HRE, English, Juji, I know people don't want to hear that one, have a lot of value on such, I don't want to call it a claustrophobic match, because you do have a lot of breadth behind you, but it can quite often feel claustrophobic with this short ramp. Men-at-arms getting queued up. Archers I'm going to push this back. I think the crossbows have been revealed that the arbitrator might have just about got scoured. Is Blige going for Imp? Or is he just completely mismacroing? Because I don't like that he's slotting over 1,000 food. You have a kill point in this game, and not taking it feels quite neglectful. You know, you could cozily go into Imperial Age, you could get into Streltsy, but I think there's much more value in just going now. Spearman show the face. Almost feels like you should have added more archers, actually. Because the Arbitrator do not have the Gambesons yet, right? I always find it interesting how delayed that tech is in coming in, especially when you see mass spears. The issue is usually, like, for players like this, the reason why Gambesons doesn't come in before 20 to 30 Arbitrator is you never feel like you should be in a position where you have to tank with your Arbitrator. They're not your frontline unit. So you've already screwed up if you do have to. So a lot of players, I wouldn't call it the ego of believing that you'd never be in that position, but it's just like, you know, if you're in that position where you're using Arbitrator to absorb blows, you've already screwed up. Nice, I'm going to scout the backside farms. So Blige at this stage is looking more and more like we could just end up in Imperial. The food is getting out of control here, and he's simply not spending it quick enough. At this stage, after what you just scouted, you could actually just spam Horseman and break this pretty quick, especially with Boy's Fortitude. But I'd rather now see him just haul ass onto gold. At this point, he hasn't got enough workers there, right? Only 9. Has got the relics coming in, so it's going to be delayed. But once those relics arrive, you're going to just start to see him surge forward. And on the other side, back Magoon, the guild hall. This is problematic. If Back Magoon wants a chance to win this game, he needs to survive hard for the next 5 minutes. Veterancy's coming in. Blige is actually going to commit. This is big, man. I think you can just Zerg this field. Back Magoon's way too far behind. At this stage, I actually wouldn't blame Back Magoon for adding in a third TC. It's difficult there, right? Because you actually do need to keep. Problem is, on a map like this, with the way that you forfeit ground and set up your walls, where would you drop that keep to protect you? You spread your farms out, you spread your TCs out. You don't have this one area where if you drop a castle, you're safe. Even the central ramp doesn't feel that great to drop on when your opponent's now going to Horseman, because he can just wrap around. Another thing that makes the Roost obnoxious as all hell. I'm gonna say it, this needs to be nerfed. Fortified palisade walls are far too good. The reason why Roost just, like, there's so many reasons why Roost feels so good and competitive, but this definitely adds to it. The value they get in the early and mid game off of these strong walls is absurd. Oh, Knights. Wait, what? Well, that's exactly how you can't fight. Mistake made there with the rally through. And it looks like it isn't going to be a keep drop. The Back Magoon's targeting. The problem I have right now is if he doesn't get one aggressive enough, I don't see the value. And if he goes too aggressive here, he's going to lose immediately. Blige's army is insanely big, so this is difficult. I still am actually just getting ready to vomit at this. This is way too much food. At this point, I'd say drop a marketplace and sell 1,000. You've got farms set up, right? You're 37 farms in. You do not need this much food. That begin with the keep, right next to the primary TC. That's going to come in. Mass Spearman to push forward. No Gambesons either, which means you have to back away. And this is going to be the leak through, isn't it? Yep, he peels off some men-at-arms, some horsemen as well, and sends them on the right side. Rest of the army begins to dive. The castle... Is this actually going to go up? Oh my god, no. More villages being pulled. He's going to lose a lot for this. Textiles don't matter against this many ranged units. Castle will successfully go up, but the blood shed to get this online is definitely revealed in the raw numbers at the top. We're now to 29 worker kills to 1 in total. The castle will at least hold the area, but the problem right now is, guys, look where the farms are. Look at where the food sources are. Right now, this castle doesn't do anything really but discount your production. I think that's another issue for the French as well, right? Where you have to lean into that idea of setting up in your production lines. It means quite often your economy is left exposed. I swear, Blige is going the hardest way possible to win this game. He's still escalating his lead further and further, right? But realistically, guys, when you have 4,500 food, just choose Imperial Age. It's crazy as well because, like, realistically, when you get Imperial, you want even more Horsemen. So, sure, spam Horsemen right now, but just get on the gold. You'll still have enough, and you'll be at pop when you reach him. It's perfect that way. But instead, they're now adding in Trebs. You can tell that Blige has had some experiences against Red Palace, right? This guy has 100% been in games where it's gone to French Imperial Age, and he's cringed over Arbalest. Actually getting Corsairs. I'm assuming this is about raiding economy, because I can't think of any reason you'd want Horse Archers in the fight with the main army. I guess like Horse Archers against Arbitrary, but why? Where did Batmagoon go wrong on this? I think it comes back to that castle timing. It was so unnecessary. But this is another element that makes the roost so complicated to address. It's so easy for them to master their true intent. So if you're paranoid, if you feel like they're going to go into castle, you feel like you have to be there first. The sad reality of this game is, had Batmagoon just scaled up to 20 knights over time while still harassing, keeping the roost player in feudal age, which he could have done, then you would have had a game where Castle Royal Institute would have been a GG. Instead, you went with this Guildhall choice, which is far too gluttonous. And now you're a game that's just far too gone. High Armory now on the way. About to complete in about 20 seconds. At that point, the Horsemen and Horse Archers will be good enough to just win it against everything. The Boys Fort 2 is already adding a lot in. Imagine the value of biology afterwards. It's not even going to be close. Mangonel's also being thrown away. Oh my god. That's it. GG gets called. Blige able to stomp Batmagoon's dreams of being the true cavalry Civ. Kind of crazy how tech timings from feudal to castle can decide a game, though. Let that be a lesson to people. Especially in the current meta, your goal shouldn't be to get up into castle as quickly as possible. Maybe if you're HRE and want some relics. Even they can play feudal now, though. The meta for the last few months has been feudal pressure. And quite often, we're finding these situations where if you don't address this and build a lead before going castle, the person who goes castle first is the one who often loses. All right, Donald, you got me. Your most recent game, be kind to me, though. I was pretty bad. Time to get brutal. Bless you. Has life been keeping you busy, bud? I was saying yesterday, I was like, where's Don? I haven't seen him playing in ages. I need some Don games. God, I'm really not liking this background, actually, against the grey suit. It's too much grey, isn't it? I still don't know why the other backgrounds... Okay, so it does work now. It wasn't working before, though. But... Alright, let's have a look. Donald, Donald, Donald. It's an HRE mirror. Why? Why are you doing this to me, Don? Oh. You sure? Played 2 yesterday, you think it'll stay like that for a bit longer? What's wrong? You don't like the meta? No, that can't be. There's no way Don doesn't like a feudal-focused meta. I guess you're just probably busy, right? Now's the time, mate. Take that #1 spot on the leaderboard. Dimu's playing all these free-for-alls. BC's playing all these free-for-alls. It's your time to shine. Not in the mood to RTS. That's fair. That's fair. No, I get you. It can be exhausting doing it day in, day out, I guess. I do wish we had more unique game modes, dude. Like, I was thinking about this the other day. I'd love to see something such as, for example, Probe in StarCraft 2, right? Or Sheep and Wolves from Warcraft. Like, these different quirky game modes. Instead, in most cases, it just being a reskinned 1v1. Okay, yeah, exhausting in a different way, but I meant it's like doing RTS over and over. Not the intensity of it, but like the hour after hour after hour, right? Sometimes you like a bit of variety. Man at Arms Wars? I'm going to fire you from a cannon into the sun. He's back. It's the return of the Dawn. Of course he'd come back in the middle of a resurgence of aggression. This meta has been all about feudal. The HRE has been leading the charge, and oh my god, he's physically leading the charge. I've missed you, Don. I truly have, my friend. That is his entire economy. What? Are you outpost rushing? No, it's the shoreline fishing. Okay, thank God. That makes more sense. I was about to just thump my head in the keyboard. So Don goes for the fishing. That's intriguing. Is this going to be worth it, though? That was a lot of idle time to walk. He's up against a decent player, by the way. MCK Raresh, we talked about them earlier. A player from Italy who's almost every season been between 100 and 150 franc by the end of season. So really capable player. I think right now they're top 100. They're doing well for themselves. We're going to get the comparison of what's better, because the interesting part to me is Raresh is planning to dock. And that's going to make this a good play for Don. What? How did you know he was going to dock? Don, like, tell me your ways. Like, how did you know? Have you played against him before and he does this a lot? Because this is a intriguing read. I don't know if this is worth it if it's not for the dock detail. If Raresh was just insta-rushing Feudal Age, I think this is bad, right? Because the meta right now, where you open archery range, GG. Wait, what? Okay, so he's doing a Rax reaction to your fishing. I genuinely think that's an overreaction. You're shoreline fishing on a double pond, right? So you're going to get more idle time before very long. He's already almost exhausted 500 food here. In fact, between the two ponds he already has, the two stacks he already has. By the time the spearmen get out here, there's going to be maybe 100 food left. So it's going to suck for Don to have to walk back, but here's a thought, guys. Why would you walk back? If there's not enough spearmen, you can just tank with the villagers and heal with the prelate. So Raresh is going to be stuck in Dark Age for quite a long time then. Oh my god, and Don's now reacting with the Rags as well. What is this game? Now, funny thing about the HRE, by the way, they're actually broken on water maps and water hybrid maps now because of the marching drills in Dark Age. Look at the movement speed on this guy as a Dark Age unit. So Rax is going to come in. Spearman, he doesn't even know what his place is here. He has to kill the prelate. The only option is to kill the prelate. Anything else is pointless here. That's what had me worried, though. Like, that's what doesn't make this a logical play for Raresh. There's a prelate here on one side and not for you. This is like when you watch Ottoman players in maps like Canal, and they build 20 spears, and then they just get the imams and they win. It's a similar logic. You can't do damage. Yeah, kind of flexing play, right? Spearman needs to get healed up. The challenge now is Raresh has to, I think, stop and find the perfect moment to tech up. Because if you keep doing this, I think you just lose. And Don, realistically, what he should be doing now is after he gets the sheep back, he should be sending his scout to watch the racks of the enemy. And oh my god, Raresh has now pulled the prelate. Dive in even deeper. Prelate is being brought low. Don, oh no! That's big. However, Spearman chased the prelate on the other side. And all of a sudden, you're in a situation where Raresh, I don't even know if you want to nibble on this more. Prelate is going to stay alive barely. Don, he has no gold. He can't replace this. But here's the interesting detail. Raresh could. He could go double prelate here. I genuinely think you could double prelate. If Raresh does double prelate, it's GG. Because he'll heal the other prelate, he'll rush in, he'll kill everything here. And Don doesn't have wheelbarrow, right? So he won't be able to run home quickly. Oh my god. Like, what is this game? Always when you watch Donald. Prelate almost goes down there. Dangerous game being played. Villagers just committing in. Not a single one has died yet. How are you winning this? That's insane. I can't believe, like, Raresh, way too greedy here. You see what's happening and you choose to not invest in a second prelate. That's a critical blunder. He's now doing it on a delay. If he'd done this straight away, the double prelate could have overwhelmed. But now it's way too late. These spearmen, there's not enough of them left. Villagers are going to be fine. There's enough spearmen now to chase them away. Don, I think he's all right in this. He definitely has some very big wood issues that he needs to solve for ASAP. He's moving across on the gold now. So this is where Don wants to try and thread the needle and just get to feudal. The interesting part, by the way, is that he left the sheep out here. The other interesting part is he had fish to supplement himself, right? Look at the sheep difference. Raresh is down to 6 sheep left over. Don has 11. And no textiles, because textiles would involve gold gathering, which is something that Don did not do. Waste from Raresh there. Not even sure where the spearman's in that area. Wait, Raresh? That's a quick way to lose the prelate again. No. Hey, Don's just going to dive it. Like, I think you 100% just take the prelate. Right? Oh, okay. Maybe a little bit too late now. Good micro, though. He sees the low Alphonse. Oh, my God! The out micro here. Don, even with the heal on the side of Raresh, Pink is getting absolutely shellacked. And that should now be the prelate going down, right? Whenever you try to retreat, he's the slowest to get out. So good dive pass. Ooh, just shy of it, though. Missed opportunity there. I genuinely think he could have easily got that if he just ran onto it. Here's the other issue, though. Raresh is losing too many spears. Instead of rushing his tech up, he has to add in more spears. And no! What? You've got to be kidding me. He's going to get it. That's 100 gold down the drain. Guys, this is actually hurting Raresh a lot now, because Raresh all of a sudden has to add in another prelate. So that's 2 villagers down now, right? Because remember, every time you build a prelate, you're not building a villager. And you're spending another 100 gold on top of it. This is brutal. Don, of course, is... of course. Don's like, oh, I won't build another prelate. What kind of idiot builds more prelates? Just build a mine work. Oh my god. Are you really doing this to him? Okay, I don't often say I like mine work, but I like it here because in an HRE mirror where you force double prelate recommitment, it's a huge deal. Because now, on top of the fact they spent 200 more gold than you, there's idled the TC building more prelates than you, you can now also just get into your blacksmith upgrades, right? That's the difference. The discount you get on this mine work is insane. It's 50%, right? So 50% cheaper on 175, you're paying, what was that, 87.5 resources. That's the cost of an extra prelate. Right? And for Raresh, it's double that. So, like, it's such an eclipse point in this game. I love the idea. Especially when you're right now into mass melee mosh pits, where you can just get the melee tech very quickly. Because it's not just it's 50% cheaper, it's 50% faster. And then there's the added details, right? Which is you have to drop a blacksmith now if you're Pink to compete with this. That's an extra 150 wood. Starts to add up quickly. Is that coming in, though? Ooh, villagers might be in trouble, though. Don, I think he hung around here a bit too wide. And the spearman definitely ran off a bit too far. They're on their way to assist now, but it's going to come at a price. Sick micro. I love that. Don, he sticks the spearman between it so they can't charge and they get slowed down. That was sick. Villager's going to turn around now. Once again, Don, harming the peasantry. The villagers, how the hell did most of them survive that? Melee defense coming in now. Villagers should be pulling back. One of them is still ready to party, though. Now, Raresh is ahead. I want you guys to be conscious of that. Raresh now does have Arkin. He's ahead on villager count because he killed 3. I think Don made a mistake. And Don is trying to rectify it with this. No textiles, but riveted chainmail will make up for it for a different unit. This is crazy. The +2 melee armor here is huge. It's going to make you almost as tanky as men-at-arms, right? Raw HP is bigger for men-at-arms. But in terms of the armor, you're going to be mirroring them. And now the outpost rush. 3 villagers in the front line, right? It's going to be a flood over, a jump onto that backside. But good mirroring there, Don. Looks like one of the villagers is going to go down for it, but spreads the lines just thin enough that he should be able to hold this. In fact, he's going to stomp this. The free armor's in. The men-at-arms are as well. More villagers going down. One is going to survive. Outpost is up, and all of a sudden, Raresh is now without food. Oh, what an insane game. Archers are at least arriving. Now, that's the upside for Raresh, is if he can switch into full archers, you'll save yourself a pretty penny, right? Because mostly you'll be spending food, and food is wood, rather, and wood is the thing that you can buff by 40%. Food is not. This move out onto the berry patch on the west side feels bad because not only is it exposed, you do not have the buff rate in this area. The problem is, if you scale into archers now, which is kind of your only reliable choice, it's going to be men-at-arms. The interesting point, actually, from Don is that he's going castle first. Oh, this is bloody fantastic. It's going to be Burgrave, isn't it? 100% you Burgrave here. Actually, do you? If you Burgrave, it's very risky against H3 players because if you don't kill them, they're going to go Regnants, right? And they get a huge advantage. You can take that away, though. Like, with the map control initially, you should be able to do that. I really like the idea of Burgrave because of the tech unlock speed as well. I think that's a big deal. Just getting into the men-at-arms upgrade, the heavy maces, almost instantaneous is huge. Or outpost being stuck by Don. What is this game? You know, most players start their aggression with H3 now in Feudal Age. The meta evolved, right? But when the meta evolved, Don read those notes. He's like, what's that? H3 players are playing Feudal now. Well, I've got to step it up because I was playing Feudal for months. I guess I'll play Dark Age. Yeah, you know, just evolve it a bit. Rarish now hunts towards the base. The problem is the resources have already been gathered here. Outpost is going up. Great read by Don. And he's got E-repairs in range here, so there's no way you're going to be able to breach this with just a few men-at-arms. The other side, though, this is risky. What Rarish is doing, I don't think Don scouted it. He doesn't know about the berries. But he just saw it with the outpost. Uh-oh. Rarish isn't going to be able to match the castle timing. Don, moment of truth, friend. What are we choosing? Slap the barbecue on, baby, because I'm going to get myself a double whopper here. Burgrave coming in. Men-at-arms in the meantime have shifted across, so idle time here. Raresh running back now with 14 villages. Other side of this is going to be a dive towards the berries, but limited damage done. I can't believe this, man. Usually a mirror like this is decided by small differences, right? I am 4 villages ahead, says Raresh. I win. No. No, you don't. You want to talk about small differences? How about a big difference? That food on the shoreline made the world of difference for Don in this game. Outpost scroll continues. Oh, this is crafty as well, because he's got the outpost over here, giving the vision into the tree line. And now this one can get arrow slits to snipe in. In fact, do you even just wait for Springles? Nah, I doubt it. He's going to garrison inside. Now, luckily for Raresh, the lumber camp got attacked there. But all of a sudden, you now have to just surrender this wood line. This is bad. It means your trees aren't going to be buffed by 40% now. So at this point, Raresh has a sliver of his economy, maybe like an eighth of his economy being buffed by Arkan. That's really bad. Dive in wasn't successful. Raresh now just trying to all in, but I don't think this works. Going siege engineering here. You're about to be up against a handful of men-at-arms that will hold this all back. And they've already been upgraded into Castle Age units, haven't they? Yep. Heavy maces is going to be too expensive. I think you just focus on getting the men-at-arms because, remember, most of the enemy's army is archers. It's not actually someone that gets bonus damage against it from heavy. So, you know, much better to just commit hard into MAA spam. Villagers, in the meantime, are just going to get shivs out and defend themselves. And Raresh, in desperation, has played with the wide northern flank. Luckily, he's not going to get scouted there anytime too soon. Although, if I was Don, I'd get suspicious, right? If I look in here and I don't see mass farms, and I don't see you on the berries on the left side, there's really only one place you can be. What crazy game. Rams now coming in. Oh, that's a blunder. He done it in range. So Don is going to know exactly what's happening. And he has choice here. He has agency. And with that agency comes great responsibility, guys. The villagers are on the move for presumably the deer and the fish in the center. MA in the meantime diving the primary TC. Raresh at least does have the Steeled Arrow. There's +2 ranged armor here, so 6 damage removed from that 9 attack on the TC. Rax is being built up in the corner here by Raresh. He's trying to get ready for a tech up. The problem is, if Don can afford this spam, if he can keep it going, I don't know how you actually get anything in Castle Age. I don't even know actually I get to Castle Age itself. MAA, gonna club down these boys. Ram, is going to start shuffling in. Now, the problem is Don just garrisoned a relic, so he's got some gold trickle. So blocking the gold doesn't kill his game. Oh my god, dude. How does... So Raresh has to build as many men-at-arms as possible to contest this now. That plays into Don's hand, because if he does go for the maces, he destroys this. This is brutal. He repairs. Gonna slow down the assault. Arislet's also just defending against the Archer Mass. I think Raresh has lost all ability to attack here. He's now stuck on the defense with worse men-at-arms to try and hold. And it's even worse than that. Because of Mind Work, Don actually bothered to get the melee techs. Raresh didn't. So this is the worst way for him to fight. Right? He was prepped to deal with range units here from Don. He has nothing against melee units. Oh my god. I wouldn't be surprised if Raresh builds the Regnants over here. I actually think you have to build Regnants over here. Unfortunately, you've just got scouted. Wow, what a game. I think we've reached the bitter end, though, for Raresh. I just don't see a way out anymore. The gold has all been found. He's going to run home. He's nowhere near Castle anymore. He had to reinvest. The men-at-arms just clobber down the villagers. Raresh is looking as confused as someone fighting Psyduck at this stage. I think this is over. They're going to raid on the flank at least temporarily, but Don is just micro-managing his armies better. He's multitasking better here. Men-at-arms spam has climbed up to almost double digits for Raresh, but the difference is Don now has a reason to go into heavy maces. And that would just end the game. What a cool game. This is Don's second game this season, you said, right, Don? Not bad. Just 2 games in, huh? Takes a long break, comes back and does this to someone. Someone who's been grinding pretty hard. I think Raresh has over 100 games. Wow. No, maybe not 100, like 60, 70. Quite a lot. Raresh, where are we going now? 21 villages on the go. The difficulty now for Raresh is he technically can beat these Castle Age men-at-arms, but he has to have so many units in a location to beat them. And by them, I mean a small splinter group of this total count. Right? So he needs to find like 3 men-at-arms and attack them with 10. Otherwise, it's just a bad trade. Archers. Oh, at least going to be able to kite a little bit here and snipe 1-2 billies, but realistically, this has reached the point where you can't play Feudal anymore. You need Castle. Warlord coming out from Don. Oh, he gets 2 of them! I always like to remind people in these situations, that's not a 2-villager advantage, that's a 4-villager advantage difference built there, right? You took 2 from your opponent, you got 2 in return. And now the double outpost out here, the double relic garrison, dude, this is absurd. What a crazy game. I need more people that play like Don. Okay, can some of you in chat just be inspired by this and just play the game this way, please? Thank you. All you people waiting for Feudal Age, for Castle Age, waiting until you got 30 villagers to mass an army and attack. Your villagers are the army. Oh no, that's bad timing. Moving out towards the deer, not ideal here out of the Donster. Even with textiles, you'll die quickly as many men-at-arms. And heavy mace is in. Okay, here we go. This is big. This is exactly what he needed. Look how quickly he deletes the enemy men-at-arms. Rab's now coming up to try and resecure this area where the berries are. Notice that, you know, several minutes ago, Raresh was just a sliver off of going Castle Age. You wouldn't believe it if you looked at the numbers now. God damn. So Don, now with 3 times the military. You know, it's one thing to try and beat a Castle Age army when you have double its count as feudal. It's another level of delusion to think that with 1/3 of the army, you can beat a Castle Age army. And this is the thing, like, Raresh, I think he saw the heavy maces, he's like, I can't do this anymore. There's no way back now. in Feudal. I have to go Castle. The problem is you're going to have to do it over here. If you do it at home, it's GG. Out of time in the main. Rarish, I don't even know why he's trying to defend underneath the TC. It's going to be a bug raid. I mean, in fairness, there's basically no relics left on the map. So yeah, it's going to be a Burgrave. Unbelievable. After having the Raxes at home, after playing that long in Feudal, just still have to just go Burgrave. Just shows you he had nothing left. Don is trying to end the game now. The tech up is going to come through, and it's probably going to pivot him to doing something else. But here's the funny thing, guys. Just hang here, kill the Archon. Why not? It would take him so long to repair. I'll guarantee he never has any gathering speed buff as well. E-repair is at least going to delay this, but at this stage, there's just too many men-at-arms. You know what the crazy part about this game is as well? Don hasn't built, like, what, more than a handful of farms? Yeah, he's got 4. 4 farms in total in this entire game. Wait, no. Sorry, that's the wrong player. He's got none, right? We were right. Yeah, 0 farms this entire game out of Don. Who needs Frisian? Who needs 30 sheep? Just take the berries, take the fish, take the deer. E-repairs is only halfway off cooldown. He's going to lose the TC before it comes off. I can't believe this. What an incredible game. Villagers are not reacting on the flank. Don is basically just on pilot mode right now. Autopilot mode, that is. And it looks like he has now scouted out. So Villagers moved up here. He now knows about the Burgrave. He's setting up an outpost on the berries. God, Don is on a new level of annoying to play against, I swear. TC, about to be on fire. 5 seconds to E-repairs. I just don't think it matters at this stage. I love the fact that he's hop blocking him. He's like, just in case you think you can get Burgrave working, just in case you happen to have the food, let's remove those houses. Hello? Oh! Oh! That was so close! The Landsnet were about 0.5 maximum, less than that actually, seconds away from being converted there. And that would have been a butchering. Imagine if these guys, next to this many villagers, got turned. Dangerous game. Holy crap. You know, is it wrong of me to wish that more RTS games were like this? Everything is so discombobulated. In its own way, it's kind of beautiful, right? It's not this focused fight in one area. This very kind of methodical approach where we just all meet in the middle for a big clash. It's messy. It's dirty. But it's what we all secretly want. We just don't want to admit it. We're 23 minutes into the game, and neither player has more than 30 villages. Final landmark. It's time to go. Don's had enough of this. Playtime is over, and Raresh knows it. GG gets called. These HRE players, they wait for Feudal, but not Donster. He decided this was dark. Thank you very much, Don Artie. An absolute joy of a game. I mean, what would we call that one? So, HRE Dark Age better than Feudal. Oh, I get to hydrate, do I? Thank you. Don is the real Don of AoE4. Damn right. I kind of dream of the day where Don just comes in and dominates tournaments so that I can just interview him and he'd be like, this is the way that AoE4 is meant to be played. That would be so good. Okay. Sorry, just had a message come through. Okay, good. So if we might enjoy that one, damn right I would. Double the army at the shore, a fish, 6 spears, 6 starting army, whatever those are. Oh, you mean those hybridized military units that can attack fish as well as bio? Yeah, those ones. The suit is back. Damn right. I like this suit actually. What do you guys think? Do you like this suit? I don't wear this one that much. I think this one got ripped in the arm. I had it patched up, but it's like one of those. Yeah. So what they do is they basically they put a material underneath it that closes the gap. So like you'd have to look to see the little tear. But I didn't want to throw away the suit because I really like it. Oh. So let's have a look and see what else we've got. See, now we've got to go back to normie crap after that. Who wants that? Oh. Oh, that's why you deleted the mill. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I didn't glance at because I think you deleted it quite quick. I thought you just like decided to put the mill somewhere else more optimal. Was where my brain was at. Interesting. All right, who's Matisse up against? Guys, do we? Do we really? I mean, it's one thing when Don's in a mirror. But these guys? I mean, maybe, but it's on high view. Do we watch this? What do you guys think? Do we watch this? If we do, I need to quickly go and make myself a drink. One's in chat if we watch the H3 mirror. Twos if no. I'll be back in just 1 sec. I'll run ads as well, so when we come back, we don't have to worry about those. Alright, I see everyone hates H3 mirrors, so buy H3 mirror. Whew. I don't blame you guys. You ever feel like when you guys, like when players play queue into a game and you discover you're both playing the same civ, there should be a mutual like handshake opportunity to say no one loses or gains elo from this, and then you can leave the game. Oh, Recon. Who is GIF music? Who's GIF music? Wait, what? Who is this? I need to know. Sup, Corp? How's it going, darling? How you doing? So who's GIF music? They're from the Isle of Man. Okay, who is this? They're ranked 154th right now, with 173 games played. They were Diamond 2.6k rank, as in 2,600 rank, Season 6. Who is this? Do we want to check this guy out? I mean, they're VPNing from somewhere, dude. Their location shows us Isle of Man. Here, I'll show you guys. I don't know who this is. I just know I'm now very curious. So, one sec. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you wanted to be subtle about smurfing, right? Maybe choose somewhere other than, like, Isle of Man. That's just such a weirdly obvious place. Oh, man. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll check this one out then. Oh, one sec. Actually, I just need to quickly send a message. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a messy campaign I'm trying to activate critters for. That GIF guy was an asshole to you? What do you mean? What, was he just typing crap at you? So I guess you're a Recon fan in this one. Oh, I forgot to change the green screen in this scene as well, didn't I? Whoop. There we go. Biz versus French, though. Like, how do you play this and not get clapped? I guess. You just multi-TC. I think you have to multi-TC. He was asked you to playing Byzantines. Oh my god, I wish I could see the in-game chat. Oh dear. Alright. Well, this just got all that much sweeter. Chat just told me, we got someone there. Artesian was saying that they queued into this guy up here called GIF Music in the green on the French just the other day. And they were a complete to him. So, we had to check on this. They're up against Recon of all people. And the reason why they were being assy with Artesian apparently is because he picked Byzantines, which is exactly what Recon's done in this game. God, I so wish we had in-game chat showing in observer mode. So we're going to be on Rocky River all maps. Remember, Rocky River is the one where you actually do have the fishing in the ponds in the center. Not really something I expect a Byzantine player to play for, but honestly, I think French is a civ that can do it to a certain degree because they're the cheap milks. We're not going to see it likely in this game, but we were just saying, you know, my takes on this, I don't feel like you win this matchup in Few Lasers French. That's very difficult to do because your opponent can easily just scale into Javelins and Limtane, and you lose. Full stop. So what I'm expecting instead is, whether a prolonged feudal cast lasers is the end turn play, the French player is going to need multi-TC. You're going to have to at least go 2, and then if your opponent goes for a third, you need to kind of mirror it. But that is going to leave you a little bit vulnerable. I think it's very important that you're not too greedy with this TC placement. There is a glorious position on the forward here for the French player. With the ball, the deer, and then double fishing nearby. It's actually a lot better than over here. If you think about the distance to get there, it's actually about the same distance, but the difference is that this one, I'd say, is easy to bridge to your main. And it's just more resources overall, right? Because you'd be talking about 2,450 resources versus, what would this be, 950 plus 2,000. So 2,450 resources here or 2,950 here. And then the follow-up resources are so close by. So I'm hoping we're getting 2 TC play on that right side. Opening-wise on the sheep count, looking pretty good, actually. So we've got, what was that? 13 sheep compared to 12. And it is going to be Imperial Hippodrome. Oh, dude, this got so much more bullyish. GIF music is going to be so tilted by this game. I can already tell. Because now, like, the one advantage you maybe had has been stripped away. Hippodrome's a really smart play. I wasn't expecting Recon to play into it because I know he's historically more of a defensive player. And there's a lot more safety in Grand Winery. But I do quite like Hippodrome. And it's a smart read if you suspect that you're up against multi-TC. Because against multi-TC, there's going to be a lot more villagers. Ergo, more opportunities to snipe villagers with Expilatores and get paid. The other cool thing is Triumph activates and puts Horsemen up to a damage point where they trade very well against Knights. And the cool thing is that Knights can never run away from you, right? Because Horsemen are inherently quicker, and with Triumph, they go up to maximum movement speed. Oh, so I read that the wrong way around from Boy, where he's like, I had the closest matchup with him once, and then I had a nice conversation afterwards. I hope he wins. I'm like, oh, that's weird. So some people had good experiences and bad experiences with GIF, and then you're like, oh, it's Recon. Yeah, Recon doesn't really tend to lay on the smack talk. He's a very chill and nice guy. I don't think I've ever seen him argue with someone. Quite like, you know, he might question someone they say, but it's in a very shy way, I think is the way I describe it. It's never obtuse or over the top. He hasn't got the classic in it British banter, should we say. He's got the wholesome. So we're coming up on the forward. I'm wondering if he actually prioritized the berries pretty hard here. It's kind of weird because you're going to get a worse gathering rate, but you will in turn get your javelins, which feels quite important. It's not a rush element though. Like realistically, the way this is going to play out, Horseman, Limitane, opener, your opponent is going to go Knights, his archers are going to come in a delay. So when that delay is triggered and he finally gets into archers, you can be getting into your jabs. Now, what worries me is actually GIF has not moved onto stone whatsoever. There's a point where you kind of look at a pick, and this is kind of a classic issue actually that the French players have right now. You look at this pick and you wonder, why not just pick Joan? This has been a regular question going into people's brains at the moment whenever they see a French pick, is if you're going to play a 1TC all-in approach, in what way would this have proved better than a Joan version? That's something the developers have been wrestling with, by the way. They've been trying to find ways to just make French feel more viable for that strategy. I'm of the opinion that French still just doesn't really feel that good compared to the Joan option if you're not willing to add in a second TC, if that's not part of the game strategy. I'd actually see Jones have got to the point where they are more frequently now doing this as well. Now, let's talk about why GIF feels like they need to do this. It's because they're in a 1TC all-in, boy. I was about to check the scouting vision and be like, well, they scout the Hippodrome, right? No, they don't know about the Hippodrome at all. So this choice to go Knights and Archers is solely because GIF clearly only goes all-in 1TC. Because there's no way, if you thought this was Grand Winery, I think it would be difficult to dent as well. At least if it was against Hippodrome, this whole idea of bypassing getting the Archers and Knights would kind of make sense. I feel like GIF stumbled into an answer to what he's up against, but it's still not without its issues, right? Like the olive oil is now being gathered up. Those first javelins coming out will shut this down immediately. And what scares me then is you're in a game where, sure, you're scaling a slight eco lead, but the Byzantines have other things to kind of garnish the eco, right? Nice little clash in here, though. Does actually get a freebie on their villagers. But the reality is, like, Recon, you know, at this stage, he's already got 10% increased gathering rate. Then you consider he's got the olive oil coming in. It's almost like you've got a 20% extra resource, or efficiency rather there. So being 1 or 2 villages ahead isn't good enough for the French. It's really why I was expecting 2TC to be the backbone of the strategy here. All right, what do you guys think? 1s if the French can win this, 2s if you back the Byzantines. I kind of feel like everyone's going to go 2s, but I'm wondering if they're just going 2s because of the player. Don't be shy if you genuinely think French can win this matchup, because I'm kind of perplexed. I'm trying to like stroke my chin and see the easy path to success. I just think that this is not a civ that is inherently set up to be able to beat the Byzantines. I think not many civs are right now. You know, Biz at this stage, it's an uphill battle. Biz, HRE, there's quite a few that are just proving to be an absolute uphill battle. And by the way, when I say like could win, anything could win, right? You know, I could win the lottery. I could be propositioned and proposed to by Margot Robbie. But the likelihood is incredibly small, right? Similar with the French-Byzantine matchup, where I think the likelihood that a French player can win is teensy tiny. So GIF music, how are we looking? Knight scaling. He hasn't moved out in the boar at least. It's still just 1 TC. The problem is his eco league just doesn't really feel big enough at this stage. And we should be getting a level system 2 getting added in soon, right? Yeah, Recon is mismacroing a bit. Unless his intent is to go 2TC on a delay, I don't like what he's doing. 2TC is kind of a cool idea, though. Like, your opponent has stopped pushing you. So Recon might be paranoid that GIF is going for a second TC. When you think about the game from his POV, it makes a lot of sense that he might suspect 2TC play. Give me marching walls now going up. Limitane Horsemen are here, though. And Recon, he's been stacking up those Triumph charges. Here we go. Activates it and goes in. Knights have to stand their ground here. Not the best at micro. The fact that GIF isn't stepping away has me a bit worried. Limitane at least being targeted down, but I mean, even if they die, Knights versus Horsemen with Triumph activated, Horsemen can win that. Needs to be quick about it, though. Starts to stab him down now, and I think he's done enough damage. Dude, this is going to be an absolute wipe. Knights at the tail end. Even with the Triumph now deactivated, there's just too much damage on them, and now the villagers are in trouble as well. Interesting choice. Did GIF do that intentionally to tank with the villagers? I think he may have done. That might have just saved him there, actually. The Knights, because they pulled past and the A-click went onto the villagers, Recon made a critical blunder there. He should have been focusing on the Knights because you don't need to be taking villagers out first. If he targeted those Knights, 3 more would have went down, and then he could have turned around on the Villies. Instead, GIF gets a little bit of time to breathe, gets time to get an outpost up. He's going to stay alive. This has to be 2TC now. This is getting absurd. Recon has not added in a second cistern at all. I don't like that he took this long. It's finally coming in now, but I just have so many questions about it. It feels a little bit odd the way this was played. Yeah, personally, I would have liked to have seen 2TC with what he's up against and how you just reset him. Because I think you would have got away with it. You've already added in olive groves. You've got the sustainable food. So, yeah, if I had to give a little bit of advice for him, the Byzantines are really important to optimize system timings around. This was far from that. Second wave stacking though, guys. And we do now have Mercs. And it is going to be all in on this. Keshix. That surprises me a lot. I think Javelins could have worked quite well here. But if you don't feel like you can get mass over your opponent, Javelins can be risky in that your opponent can flank and kill them, right? Keshix are self-sustaining units. And the other thing I think that maybe Recon's reading into here is that GIF is apparently playing French as if the year is 2021. He's not, he doesn't know what a spearman is. He's never heard of that thing, right? Like, how do you get these spear things? Like, I don't know what they are. I'm used to just running my knights into whatever's in my way. Oh, is that the stupid pokey thing that I impale myself on? Oh, damn. Yeah, those are scary. It's kind of weird to see this because I feel like the meta for the French did move pretty hard in this idea of 1-1-1 builds for a little while. In fact, if you guys remember, in French mirrors especially, 1-1-1 was the way to go. But 1-1-1 would be the way to win this. It's such a blunder that he didn't go for it. Don't get me wrong, like if think about it, you don't really need archers at all. You could just spam spears. But the reality is, like, the archers have value to a certain degree against the Lematane. I just think the way that Jif is fighting, considering he's more or less just standing still and A-clicking, he seems like the kind of person that I would expect to love spears and always try to get them. At this point, it's hard to sustain javelin production. I disagree. You've got a handful of groves. You had the initial berries. You don't need a million jabs. You just need a handful. Because you can outrange, you can poke and prod, right? You can force your opponent to commit to a bad fight. That's another advantageous element that doesn't get highlighted enough with javelins, is how they force bad engagements for your opponents. Because of the range. Same with lombos. Lombos force you to take fights you don't want to. Because if you have nowhere to run, you're dead. And what makes it worse against jabs is, once jabs are in range, you can't just run away. They move as quickly as you do with your infantry. So most of the walls are up. Jif has kept a small opening here, which is kind of interesting at this point. I actually think Recon could just go castle quite freely in this game now. Jif's exhausted, I'd say, the safer resources on the boar and the deer, and he's kind of running out of good options, right? The risk Recon runs if he continues this path of long feudal is that he lets Jif mount enough knights that he can go castle with Royal Institute. And that would GG a Byzantine player out. So yeah, I think Recon at this point is a bit too committed to the idea of what Hippodrome is rather than what it can be. And what I mean by that is Hippodrome is usually seen as an all-in feudal play. But the reality of what Hippodrome is a forced reactionary. When you do it, your opponent has to do something in reaction to it. The way that Hippodrome always loses is when players over-commit into that element of strategy. Trump gets activated, though. Moving into the clash. Archers hang around for quite a while. Limitane count is already down to 9. This knight count is actually quite scary. This time got the charge off. Hippodrome's Triumph about to run out, though. This is a little bit sticky, isn't it? 6 Limitane left over. Archers are almost surrounded, though. With only a handful of spears left over in the base of the French, it's hard to bank a victory for the Byzantines here. Recommitment with the Knights. Damage buff does come out. And now we're down to what? 3 Limitane. Archers will stand their ground to clear out the last of it. Now the Kesh is going to be swarmed. I think Recon made a mistake here. This dive feels so unnecessary. And the interesting thing is it's forced a recommitment. Jif wasn't actually actively producing at all times, but all of a sudden we've been talking about 14, 15 knights while you have nothing to defend with. Options open up at that stage for Jif, right? He can think about slowly skirting towards Castle Age. He can go on the offensive and punish you. I think Recon done that classic maneuver we see in a lot of situations from players like this with the Hippodrome where they committed to an all-in that just didn't really exist for them. And I think what doubled down that thought process for him was the fact that it's French, so he knew that they were building more villages over time. Reality is it's negligible at this stage. It's a 5-villager difference, and you're on level 2 system. Level 3 system even. You don't care. You're actually better economically than your opponent. Yeah, if I'm Recon now, I think it's just castle. Castle now makes a lot of sense. The good news is your opponent's coming to you, so you can just kind of defend more easily. You have a bit more mobility advantage on your side because your opponent can't just hide in their choke points. They're going to be stuck up against the wall. And in fairness, your opponent does have cav. It's not the most efficient way of torching through walls either. So Recon is going to start to poke. That's going to reset Jif temporarily. I would expect Recon to go into Castle Age around 18 or 19 minutes in this game. Would be a good timing. Flash comes in though. Triumph gets activated again. Trying to let the Limitane free, but really just need to pile onto those archers. Small group left over means that this should be an impossible fight for Jif to win. Especially with this many Limitane still in the mix. There's 7 of them clashing in. And the problem with the Triumph, like this is what makes it so annoying, is if you don't finish the target, it feels like it was worthless damage done. At the tail end of the fight now. Enough spears left over that I don't see a world in which Jif should be able to fight this, so it's going to be a backup. And this is where I'm looking for a tech up from Recon. He's already hoarding way too much gold. At this point, you could even consider dropping a marketplace and selling some of this, because you've got some significant macro issues in this game. A little bit surprised by this detail, by the way. Little tip for Recon. You need to maybe consider going into undermesh in these situations. Your opponent did have... Oh, sorry, has got the insulated helm, rather. It is knights, but if you're going to float this much gold but not just throw it over, it's worth having that extra melee armor just to make these guys last a bit longer. Farm transition now coming from Jiff. Good God. Get me out. When this happens in your game as a French player in Feudal Age, you know you're in a bad position. The crazy part to me is that Recon is going for a tech up while simultaneously setting up all these walls. It just shows you how good the Byzantine economy is. Golden Horn Town now on the way. Yeah, I think we're going to be saying a swift farewell to Jiff music in the next few minutes. They're still building archers, and they're building into more knights. Problem now is Recon, I actually think you just spam Varangian, the classic for Byzantines, and it's a win. What is Jiff's way out now? Typically, you kind of lean towards the idea of going into Imperial. It's desirable here, but the problem is you're not shown, you're French. I think actually for Jiff, they're going to need Royal Institute. It's not going to feel good, but it's literally your own play. Because then you can keep your opponent off of Varangian, and he has to go for Limitane instead. Anything else, and I'm just not going to be a fan of it. Now, of course, Jiff has to reach that point first, and his food numbers are deceptive. A lot of this food income isn't just farms, right? He's been out on the pocket resources as well. So upgrades coming through. Recon, funnily enough, is actually still adding in more horsemen. And there we go. Jiff, correct call. Royal Institute now on the way. One problem he is going to have... Okay, he has walled himself in fully now. So he's got the 8k gold. Scaling Knight shouldn't be a difficulty here. What is going to be a difficulty is the food side of things, right? That's the thing that might strain him a bit. It's a good thing he's already got 3 farm clusters up in that regard. But even that has its limitations, especially when you consider how much more efficient the farms are of the Byzantines. Yeah, how many farms in are we now? 24 versus 22. But it's level 5 system, right? Yeah. 26% better. And it's more than that when you think about it. It's not just 26% better, right? It's the olive oil on top of all that. Charge comes in on the side, and those are eco losses you simply can't afford right now. Wait, Jiff, like, you shouldn't even be looking at this fight right now. That's a Castle's army. Oh, no. Big miss micro. Several knights go down. And this is the point where Recon's confidence has to be surging. Marches towards the enemy base. Tech up is complete. Jiff needs to buy time for the age-up advantage of getting into the veterancies, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Wait, no. Luckily, Recon didn't look at the open goal here. Had he, that would have been a dive into the farms and a GG. Now, in fairness, it's still not been walled. And Recon is now looking going, wait, what the what? Am I being baited right now? Does he want me to go in here? Yes, Recon. I want you to go in there. Instead, he's going to send it around the side. Oh my god, 30 villagers on the gold here. That's problematic, actually. Jiff, this idle time now going to the 8k gold on the back is big. He hasn't started getting the techs yet, right? He hasn't even started getting Cantor saddles. So the fact you've only got 250 gold for now the next, like, almost minute, bad. Really bad here. Especially when you know the mass is already favoring Recon. You can't even get your quality fully online. Just going right across the gold here. Recon is playing a little bit overly defensive. But it's because he knows that for the next 5-10 minutes, easy peasy, he's ahead, right? I think what you've got here is a classic example of when people see that a lot of the resources are out on the map, they focus on that, understanding that long-term their opponent can't win, right? But this is definitely the type of game where he could just be in the base right now ending. Yeah, you can see these hunting. Wait, does he know? Oh, no, he does. Okay, thank God. Yeah, so Recon knows about the big gold. He's checking all the other resources just to guarantee. Now he knows that his opponent can't get on the left side. He can just start to sweep in. And in fairness, he's going to reach pop cap so quickly it hasn't necessarily hurt him here. Second TC also online for Recon. So all of a sudden, Eco lead is going to be on his side in more than one way here. And that's also on top of that relics, right? 4 relics are accessible for Recon. Everything's kind of in cruise mode. I think Jif played this game way too defensive for way too long. But you know, the weird part is you could argue it's because of the Hippodrome play, but if you think about the opening, they didn't even know about the Hippodrome play, but they just defaulted to the idea of defensive play. Kind of feels like he'd be a player that's more at home playing something along the lines of Abbasids, Chinese. You know, French can be that kind of greedy defensive civ because they go multi-TC, but he never done that. Both on the wall. This is so completely unnecessary. This just go around. Give me a march in. Jif cannot run away from this. He has to fight. Keshik's front line. Limitane. Horseman peel off the left side. That is the freest win you could ask for here. Jif getting fully surrounded. Triumph gets activated, and that is going to be GG. Jif's that guy that postures like, you what, mate? You want a big fight? And the moment the guy stands up and he sees that he's 6'8", oh no. He wants no part of it. Farm's now being raided. Explorator's also got taken, by the way, so this is an absolute jackpot payday for Recon. An easy win. I wonder, after the fact that this guy tends to curse people for picking Byzantines, what would he have to say to our trash panda? It's crazy as well. Like, I think Jif had some cool little plays, especially when they had that fight with the Knights initially, where he peeled back and tanked with the villagers. That was really smart. But other than that, I think a bit too much complacency and a bit too much control. An easy win for Recon. Funnily enough, one where he didn't even have to commit as much as he did into Feudal. He could have just went for Castle sooner and made this look oh so cheesy, but looks like he was willing to play with the boy. Watching the French lose over and over brings you joy. I am an Englishman. Of course it does. Cav versus Biz seems more impossible by the day. Yeah, well, they have Limitane, right? It's like the big problem. The Hippodrome detail is kind of annoying. It's not too bad for French Knights because they can heal over time. So I think, like, you know, Joan, French can handle it a bit better. They just have other awkward weaknesses against Biz. The issue is Byzantine's economy is just too good. Way too good now. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see who else we can catch playing some games. It's a bit laggy. So Recon, Lash. Who's Dragovan up against? The Professor. Who? Do you guys know this guy? They don't have a rank according to AoE4 World. That can't be right. Wait, is Dragovan only 1209 elo? What? Oh, no. Okay, what? Why is it showing 1209? He's 1621. AoE4 World has a heart attack sometimes. Oh, this is Myriad. Well, we gotta check this one out, haven't we? Myriad versus Dragovan? That's a big poogers. Okay. One sec. Let's switch over. Oh, wait, guys. Do we check it out? It's high view. I'm torn now. Part of me wants to watch it, but it is high view. I'm going out on a whim here. If this makes it to the YouTube side, it must have been good because I do not trust high view at the moment. The games it's been delivering have been subpar, but these players are anything but. Professor, aka Myriad, over here playing as the Byzantines, going up against a peculiar player, Dragavan on the Marlins. If you guys have not caught Dragavan, we have a video on the YouTube side that is a perfect way to introduce you to Dragavan. I believe it's called the biggest throw in the history of Age of Empires 4. And it's not a clickbait. Go watch that and you'll understand how unorthodox and out-of-the-box Dragavan is in his approach to playing Age of Empires 4. So maybe he's going to show us something spicy different than Marlians. Who knows? Maybe we're going to get some early trade. That is usually one of the big problems of this map, actually, is that trade posts are so defensively located that trade feels like a freebie. The interesting thing in this game is actually, I'd say, these two civs both trade really well. The Marlians would have the edge if it wasn't for the fact that their trade doesn't tax correctly. But the Byzantines aren't too far behind when you consider that they also get olive oil. Now, why am I talking about trade? I don't know. I don't want the game to go that late. Let's hit the 2 times to get through the early game. Grand Winery on the way from Myriad. Mansa Quarry on the other side. So nothing too unorthodox here. How do I feel about this matchup and who wins it? This is an interesting matchup, actually. I find that Marlians is one of those civs that potentially can quell the Byzantines in Feudal Age. The reason is that if the Byzantine player decides to go for the Javelin contract, he can't scale anywhere near as many jabs as you. And you can't necessarily play Hippodrome here. It doesn't feel great to play Hippodrome because Marlians also have one of the best spearmen in the game as well. So Feudal just really isn't your peak point as Byzantines. I think your goal here is to get out of Feudal Age into Castle rather as quickly as possible. It looks like we might be staring down the barrel of a 2TC play, though. And that's pretty cool, because the idea of getting out of Feudal and Castle quickly is all well and good. But the reality is, if the Marlian player sees that's your intent, all he has to do is rush Fulani, and he's a mile ahead. By going 2C early, this is the, I think, the kind of go-to solution. I remember I was talking to Myriad about this as well, that his feeling was, ever since the nerfs to the Fulani, this is probably the best way to play against Marlian players if you can't beat them in Feudal, is just go 2TC, and then you put the onus on them. Because if they rush Castle Age, by the time they get there, your eco lead should be big enough that you can hold on. I believe we are going to get a TC drop, what, on the berries here? You could go deer. It depends whether you want the mercs. And of course, you're playing Byzantines, so you always want the mercs. Oh, I just realized, actually, we can do predictions, can't we? Let's get predictions online. Who will win? Dragavan or Myriad? I'd say these two are quite closely matched as well, actually, so it should be a fun one to get predictions in on. I guarantee everyone's just going to back Professor, aka Myriad, because he's playing Byzantines. But Marlians have some very disgusting timings. Like, what you have to really be conscious of here is right now, Byzantines, the strongest point in their game is actually Castle Age. It's the beginning of Castle Age and how they ramp. The difficulty, however, is in response, Marlians are one of the scariest civs at the beginning of Castle Age with their Fulani spam, right? Mass Sophering is insane. Speaking of which, Dragavan did do the unorthodox. He went for the Feudal Age Sofas. Unfortunately, they came a little bit too late here. But he is not going to slow down. I can't. Dragavan is always such a pleasure to watch. This guy is more obsessed with proxy bases than Crackety and Don combined at this stage. I can't believe this. What a map to do it on as well. This is smart. Remember, Highview, a lot of Stealth Forest, right? People wonder, why do I like the idea of Highview and why am I a fetishist for Stealth Forest? This is why. Tell me this isn't a cool element of AoE 4. Stealth Forests allow more masked play. They allow you to get a little bit more tricky and a little bit more kind of subtle on the map in a way that something like Dry Arabia doesn't allow for. I enjoy that. I think that's really cool. You know, it's something that even games like StarCraft have a lot of, I think people don't quite appreciate to the same degree when they compare it. And what I mean by that, for example, is like the idea of proxy bases, sneaking bases, these things that you try and hide for your opponent that you see, and they feel amazing when they happen. It's not to say you get it for free, right? If someone's scouting continuously, they should be able to see this eventually. But the other cool thing is, compared to StarCraft, I'd say the immediate value of it just feel like something cheesy is less. Like, this proxy base in itself doesn't feel cheesy. It just feels optimal. But it feels doable because you can move out for this and build it, and likely it's not going to be scouted until it's built, right? Unless your opponent is on it and immediately eyeballing you the entire time. Dragavan. I believe we should be getting Siege Engineering soon. Right? Yep, he's already queued it up. So fast into a ram here. It's a smart play because Myriad's whole perspective on this game is that he needs to build enough units to defend and just scale eco into castle. That's his goal. That's his win condition. Even more so when he sees that his opponent has built sofas, because he's like, okay, that's a heavy investment now. That's also an infantry killer. I don't really want to dance for that unless it forces me to. What I don't think Myriad is ready for is the second layer. The archers have not been revealed at all. I think there's kind of a mistake happening here. You can understand why it's happening. Myriad isn't scouting. The reason he isn't, though, is the sofas move quicker than scout, so he doesn't want to lose it. But to just not ID what's happening in this little area of the map could easily cost him this game. Archer mass building now. Dragovan. Oh, dude, he's going to instantly be in range. He can snipe 3 villagers here. Easy peasy. Here we go. He's going to reveal it. Dives on in. Archers immediately start hitting. Myriad tries to shift away. Let's get even more than 3. 4 villagers going down. And now Dragovan should just be getting into the ram. Javelin contract has been selected as well. I'm not a fan of this. We highlighted why, right? Like when you go Jav contract like this against the Malians, like this is the Civ that can eclipse you on Jav count. This is the Civ that can keep you down in the dirt when it comes to ranged. Do I think longbows would be a lot better? Actually, yes. Against this comp, a lot better, especially now that you just saw the archers. I don't know if he clicked the contract before the archers revealed. If he did, that's incredibly unfortunate. If he didn't and wait until afterwards, I'm starting to have more questions about this build. Sometimes you have to accept the game for what it is. Would you likely see Jazz from the Malians after you went longbow contract? Sure. But it's about how do you survive this fight? Because this is the paramount one. And it's not looking good. Doesn't even get a villager inside the TC. Outpost is going to be denied. Double ram is in. And this is a game where Myriad only has a 2 eco lead. It's going to remain that way. Because no villagers are getting away from the second TC. Oh, man. Dragovan. Mounting the pressure now. Dives towards the main. Villagers, barely anywhere to hide here. And the TC is down. Now, behind this, Dragovan has options, right? He could think about full lining up and going full greed, but why would you? Think about the lead he has in this game now, guys. The one redeeming factor for Myriad is to get into mass javelins to try and hold. That requires berries. That requires a lot of berries to get the scale you need. He just lost control of the secondary patch. He's already partially exhausted the primary. It's not looking great right now. Dragovan, that was an atrocious micro. I don't think you need to recommit with these sofas. He's rushing a bit. Take your time, focus around the archers, support the archers. The sofas are not your win condition. The archer mass is. Ram's now shuffling across. Double damage up against walls, so that's not going to last long. And he can hit the cistern here, actually. That's quite expensive if you end up losing it this early on in the game. Archers. Wait. No. Myriad. Oh my god, he trapped himself! No! No, 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 no! More villagers being targeted down. Textiles will at least save him this time. The Ram's now in on the cistern. Myriad waiting for that second group of javelins. Needs to be careful not to just overextend here. If you fight before you have them, you lose this. Yeah, that's what I don't want to see. He kills one archer, almost loses a jav. What's more replaceable here? It's not the javelins. Blacksmith upgrade's a big problem as well. One that Myriad's now trying to fix for. Dive comes in. Sofas, baiting the Limitane in range, and this should be a full commit. Sofas wrap around the back. Archers can chase this down, and I think that's going to be GG. I don't see how Myriad is meant to hold this now. It's going to be a raid on the backside of gold. I don't think he even gets the blacksmiths up. Archers now can just dive in. They can even just start trading out with the Javs. Jav count is at least looking decent, but the problem right now is Myriad with practically no food income doesn't really have anything to defend those javelins. More villagers down. Rax is now being hit. A rough game, man. Dude, what a play. Dragovan is such an annoying character. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Dragovan finishes this season in, like, top 100 easily. Probably, like, you know, let's be more bold. Top 50. Why? High view. I actually think maps like this are exactly what a player like Dragovan thrives on. These proxy bases are much harder to hide on maps like Dry Arabia, but so simple when you're playing here, where half of the map almost is Stealth Forest. Dragovan, he could think about making those cows that's being questioned. He could think about going castle, but he just wants to end the game. Myriad, honestly, I think you need a second TC more now than ever, but if you rush into it, you die as well. Wait. No, please don't. No, not again. Please. Thank God he's going to keep repairing. So he will barely keep this alive. I can't believe he almost lost the system the second time. Oh, more javelins going down, though. Wait, what? He overextended. All right, guys. If it seems like I'm calling it early, this one is now kind of on autopilot mode. It's not too early. Yeah, did I just see that correctly? Was Dragavan building a siege tower? Mira's going to try for the rewall. Oh, this is so mean. Mira's eco is so small, any loss feels incredibly painful. It's a 16 villager lead. Jesus. I think Mira's just going to have to accept it and add in olive groves. Oh, blimey. You know, I was just saying we need more players like Don. I guess Dragavan kind of ticks that box, right? He might not be pulling the villagers and all-inning through a tower rush, but he will proxy racks more often than anyone else in the game. Myriad barely holding on by his Chin 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 at this stage. Garen last of the berries on the backside. He can probably get about maybe, I think it's just one, isn't it? Yeah, one contract worth of mercs. He's trying to gather on the right side, but that's going to get shut down. Sophie's now breaking through the wall. Rams back in through the center, back on the system. That's going to draw attention, and then when the attention is drawn here, Dragon's going to strike on the right. This is a brilliant 1-2. And Myriad knows it, so he has to forfeit the right side early. Archer's now peeling. Surfer's going to head in. Myriad, to get out of this, would have to trade incredibly efficiently. He has got textiles, he has got Akrotoy. Byzantines are pretty good at using their infantry as frontliners. You obviously have to be very selective with time for that. And the problem is you can't lose the Limitane, because if you lose the Limitane, the tankiness of the villagers don't matter, they'll still die to Sofas. So your goal in this fight should be to focus around like absorbing the blow with the villagers, then pulling them back, and the Limitane build an advantage from there. But right now, this Archer mass is becoming way too big of an advantage. The other issue for Myriad on this spawn, sometimes a double forward tree line is a good thing. In this game, it's an atrocious thing. He has no wood income, so he can't scale his own archers. Not that you really want to against jab potential, but at this point, you need every unit you can get, and archers would be the most cost-efficient from a non-food perspective. Dive onto the farmlands. Myriad putting all the wood in olive groves and immediately getting idled up here. At this point, I feel like we're just watching Myriad be bullied, and I feel bad about it. And that makes me feel better. Thank you, Stormian, for the sub. That's exactly what I needed. Myriad's trying to go for a second TC. I think it's his only way out. I agree. The problem is, you can already see that Dragavan's guarding the flank resources, so where do you expect to drop this expensive TC? A lot of players in Dragavan's position would have just went for Castle Age at this stage. I kind of respect the fact that he's not. I think you go for it now. You're so far ahead, it's kind of a throw not to. Then again, you can still win with an all-in. It's just harder, right? That's why most people choose Castle Age at this point, because most players will just acknowledge and immediately GG because of it. Why is Myriad not GGing? He knows it's not Castle, right? Like, he understands the type of player Dragavan is. And what he's trying to do is find that moment where Dragavan actually does just accept that it's going to be Castle Age, and then puts 1,800 resources into something other than units. That's the edge he wants. That's going to be the thing that gives him the best shot of trying to hold on. But it's getting harder and harder by the minute. We're now up to 35 worker kills in this game. Archers sniping down a lot of the Limitana here. They're expensive to replace. Javelin count is not high enough. I mean, this should be an A-click in. If I'm Dragavan right now, I don't care. Dude, I'm just A-braining this one because there's simply not enough Javelins to clear me up. Does Myriad have a bet on for this game or something? Like, he's so resistant to giving it up. Myriad's like, I need that extra elo. I'm playing Byzantines. I'm meant to auto-win. Not this one, buddy. GG gets called. Dragavan's proxy bases extend far beyond just his English games. All right. Dude, that guy... That guy loves him. I think I call that one the proxy-based fetishist. Guy's definitely obsessed with them. Whew. At this point, you're just hitting a corpse. Yeah, but let's be fair, guys. If you had the opportunity to hit a corpse, it'd feel good, wouldn't it? You know? Probably shouldn't have said that. Yeah, it's like, you know, if you're a person who can't win fight smarts, you're like, yeah. If it doesn't, if the person's dead, they can't punch me back. It's the easiest win in a fight ever. I think Dragavan would accept that. That logic makes a lot of sense, right? Then again, like, you know what it is? Dragavan is always paranoid when he's hitting those corpses. We do have to remember that Numenor game where he was beating up a corpse for 20 minutes and then the corpse killed him. One sec. You check something. Oh. Oh, Leozim's back. I haven't seen Leozim in a while. Yeah, let's watch this. Yeah. One sec, I'm getting asked about something. I need to double check. Sorry, I just sent a quick message. Checking on a little side project I've got. Oh, I need to pay out, don't I? So congratulations to the Dragavan Bears. You won big. Whoop, whoop. God, my headset's feeling uncomfortable again. Don't know why. Oh, wait. How long we got? I could probably run ads quickly, couldn't I? Yeah, 1 minute ads so you guys don't have to worry about them. Community FFAs today? Quite possibly, if we have enough people. That's always the catch, isn't it? We need enough people. If we have enough people, we do the thing. We have to dig up a corpse and see how it goes. Yeah, get some. I'm just punching the... Yeah! I'm trying to remember what that was from. Where there's like there's a guy like shooting. He's like, yeah, yeah, get some, yeah, yeah. Then he gets shot. Oh, it's Full Metal. No, he didn't get shot though. It's Full Metal Jacket, right? Yeah, yeah. Like the when in the helicopter, he's like, get some, yeah, yeah. And I think like wasn't that the scene where he's like, how do you know if the civilians or insurgents? He's like, you don't. Damn, I need to watch that movie. What a banger. Alright, so what rank was Leozim currently? Let's have a look. 300th in the world. He's 15-12 elo. That's not too bad. And did what? Okay, I'm curious. What's the occasion? I just felt like suiting up. I suit up to show off my new lenses, man. My new fantastic glasses, of course. Which one is the best cavalry civ is what we're here to answer, because we already know where this one is going. Want to know? Welcome back to A4 Action. We've got Recon on the Byzantines. He's been grinding it out with these lads right now, actually experimenting with the Hippodrome builds, and I'm fully expecting to see another Hippodrome here on Lipany up against Liazim of the KGB. Jesus Christ. Playing as the Rus. Okay, come on. It actually just paints itself. Yeah, Liam's is not too bad at the game. About 1,500 elo, 300th in the world right now. Recon, I think, hasn't been that active recently either. So Liazim seems like he's been grinding a bit more frequently. That might play to his advantage here, in conjunction with the fact that Recon is in experimental mode. Hippodrome is a tricky one to kind of figure out. I think a lot of players have tried to do these Hippodrome builds with the Byzantines. And in my eyes, the kind of common realization is that it's not really about the Hippodrome. Now, we watched Recon a little bit earlier playing a Hippodrome build, and it was all about the Hippodrome. That was his win condition, right? Was scaling into mass horsemen and winning the fights with it. And he done good to win fights up against knights. Now, considering how he was able to be favored in that matchup in the end, I wouldn't be surprised if he's favored here as well, because the interesting thing about Rus versus Byzantines, if you can beat French knights with Hippodrome play, you can definitely beat Rus knights. Rus knights are worse than French knights. The only issue is I'm expecting a very different game. The game we watched earlier was a 1TC and 1TCer. This is likely going to be 2TC, at least. And that's where I'm expecting the switch up. Recon should identify what the Rus want to do and contest it. And wow, are you kidding me? No way! Recon, he ran out into the center of the map first. He missed the double deer stack right next to his base. Guys, that's huge. That is absolutely huge for Liazim. That means he can get Wheelbarrow, and he'll be able to get his optimal timing on Fuel Age. Holy crap. And there's still deer over here as well. Deer that he should realistically scout, right? Because he hasn't checked in the center, but I feel like you don't very often see deer spawn here. It's usually closer to your base. So realistically, like, deer's either here or down here. Unfortunately, he might struggle with this because it's very much on the edge of the map. I hate these spawns. Any Rus players will agree. They absolutely despise these spawns. It's almost impossible to just know exactly where they are. I do think from Liazim's perspective, though, when you're playing Rus, you should always have scouting advantage on the entire map. If there's part of the map you haven't looked at, you're misplaying Rus. Now, sheep are already dropped off, right? So realistically, Recon with the Grand Winery timing, he doesn't have to come home quickly with the scout. So he can play the wide flank here. He can find the sheep. He can find the deer. He can find double wolf. He could deny all this. That's a lot of gold to take away from your opponent. Basically, 120 gold they wouldn't have. Why is that important? 120 gold would be Liazim's ability to just field a knight straight away at the beginning of Fuel Age. Recon? Recon? Well, that happened. Wait, he knows, right? Like, there's 3 wolves down here and a deer pack. And Recon hasn't stopped off for any of it. That's really weird. He's at least going to get sheep in return. Oh, no. Come, Recon. Darling, please. This is paining me. And notice that it's not that Hippodrome build we talked about. So, you know, I kind of set this up. I baited us in a different way. But that's interesting, right? Because the game we watched earlier, Recon was willing to do Hippodrome up against a French player. And French are harder to execute that Hippodrome build against. I'm wondering if he suspected the TC being more likely in this matchup, or if it was a Civ map situation. Remember, when we watched him do Hippodrome, it was on Rocky River. Rocky River is a very open map, right? EGC Lipany isn't. Lipany most definitely isn't. These Lipany spawns are ridiculous. Look at all the cliff sides, look at the tree lines. It makes a lot of sense from that POV. On top of that, because you know it's going to be Kremlin play, you can't easily dive with Hippodrome Horsemen. So actually, I respect this choice. This is pretty nice as well, because you can just play into Javelin Mass and beat the Rus. You do have to be a bit careful. It is actually possible for Rus to beat the Byzantines in Feudal Age, massing archers. Javelins are incredible, but there is a scale issue where you can encounter too many archers. And the interesting thing is Rus is one of the better civs at achieving that number. While they don't bring quality, they bring quantity, right? The 20% extra wood generated from the Kremlin and the wooden fortresses allows them to spam archers at a ridiculous pacing that's quite often for Olive Oil Gathering to keep up with, at least in the early phases of the game. Yeah, interesting Kremlin drop, though. It didn't secure stone at all. So are we looking at either a fast castle or a 1 TC all-in? I do not like fast castle. I actually hate fast castle here for the Rus. 1 TC all-in is quite intriguing, though. You build your archery ranges out here, so you're closer to the enemy base. You build the stables as well, and then you send it. This is starting to look more and more like fast castle, though. There's that 810 army value as the Rus. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why I do not recommend trusting the capture rage. Here, I'll just do this for you guys. Isn't that better? There's no lying info here. Actually, some of this technically lies occasionally. You know what? I just thought, I don't know if my modders are watching, but I just noticed that there's a conversion tracker that I presume tracks the number of units you've converted in the game. That, in my eyes, creates a very interesting idea for kind of a mini game called Conversion War, where all of your monks or whatever have relics and Kawulol. You'd have to be able to turn off the anti-Wololol that the monks and everyone spray on themselves each day to make sure they can't be converted. But imagine a game mode where your goal is just try and convert as many as possible. It's kind of like the Chinese game, was it Go? You know, the ones where you play white and black and you basically convert your opponent's pieces? Was it Go? Or am I thinking of a different one? Where if you drop a piece, like let's say there's a line, let's say this is a line of different colored ones. Let's say this one's white, this one's black, this one's black. If you drop a white one here, it turns these to white. You guys know the game I'm talking about. Most of us have seen that game. I think there's a cool idea for a custom game in that. Recon went for the Lombo contract. Now, that is very intriguing. Considering what you're up against, I'm a little bit surprised. But I believe Recon's expecting this game to go Imperial. There's no other reason you go for Western Contract. Because Western Contract makes a lot of sense against Streltsy, because you can either get Streltsy yourself, or you go Lombos, which, by the way, is even better. If you think this is going to be mid-game, Silk Road is better. Because you have jabs for the archers and the crossbows, and then you have Camel Riders to debuff all the cavalry that Rus are likely to play into. So yeah, it tells you a lot about the game strategy for Recon. I'm expecting Stone Gathering into a second TC as well, if this is the logic. I don't like the fact that he's allowed this tech up pretty much for free, though. He's done nothing. The Kremlin on the forward side is a detail he should have known about. He should have suspected fast castle here. The fact that he's added in this many horsemen has me worried. I don't like seeing horsemen for Byzantines. I think it's the hardest thing for them to execute without Hippodrome. So yeah, quite an ugly situation, quite an awkward situation. I think from this position, Recon, realistically, he can at least block the relics for a while, because Leozim just done this blind and naked. But what worries me is how long it's now going to take you to go castle. You're talking about what? Probably an extra 3 minutes? Why is Longbow better than Streltsy? Glad you asked, Starkleaf. Longbows are better than Streltsy because of the range difference. You just stay out of range and you kite, because Streltsy is slow moving, as are you. But the cool thing is when you get into Imperial Age, you go Foreign Engineering Company and you get Volley. Volley deletes Streltsy. As a cost efficiency perspective, like, Longbows are better than Streltsy in that perspective. They'll trade very well. If they ever get gap closed, they're screwed, but the gap close is a difficulty. Another nice thing is you just spend all your olive oil on Lombos and then all your food and gold on Varangian. And then you switch over in the late game to Limitane when you're up against Streltsy. Because when you're up against Streltsy, they have high base damage, so Limitane's shields are really good. Oh, that was a little bit laggy. Push in here. Archery range is getting shut down. There's a... Wait, why are we... Out of all the reasons you could have wanted Castle Age quickly, what year did you last play AoE4 in? This is such an outdated build. Fast Castle... Well, it's different, right? It's not even the old school build of the Abbey of Trinity. It's high trade house into horse archers. And their true counter's already up. Walls. So these horse archers don't do anything, you see. They're completely worthless. And the horsemen, despite my criticism of them, now have value to burn down the buildings and to counter the horse archers. What a wild choice. I'm trying to think what Liazum's thought process was. I think he deluded himself into thinking that this was an open map, right? You're on Lipany. This type of build doesn't make sense on Lipany. Horse Archer spam makes sense on maps like Highview, Dry Arabia, Prairie. Prairie's a little bit weird because it costs a lot of food to sustain. There's not much wood on the map, but you get the general idea. Open maps is where you want to build Horse Archers. What about this map looks open? Other than how open of a win it is for Recon. He doesn't need to go castle now. I was worried he'd need to look for a tech up, but when you see your opponent building Horse Archers, you smile, you nod your head, and you take the win. We should probably be getting Siege soon, right? Siege Engineering has not been taken yet. Double Cairo Siphon could end this game. Spillator is also being researched, so it looks like Recon wants to do a little bit of farming. There's still just more Horse Archers coming. I can't believe he's still trying to get through this wall. You just send a Lombo group over here, you shut it down, right? It seems like Liazum's thought process is that he's just going to swarm and kill all these Lombos, but because it's Horseman as well, I'm hesitant to give him that edge. I think this is actually, hands down, one of the worst civs you can build Horse Archers against as well, right? Like, you know, Horseman aside, if they play Hippodrome most definitely, but even without that, Limitane reduce damage they take with the shield ball, right? And you're full base damage. Like, if you build archers, it would be better than building Horse Archers here. Ash comes in, Militia, he doesn't care. Recon's just take him down. Villagers now being sniped. I think this is over. Liazum, it's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only thing you can gather is right here on the wood line. Everything else is impossible. Yeah, so remember when Horse Archers actually kind of worked, even against walls? It was back in the Pro Scouts meta, because people built about 8 scouts, and the scouts could take down the walls. This is a game where you have 2 scouts. You're not burning through these walls quick enough. Second layer of walls came through, by the way, on the flank. And now they dive through. Lombo's wrapping around, Horseman chasing this down. A little bit of an unnecessary dive underneath the Kremlin, but he sees the value of just sniping these guys down. Sees the villagers as well. Warrior Monk, everything just be targeted here. I can't believe this, man. This game. Liazum is now over 10 villagers behind, soon to be more. Horse Archer count isn't even double digits. The Lombos are doubling them up. I can't believe he just dove a Kremlin like that with a bunch of Lombos and didn't lose them all. And now Recon could just macro up. He stockpiling actually quite a lot more resources to put into troops. His gold is a problem though, he's mismacroed. I find quite often this is happening at the moment with players when they play a long Byzantine feudal. Because you have to remember that Byzantines are always looking for that optimal transition into Castle Age. So they tend to kind of overburden and gather up to 12, 1500 gold before just turning it around. It's been intercepted, but Lombos are here to play, guys. And this is exactly where you can't win now with the Horse Archers. Secondary group is still uncontestable as well. And finally, 14 minutes into a 1 TC Roost game, Liazum has accepted Knights might be a good idea. So the reason why he went Keshik against French and Lombo against Roos is double fold Eric. So one of the reasons is against the French, you kind of need the better trading unit because French Knights can just decimate. So if you outnumber, you have Hippodrome and Horsemen. That's the other thing, right? You got Hippodrome, which buffs you up to kind of rival Knights, but then you have the extra numbers to overwhelm Knights. The other detail is that this was a fast castle build from the Roos. So Lombo's made a lot more sense because of the timing, right? Like Liazum's not going to have a big eco, so he's going to have few units that can kind of be overwhelmed. But the more important detail we highlight is if this goes late, you feel a lot better now about your contract choice. Because Lombos will destroy the Streltsy, but they don't need to go that deep. He'll destroy him in Feudal Age. Fast Castle Roos. You'd think everything would work with this Civ, but apparently not. Horse Archers suck. You're not wrong. There isn't a bot. There isn't anything else. You're not wrong. I'm a little bit perplexed by the choice, yeah. To me, Liazum just... They're on the wrong map. Right? Like That build potentially works on a more open map. They're completely on the wrong map, though. For some reason, AoE4's not showing. So let me restart my game. I just realized, actually, I need to clear my video backlog as well because I am becoming quite low on space. I don't think those ones are uploadable. Let's get rid of them. Yeah, those ones aren't uploadable either. Sorry, just give me a sec, guys. Otherwise, we won't be able to record more. Oh, sorry, let me start AoE4. Yo, sup, Jiff Music? Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, no, it's a fun game. Yeah, I was saying I was a little bit intrigued by your choice to only go one TC, was what I was highlighting. I'm curious what the thought process... Are you just comfortable playing French? Is that what it is? Because like, I feel like picking French, the only reason you pick it over Jaune is... Well, there's two reasons. One, you want to do TCs, or two, you don't have the DLC. I guess he also kind of caught you off guard with the Hippodrome, right? Have a lot of people been doing Hippodrome when you've been playing French? Hippodrome is like a very weird experience right now because players are getting good at using it as more or less a bait. Okay, why is the game still not showing? The game capture is just failing right now. Yeah, I was saying at the start of the game, Jeff, I think, like, my advice, I'd say just try 2TC. I kind of feel like you have to play 2TC against Byzantines there. Always looking sharp. Thank you. Why is my game capture not showing? That's very weird. But it's fine in this mode. But it's not in this mode. But it's fine in this mode. But it's not in this mode. That's weird. But AoE4 game capture works. Dude, ever since I downloaded this like vertical streaming thing, I swear it's just bugged everything out. I don't know. It's kind of chalked. Alright, there we go. Asked Recon where you lost. He said Biz OP. I mean, he's not wrong. I was saying like their eco's dumb. Like when you had a 5 eco lead, it didn't matter because you had a 28. I think you had the 20. By the time you had like actually 5. When you had the first time you had a 5 villager lead, I think you had a 16%. Was it? No, sorry, it'd be 14%. Gathering rate advantage, which when you're like 30 villagers is just better, right? It's insane. Because for him at that point, that's worth 5 villagers already, and it scales so quickly. Oh, sorry, we're gonna check for live games, weren't we? I'm a sucker for some live games. What is Mr. Gully up to? Oh, thank you, Fireburner. Glad you enjoyed the content, buddy. I think it's funny that monks are 100% completely pacifist until they're in tower, and then they're suddenly like, let's arrow everyone. That's true, actually. I feel like we don't think about that enough. You know what that is? That's full pussy elf logic. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, you won't fight me in melee, bro, but you got your... You know that's Tao's for our futuristic friends there. Oh, well, I can't do melee, but I'll take your range. Okay, guys, we're definitely going to watch that. I just double-checked who Irok is. It's cool. Just realized he put his name backwards. Do you guys want to watch Core lose to the new generation of Germanic gamers? Of course you do. Marlins vs HRE. I actually haven't seen this matchup in a hot second. Not nice? What do you mean not nice? We watched this game. Marlins are OP. Age is OP. This kid is going to run too fast. Core has old man reflexes. There we go. We've already assessed the game. The outcome is no... Oh, wait. Hold on a sec. Core's playing HRE. Okay, GG. Wait, no. Hold on a second. The best way to play HRE right now is all in feudal. Core likes going Castle Imperial. No, this is good. Marlene's got it. Easy peasy. All right, let's get into it. One and all, welcome back to A4 Action. We've figured it out. We've got a showdown between the HRE on the west side and Gully on those mines on the east side. This is Core. You just need to learn to read backwards. Who was the first player who started doing that on the ladder on A4? It was Avali, wasn't it, with Uleva? And then everyone just started doing it. Like, Eliona does it all the time now. Core's doing it. It's catching on. What's Beastie backwards? Utib? Utib does sound like a kind of cute name. Don't try and figure out what Killer Pigeon is backwards. But anyway, if you're not familiar with Gully Deco, very talented player, rising star, kid with a promising future in competing A4 in his future, right? Like, this guy is, I think, 16 still. And he kicked off this season by getting, I think it was 8th on the ladder. I think he's fallen down a little bit into 20th. I told him he needs to get back on the grind. Apparently, he's like, oh, I don't need the HRE to win. The moment he chooses that statement is the moment he goes up against the guy who basically always picks HRE. And look at Core's build. I'm a really big fan of this build. I think this build's even better for feudal all-inning. He's gone for the 2-scout opener. So 15 sheep compared to 7. Now, you might be wondering, you don't want a feudal all-in Marlene player, right? Because they have these premium units like the Donzos and the Javelins. You are correct, my astute viewer. However, the HRE gets more crap. That's the point. 40% gathering rate is an insane buffer for the Civ. Gives them so much flexing. And ever since the marching drills got added in by default, that flexibility in terms of how you use your economy, because you have so much of it, has started to diversify towards more feudal-focused builds. Core, you stole so many sheep. Well, that's because Core literally every game does double scout. Like, Gully, do you want a little tip here? If you're playing against Core, it doesn't matter what Civ he's playing, he's probably going double scout. Okay, maybe not true for anything. If he picks HRE, like, there is no single player in the game who plays HRE who does double scout more than Core. So, Mance on the way, Arkin on the other side. What kind of Arkin have we got here? Not the craziest one. He hasn't got the berries in range, but realistically, like, a lot of these players with the Arkans, they don't really care about that. They just care about having the tree line be as deeply effective as possible. Looking at spawn for Gully. Oh, this is a sexy spawn. Look at that. Oh. All you have to do is not get Feudal Age rushed, and you have a jackpot spawn. Gold veins are all in one location. And we've talked about this before. Like, when you get all your resources in one location, it can be a good thing, but it can also be an absolute catastrophe. Because while it's a very value-heavy point for you, it's also a target-heavy point for your opponent. I'm wondering, Core, are we going to be getting that kind of feudal-focused build? I mean, wood's being gathered at a decent pacing. The problem is, whenever it's Core, you don't know if it's a farm or Raxes. In fairness, if it was going to be farms, though, you'd already be seeing one be built. So we're probably going to be opening up with Raxes, considering the gold count here. And then, what? 4 men-at-arms, maybe? Not immediately, but kind of queuing into. Alright. Who am I kidding, dude? Okay, thank you. I was about to say, what are we doing here, Core? You don't need Castle Age anymore. I was wondering if he caught on by it. Of course Core has. This guy plays more HRE than almost any player in the game. Now, I know that's not saying a lot right now because everyone and their mum is playing HRE. But before they got buffed, this was pretty much his bread and butter. This was his comfort zone. And this build is disgusting right now. The Archer range opening, I've seen a few players going for the Rags. I prefer Archer. I agree with this build. Sure, you're against a Marlene player who can easily react with the Javelins. But the interesting thing about Archers, and this is what I've been trying to point out to people about Yuumi as well, is the raid potential. These units move so fast, they can hunt. Men-at-Arms are going to move notably slower. Not only move slower, they're going to actually have to get melee range. This unit shoots from afar. So, Gully, what are we looking at here? Second pit mine getting set up. Wood has been gathered. You need to make a choice, mate. Oh, nice snipe there. Catches Core pushing in. Unfortunately, it looks like Core may have got enough of this. So 3 of the deer are going to be in range of the Arkin. It's better than nothing, right? But it's quite frustrating when your opponent kind of blocks you out. This is one of the things I think is going to be pretty notable and why you probably see more players on H3 going 2 scouts, by the way, is if you go 2 scouts, you can easily just move in and go for the deer push afterwards. It's a little bit easier to control. 1 scout, shoving deer in is very difficult because the aggro range, it usually kind of screws you up. Since Miller's in chat, that's true. You can walk back, right? And the gathering rate should be quick enough, even with wheelbarrow, like the buff will last long. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. I'm going to call that one out. So, on paper, theoretically, the Archon Chapel buff should last long enough that you gather 40% quicker at all times. Unfortunately, that's not the way the Archon Chapel buff works. It doesn't persistently, or rather consistently, reapply the buff. It does it intermittently. So I've noticed this the hard way where, you know, if you want to be optimal and you pull a Prelate out to go after a Relic, you lose the buff in 5 seconds sometimes. So there are going to be moments where it's not going to be optimal. But yes, for the most, this should be fine with a mill here. Cool. Now following up the Horseman. Gully is going in the Sofas, actually. That's not a bad idea. I've been saying for a while that I think Feudal Age Sofas are underrated. They're very powerful, especially if you find someone to counter. And this is a decent build to do it against, right? It's Archers plus Horsemen. You can just dent everything here. It is a bit difficult in this matchup simply from the raw numbers game. The HRE just has so much food power that they can swarm your Sofas. Archer's going to be targeted out. And Horsemen are now going to arrive. So Core does have a kind of trickling issue here. He needs to get more troops over if he wants to try and overwhelm. But it looks to me like Core doesn't want to overwhelm. If anything, it looks like Core's real goal here is to get to Castle. Okay, no, there we go. He's just waiting on the racks. I'm glad of that. Like, this feels a bit weird to build a few Horsemen and then just like tech up. Because Sofas, while they are going to be Feudal Age Sofas, aren't the worst at kind of contesting you, especially if you rush Relics. Yeah, I feel like the Sofa's bonus damage is one of the slept-on elements because it's such a small piece of the damage, right? When you think of bonus damages that you care about, it's like, ooh, Spearman. All that bonus damage against Cav, do 3 times the damage. Ooh, Archers, double damage versus Spearman. But Sofa's, it's just very subtle. It's 16 damage, then +2, and then from correctly, it's 18 damage +3 when you're in Castle Age. But it is a difference maker. When you think about it, for Men-at-Arms, that offsets most of their armor. Cool. Still trending towards that Castle Age, just taking his time about it. Making sure he's got enough force here to friend. Forcing Gully to invest in the outpost as well is ugly. And not just that, it's going to cost him a villager for it. It'll also cost him the javelins! Okay, so this is the problem of relying on Sofas too quickly. I know I said that they're good in Feudal Age, but that's because most of the time you see infantry as the backbone. When it's just horsemen, and they can ignore you like that, the javelins are the premium unit to snipe. Buddy, pal, I think you need to get Donzos here. The archery range is kind of redundant because Core stopped investing in it. So you don't want to be wasting time on jabs. Archers kind of be okay for the spears, but I actually think the interesting thing about this matchup is while the H3 spears have more movement speed, you have more damage. Donzos are quite the quirky unit. And they have the hybridized attack to snipe out these horsemen. There's going to be Archers and Sofas. This is where I think H3 tends to get a little bit ridiculous. Because that 40% increased economy, they can A-click brain fights very easily. By A-click brain, I mean you just build mass melee and go. And it's very difficult for an opponent who's doing archers to mass enough to defend. Torches coming out. Now, right now, you're going to have a look at this fight and go, oh no, I don't know what you mean, KP. Gully's army is great. He can hold this. Yeah, the reason is because of what Core is doing. He's going Castle Age. This is just drawing attention. It's keeping Gully in this age. And we have to realize, because Gully's investing so much into Sofas, he's only really beginning his ranch transition. There's practically no cow to play with. Them now merching in. Some freebies giving over here, actually. These Sofas are so expensive to replace. Horseman at least going to get wiped. Cool. May have slightly overextended here, but the beautiful thing is he's got so much food, he can start the tech up and now still produce spearmen to defend. Gully, I don't like this at all. You take a fight like that, you move. You go. You don't wait. The Sofa's bare minimum should be chasing across the map right now. That, to me, is a big whoopsie. And it's one that's going to cost him dearly because it means that Core is going to get this tech up for free. He's going to have a line of spinman when he gets up. He's also going to be able to upgrade them into vet stats. Gully may just be royally screwed by this play. I am pushing. I mean, dude, like, if this is a baby and you call that pushing, kid ain't coming out until 10 months. Regnant's on the way. Gully. I mean, what were you pushing here? The wolf? Sorry, but immediate queue up of 3 knights. Actually, made that too. Wait, yeah, do we? I think we. Is there another one? Oh, yeah, there's 4 stables, right? 4 stable knights. Yo, this is like the old Matisse build. I love that build, actually. That was really innovative at the time. People moved away from it recently, but it's still super effective. Gully's entire army gets countered by knights. Oh my god, all he needs to do is buy a few more seconds as well. Dive's going to come towards the TC. Gully a little bit hesitant, though. He doesn't have a blacksmith. He doesn't have undermesh, so diving this is actually going to hurt. In he goes. First knight arrives. Villagers. This is the interesting thing, right? With the new garrison trick, you can easily just pull villagers to the other side of the TC and then put the new wave in. Instead, he doesn't even get phased by it. Says, oh, nice. You dove. Anyway, back to berries. Oh, this is brutal. Wait, Gully. I don't know if this is better or worse than attacking the wolf. Selectable army is, surprisingly enough, not always your best friend. You'll at least find 1 or 2 villages here now. But you have a big issue. The knight count is not going to slow down now. Gold is the one thing that you can take away from you. You need to idle this up. It's the only way you can win. The problem is because you didn't prep Donzos, you can't stay here. Oh, Gully. Well, there's a reason we call him Gully. Sometimes we just sit here and go, gosh, Gully. This is one of those games. Prelates are now on the move. First relic's already been banked. More to come. Remember, these are Regnant's relics. The only reason that Core isn't fielding more knights right now is because mining gold is for pussies. Oh, wait, sorry. Mining gold is for astute, high-level HRE players. This is just over, right? The Landsneck getting queued up as well shows you how far ahead Core feels. And he should. Gully hasn't prepped for Fulani at all. He has 2 ranches. Diving to choke point. Donzos are at least here. And yeah, please go play HRE now. Take the lesson Core's given you and get back to top 20, Gully. After all, we are about to see you in the negative for the elo on the day. I do not think we are going to see the Germanic kid turn this around. Oh, sorry, we said we can't call him the toddler because MSN's the toddler. Are you the infant? We still haven't decided on name. You're the infant. God, 2 more relics on the way home. Cool. The problem now is Gully's only way to survive is to mass Donzos, right? So the Landsneck read is actually perfect by Core. I don't like that he revealed it. I would have loved for him to just hide this detail until Gully's like 10 Donzos in and just instant GG the game. Wait, what? I'm not sure how this is ever meant to feel good. Is it because he saw the racks and thought maybe there's going to be better arms? That's the only reason I could think you would go for Musafadi warriors, especially in Feudal Age. So what's Gully's comeback? If he can get the Fulani together, it could save him. And the cool thing about Fulani, as you scale into the cattles, it kind of pays for itself in the ability to push food-based units. The problem is you can see that Core is not going to let up. He's got 3 lands decked in here. Your army is way too heavy in the melee. The problem is it has to be due to the knights. It's just a great read by Core. A 1-2 to end this game fast, and I think we are about to see the end. Donzos have to commit in. Landsneck, okay, 6 snipe. He actually got them. Well played. More are coming, though, and the marching drill just makes them arrive so insanely quickly here. I think it's irrelevant. And the problem is, You're trying to defend with Donzos. The Land Snake isn't actually your big counter here. It's the fact that the Castle Age Knights are beating you one-on-one. And now it's a 5-relic game. Just, yeah. So this is the point where, like, if I was playing, like, Core got a little bit of advice for you. This is the point in the game where you all chat type, I have 5 relics, BTW. Just so that he'll lead the game, and you can optimize your day to get an extra game or two in. Even Inspired Warriors. I kind of like that, actually. Inspired Warriors is quite interesting with Land Snake. It essentially turns your damage from Castle Age into Imperial Age damage. Oh, yeah, 2 sites. Let's not forget the 2 sites. Wait, only 2 sites? Cool, bro. Come on. Let's get that third. Is Gully just going to have to pull the trigger out full Fulani? I think he is. It's not an empty Arnie. It's a half Arnie. Where's Core from? By his Civ choice, take a guess. As close to his hometown as he can get. He's a very big German boy. So Land Snake gonna be at double digits at this rate, and that's scary because Gully, he done a great job of holding on, but this gets really intense and difficult to kind of manage when you're talking double-digit Lansk. Especially when you only have a handful of archers. He doubled down on Donzos at possibly the worst time to do so, considering that Core has actually prioritized the Land Snake boom more than the Night boom. Yes, you guys guessed correctly. Core is a Mongol. He's from Mongolia. How did you know? So yeah, guys, check this damage buff. This is absurd. They hit for 21 damage per swipe. And he's only got level 1 melee attack. Inspired Warriors feels a little bit weird to find the way to use for HRE in my opinion, but this is the correct comp. Knights plus Landsnap is the sole best way of utilizing Inspired Warriors. Because both your unit types are high DPS, base damage units. They don't have bonus damage, right? So you get all the value out of this buff. Pretty cool detail. And then, of course, you know, the other nice little added cherry on top is going to be the extra armor, just to make it that much more difficult for Gully to now snipe you. Yeah, honestly, if you want to play Lansk, I actually feel like Inspired Warriors might be essential. Not just because of the damage, it really is because of the armor. Because otherwise, you're way too squishy. Flash coming in, though. Tech up completes. Oh my god, the timing on this. One swipe, and look at the bars. Gully's going to need a bar. Actually, no, he can't. He's not old enough. I need a drink after this one. This is brutal. Gully retreating towards the primary TC. Lansk. All he needs to do is pull the Knights back, and there's GG. And oh my god! The cleaves! Gully Deckle. There's got to be a bullying rule in this game somewhere. Core, pick on someone your own age. He's attacking school kids here. Well, hopefully class is in session and Gully feels like he learned something. The lesson is, Core will always pick HRE, so pick it as well. One day he might beat me, but not too soon, I guess. Oh, no. Yo, what's up, Faplop? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, buddy. How old is Core? So Core, the reason why he's so obsessed with the HRE is he was actually alive when the Empire existed. So yeah, he's 200. That's why when he streams, he smokes shisha all the time. So you can blow the smoke and then you can't see the wrinkles on his head. Is that correct, Core? I think I got that all about right. Actually, how old are you, Core? I'm not sure. As correct as I would have said it. There we go. 28. Okay. So I'm older. So respect your elders. Ooh, who we got now? Let's have a look on the ladder. Oh, music. I like music. Oh, Aftertoy's at it again. Randoming into Jean. Bold. Gully is attacking China. Colonial Germany joke in there somewhere. Let's check. What rank is this person? Wait, why is Gully down? Dude, I don't know what it is with AoE4 World. When you're on someone's profile and you search someone's name, I searched Gully Deco. He came up as ranked 2,800th. He's not. He's ranked 33rd. This person ranked 133rd. Maybe mix it up. Possibly Lash. We'll look at. Give me a sec. Oh, get you a cookie. Getting a little bit peckish. Got food in about an hour. What's up, Beanies? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Recon's got kind of an interesting matchup on 4 legs. Japanese versus HRE is intriguing. Have I played Civ 5 or 6? Yeah, I played Civ 5 some years ago. I haven't touched it in years, though. In that type of strategy, like genre, I lean more towards something like Europa Universalis. Who is it who keeps pretending to be Viper? Alright, I think... Let's maybe check in on Lash. I reckon that'd be great. A big match between the pro players playing Civ 5. You'd have to get timing right. You'd have to make sure there's enough time for it as well. Civ games are not quick. I think it'd be a bit challenging to get together. You know what? I kind of like the idea of eventually getting to a stage where whatever, like, we build a community up where we're able to do things other than just AoE4. And what I mean by that is, like, I've said this before, but, like, a perfect example now that kind of reminds me of. Do you guys remember Minecraft was, well, I'm about to say really big. It's always been really big, right? But I remember when, for example, was it Optic set up their own Minecraft server, and then all the pros would come and play on it. That was pretty cool. Those kind of things are quite fun and memorable. I'd love to see like something like that. Maybe get an AoE4 crew together for Enshrouded. Actually, no, dude, you know what the thing was that I was talking about the other day in... I think it was maybe... I can't remember whose stream it was. But I was in there, I was like... I think it was maybe Warmers. I was like, we should get a Dota 2 stack together. We'll have me, Anatan, Dimu, Myriad, and then we'll get like one more. And none of them will have an excuse to mold. Only I get to mold. Actually, I won't mold because I'll play POS 4. For those who don't know Dota 2, POS 4 is like... It's like being one of the carries, but having no responsibility. It's great. Alright, shall we dive into the action? I need some to add some new songs actually onto my playlist. So I had to remove Tizanakand because it actually got DMCA'd in the end, which is dumb because it wasn't actually the original. It was a remix, a piano remix. But Square decided to be a little bit douchey on that one. Jeanne d'Arc up against the English. This is an interesting matchup. We've been watching this recently, and it all of a sudden has started to feel like a matchup that used to be absolutely dominated to Jeanne. It's turned into a matchup where the English can do no wrong. So let's see how this one's going to play out. We've got Aftertoy going up against Lash. You'll be familiar with Lash. Occasionally we've seen Aftertoy. Aftertoy is a player from China, if I recall correctly. They do occasionally enter tournaments. They haven't had a deep run per se recently. but they've consistently been towards the top end of the leaderboard. I think at the time of recording, they're ranked 105th in the world, if I'm not mistaken. But traditionally, they float around there. So they had 85th finish in Season 6, 106th, 118th, 202nd, 60th, and 203rd in each season, respectively, so far in the game. So pretty talented player, pretty capable player. They kind of disappear regularly, though. I feel like they come and go a week here and there. So the fact that they still manage to kind of float around top 100 when they're not that active is impressive. For example, this is their first game in 9 days. Lash, meanwhile, has been playing pretty much every day. So we just write this one off as a win, right? I wouldn't be so sure. Not with this build. Abbey of Kings now coming in. Skull Cavalry response on the other side. This is interesting, actually, because I'm a very big fan of the idea of just dropping a council after this still and going all in. There are some maps where the Abbey of Kings is great for just allowing you to get your greed. To me, this is one of those maps where actually you just use the Abbey of Kings, rather, to amplify your aggro point. It's such a short map that Council Hall can still be viable. But the cool thing that I think people have really just honed in on with Abbey of Kings, you guys remember that Lombos used to have Campfire, right? And they used to heal. That got nerfed, that got removed. All of a sudden, English felt kind of weird, like they're missing a trick in their arsenal. Abbey of Kings returns that trick. That's the beautiful thing. We've seen multiple players still go Council Hall, discount Council Hall as I call it, after that, which is just dropping double archery range. It's the same effect. Time being, though, it's going to be outpost on the forward side. Makes a lot of sense up against Joan, just because Joan herself, but also the fact it's going to be a night opening. I do think this is a little bit quick on the outpost. I'd actually argue that Afnatoy could have prioritized getting an archery range up or stables up first, and then still having enough wood to get an outpost after that. Ooh. Let's actually hit the speed up. Just realized we are close to live, but I think we're a minute or two out. So let's zoom through to that. I guess I can give you guys predictions as well. So who will win, Afnatoy or Lash? 30 seconds. Get your predictions in now. Will Barrett actually coming in early for both players here. A little bit surprised for the French player. I just don't feel like Joan really needs to come out of the base in a rush. But it might just be the priority on wood. Typically with Joan, you tend to go knights into mass archers. And we're going to see quickly what the choice could be on the other side. It is going to be Strength of Tree still. There's no movement of stone, so I'm expecting to see some aggro play coming out from the English. This is also quite difficult at the start of the game now for Joan. The reason why Joan usually felt quite favored wasn't just because French Knights felt great against mass Lombos. It's the fact that your opponent had expensive units that you could easily kill, and Joan got a lot of XP. The difference that the King has now brought about in this matchup is huge. Joan struggles against civs that have the ability to heal in the early age. Guess what this King gives you the ability to do? Guess what this Landmark gives you the ability to do? That's what makes this Civ insane in the matchup now. I think if I had to put a number on it, we went from, before this buff, Joan winning 75% of games against English in high-level play, to now probably Joan losing almost 75%. I'd say like 65% of games against English. All of a sudden, that one change made it one of our hardest matchups in the game. A little bit rough what we're seeing from Lash, by the way. Not a big fan of going for the Women at Arms. The difficulty with going for Women at Arms is if Afnatoy now just goes into Lombos, you die. If he goes into Fast Castle, you start to lose value as the game goes on. If you think the game's going to go Castle/Imperial Age, it always feels better to go for the range form zone because of the value of sniping out Siege. Interesting from Afnatoy. It looks like we are just getting a Fast Castle build. I like this in this situation because what should have happened is they should have scouted in, seen the Stone Gathering, and been like, okay, TC isn't online yet for Lash. If I now rush into Castle, by the time he gets his town center, I'm going to be going for my town center. But the difference is I'm also going to be out of this awkward age for me. Castle really is where the English can come online in this matchup. Lash, meanwhile, is just so busy mirroring this King. He's not really making any moves himself. You see how annoying this is, though, right? Like, you have 4 knights and you're not pushing. This was terrible. Spinman also arriving now. That's a misplay, Afnatoy. You shouldn't be out here like this. There's no reason to contest in the mid-map. He's too busy focusing on the idea that he's going to get harassed from Castle. I don't think you should be this obtuse about it. It's very difficult to dive the base of the English. The outpost up here should secure you. So the fact that he rushed this, it suggests that Afnatoy was worried about this even being seen. He wanted to hide every single detail of his build. Lash, meanwhile, is going to make his quite obvious. Goes for a very wide TC on the boar and the deer. Love this detail, though. Notice that he waits to take Pumbaa until now, for multiple reasons. One, the king would have killed him earlier. Two, this now allows him to buff the build speed of the town center while getting the XP. That's important. Gives him a little bit of a bigger edge to escalate eco. He needs that as well, considering he's not playing standard French, so he doesn't get his villagers quicker. Scout moves in. Lash now knows what this is. This is going to be tough, though. I think you can just genuinely drop double stables here as the English and Flood. Lash has a big problem now because he only just completed the TC. It takes time to make a return on investment. In the meantime, it's actually costing you more. It's taking out your pocket. And you're in a game where you're nowhere near Castle Age. You couldn't rush Castle Age either. That's the other awkward thing, I think, for Zhone in this matchup now. These fast castle builds tend to handcuff you. Because when your opponent's going fast castle, you have no way of getting enough knights for a good Royal Institute play. And what on earth? It's a white tower. To say I'm weirded out by this would be an understatement. Outposts. We'll be able to start sniping down the knights. I actually don't think white tower is necessary here at all from Aftertoy. This is a misread. That's going to come towards the TC. Like, your opponent can't die with this many knights. Like, this is why I think it's a misread. You build a King's Palace here, Lash cannot go underneath the TC. He will die. He has not got undermesh. He had 4 knights total. There is really no reason to go white tower in this game, other than that knight timing. That is the only reason I could imagine that Aftertoy wanted white tower, is that white tower gives you a very aggressive knight spam timing. It's almost at the level of a Yorishiro play into a stables. Now, of course, Aftertoy has to compensate elsewhere, so it's going to be play into the monastery. Don't like that we've got no knights coming out of that white tower. If I'm Lash right now, I'm actually not freaking out. You rushed Castle Age and you built a defensive landmark. I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty happy. Right? I've gone 2 TC. I can now go Castle and delay. The knights are finally being queued up, but I'm just puzzled as to why Aftertoy waited so long. To me, it looks like his focus was getting the monastery timing. He wanted the monk queued up before he wanted the knights. Missed opportunity, though. Like, your opponent has a lot of eco now exposed. You should be prioritizing that. The villagers pulled to set up this TC in the first place means he's overburdened. He has 16 villagers out here and room for 7 of them to be safe. This game just got very dangerous for Zhone as well. She's just a walking target for these knights. Also, keep in mind, because Lash is saving up for Castle Age, she's not investing fully in knights to protect that. Probably looking at Guildhall here. You actually could get away with Royal Institute now because your opponent doesn't have any eco scaling, but you do, right? So Royal Institute could give you a timing in Castle, but there's no real necessity here. Lash should not fear a later phase of the game. Zhone is actually insanely powerful in Imperial Plus. Right, judging. Not too much damage being done, though. Now, the good news is all this damage is superficial. You'll heal it off. The bad news is you still need to find that pressure point. It's not enough to just idle. You need to kill because you're 1 TC. Good stab on the backside, though. Looks like he found 2 villages for that one night. A bit of a miss micro hanging around here, but looks like it's because he's distracted. There is a fight going on in here. There's something actually quite entertaining about Zhone versus the king, isn't there? Now, of course, the weird part about this history is, like, historically it's accurate the king wins. But it's kind of sad considering there's no fire involved. Alright, I'm going to avoid getting into the burn the witch jokes. What did you guys predict, by the way? I'm curious. 100% on Lash? Someone put 10 points up and that was it. Well, that's not the high-intensity gambling I've come to expect. Attack up complete. Lash immediately into the arbitrary. I actually really like his position at the moment. This is a good read as well because you've got these knights and you've got the Divine Restoration. So you actually have quite an effective front line against a small group of knights. Sometimes it feels weird to dive straight into Arbitrary, but I think he's got the correct read here. Especially on a map like this with the short ramp, you can just control the flow with walls, and all of a sudden this Knight mass doesn't really have the ability to flank you, right? These Knight raids are adding up though. We're now up to 7 worker kills. You'd think at this stage Lash would actually just move out for the wall, but he took his time about it. He sent one villager to do the entire bunch of ramps, and I think it definitely cost him dearly here. But now, with the walls going up, the guild hall factor, relic-wise, also being in a position where 2 relics are securing your territory, it's hard to bank against Lash in this game. Second TC now from Aftontoy, though. Make that free TC, and I think that's the correct call here. You're already delayed into your second TC. You need to get ahead fast. Imperial is your new best friend, but you need to get there with a very big economy that can spam. So this is a smart read. Right now, it's actually Lash's turn to rule. These Knights are going to be able to contest yours, but then the Arbitrary are the MVP at this age. Right? You can't spam longbows to beat them. You can't rely on spearmen due to gambesons. So for him, the goal should be to hunker down and go quickly into Imperial. We hit the 2 times, actually, because I'm expecting there to not be much pressure. Lash is probably quite content with the idea of escalating his eco first before committing in. We are going to get some Knights diving around the sides. Third TC is going to come out onto the deer stack. I wonder, did he glance at that? The deer moving in a weird formation. Well, confirmation of the second TC at least. Now, when you see someone build a town center between 2 stone outcroppings like this, really it's anyone's guess how many TCs they're going to build. I mean, why stop at 3? I'm just saying. Got the resources. I'm actually impressed by Aftontoy. He's doing a bloody good job. We've seen this from him before, by the way. He delays his all-in aggro until castle, and then he's quite relentless in his timing. The crazy part about this game is I'm wondering if he's using his proposed image against his opponent here, where Lash is seeing this attack and feeling that that's everything he has to worry about. The reality is, though, if we can see with the count, there's actually not many troops for Aftontoy, and that's all because of that free TC choice. Most of his food income right now, which is quite pathetic at 500, by the way, is going into villager production. Aftontoy actually has some big eco issues now. Gold is being way too heavily leveraged. Boy needs to slow down because otherwise he's going to risk this idea of just spending it all to trade. And I hate that on a map like this because you just don't have great gold access safely, right? The design of Cliffside is intentional on making you come out to fight for gold quite quickly. I say quite quickly. 8k is quite a lot of gold to work with before you have to fight. Good read, actually, from Aftontoy to get into the mangoes. Funnily enough, Lash is doing the same thing. His is less valuable here, though. He's expecting it to be an English player turtling with longbows and crossbows, but reality, it couldn't be much more different than that. English are actually playing more like French here from Aftontoy. And Lash, he did consecrate, right? No consecration on the Siege Workshop's pretty bad. It's one of the biggest discounts you can get, especially if you know you're going to need a lot of Siege. I imagine the reason why Lash hasn't done it is, well, A, he probably doesn't have a charge, but the more important thing I think is right now, he doesn't know if he's going to need a lot of Siege. Level 3 John in. This is so underrated, actually. It's baffling how often we watch games with Zhone where they're struggling for XP and the player doesn't think to take Sacred Sites. I actually like that Lash remembered this. So we've got level 3 Zhone online. We've got Gambesons coming in soon. This is perfect, man. Like, Aftontoy's mass spears against Gambeson's Arbitrary. He won't be able to kill anything. You will be able to frontline with your backline, which means that the spearmen will be too busy attacking to brace against the Knight charge. Mango. Ooh. Not great there. Lash, a little bit of a miss micro with the disengage. Mango shots. Nicely dodged now, though. Gambeson's tech in. Level 2 range damage coming in as well for Lash. Aftontoy, he's in the middle of setting up a farm transition, right? Yeah, no wonder the numbers are so weak. The only thing you really afford here is spears. Mango gets a good wallop in, though. Divine Restoration is being held onto. It hasn't been pumped yet. This is difficult. you have to commit if you're Lash. If you don't get kills, the heal's going to come through. King goes down, but it's not that heal I'm worried about. It's the Abbey of Kings, which is why Lash has to get through right now. Divine Restoration pumped already. Spearmen are destroying the front side of this, though. And Joe's going to go down. That, to me, looks like a failure to breach. It's mainly only range units left over against double TC on the dive. Mango is going to be protected. However, it's going to come at a cost. That Mango on the backside still hasn't been countered. The Springald way too late from Aftertoy. And unfortunately, Aftertoy? Most unnecessary relic ever. Apparently, this is a Springald that forgot to put its glasses on today. If only it went to Gunner, it would have got 15% off on those. Code Pigeon at checkout. Dive comes in, though. Some decent damage being done. Aftertoy, I can't believe this. That looked like an easy hold. Yet he is now down in the gutter by 20 villages and scaling. What a mad lad. That timing from Lash. And Aftertoy. The farms may be complete, sure, but don't be deceived by the food numbers. The food numbers are only this good because he's been gathering on the deer pretty hardcore. So limited resource there. Other side of this, I think we're now seeing farms getting added in from Lash. Yes, secondary cluster coming through. Good timing for it as well. He's going to back away, confident in the fact that he actually has a pretty sizey eco lead here. And because this is now a dragging castle age, you always got to keep an eye on the guild hall, right? Look at that bank. Lash could easily be going into Imperial Age by 21, 22 minutes here. In fact, I'd say this is win condition now. Just Red Palace to the front side. In fact, go for the most egregiously aggressive Red Palace. You could drop it here. The only reason you might consider being a bit more defensive is if you do that, the White Tower can spawn Trebs and you can't dive them. So more likely is going to be over here, maybe over here. I actually think a Red Palace on the left side, although it doesn't protect your base, it completely shuts down Aftertoy's extra eco. Once again, though, safety first, right? This should do. Aftertoy, more farms getting added in. It's just Spearman. I don't like this comp. I actually feel like Aftertoy's entire comp gets countered by other Trias. And if you're worried your opponent potentially goes Imperial Age, Springals are going to be on the horizon, right? With shutter triggers, so you can't play Mangoes to counter that. I'm going to hit the 2 times because we've kind of hit a rut here. Lash is prepping Horseman. Possibly like the worst move to make right now. It's probably because Lash feels like it needs a front line. Men-at-Arms doesn't really work when you know your opponent's Men-at-Arms are better. So Horseman is a more cost-efficient thing to soak on the front side of the battle. And here we go. Red Palace. East side, central ramp. And once again, it's far enough out now that the Trebs would have to come to the edge of range so you'd be able to dive them. That's the important detail. Because if you build it here and here, the reality is the Trebs will sit here and just siege it down. There are games, by the way, where you can just do a forward Red Palace, but this is about securing resources. And yes, Faplop is fapping himself off to his calls today. I think the gold is less important for the English, though. It's more about Lash's security, right? This gives him all the runway. And also, it kind of insulates both his TCs because they're spread wide. In fact, there's a third TC in here. Lash did go up to 3. Aftertoy is nowhere near an age up either. I think if you don't produce up to pop, you just lose here. This is the point where we get to see if network of castles and potentially network of citadels is all it's cut out to be. I typically would lean towards saying it is that bloody good. I think it's arguably the best buff in the game. And it always makes the English obnoxious to Den. So Lash. He did use the guild hall for that, right? Yeah. Pulled it all out, switched over to gold. Good lad. And now we get to the stage where you're starting to scale into a lot of archery ranges being buffed. So these Arbitrary get insanely cheap. The Arbitrary need to be counted fast. Flash is going to come in. Spearman. Just trying to hold their ground here. But the Mangonel. Wait, what? Aftertoy attacked the wrong part. That's too late now. He finally realized his mistake, but it comes too little too late here. Mangoes get taken out. This is going to be a push for a breakthrough. And Aftertoy is now stuck in a rut. He's going to need to double down on Castle Age because there's no way you can rush Imperial here. He might try with a Berkshire, but I think in this current meta, going Berkshire is GG. Berkshire never feels good. Wingard is way too powerful right now. He's going to pull the trigger, though. Berkshire right here. I think if you go Wingard, it's just death. King goes down again. Arbitrary now moving in. They are gold-hatted up. They do not have Incendiary, though. They do not have crossbow stirrups. But I don't think it matters. Bevis gets dropped, and Berkshire is now on the way. Toy, this is a dangerous game. You're playing with fire, my friend. Joan's going to just ride through. She sees it. She knows. Now, here's the thing. He's got textiles. The cleaves add up quickly. Joan with the move in. Deep cleave. Pulls away just in time. Crossbows are now in range. Goes around the other side. The Spearman getting kited perfectly here. But Lash, a little bit of a missed micro. So the Berkshire is definitely going up. After Toy, it's going to come at a cost, though. Many villagers going down. Behind this, Lash, interestingly enough, actually hasn't switched into proper siege yet. So there is an opportunity now for Athentoy to try and recover his game, to scoop it up. It is free TC. He's at 100 eco. This doesn't kill his game. It's a 2-2 relic split, but it's about to be 3 sacred sites potentially locked in. In fact, I don't like the fact that Lash hasn't secured this right side already, because the worst possible thing that can happen now is you have to dive into the English base. You want to force the English player out towards you. Now, one interesting thing actually about this map that I love with Cliffside is when you force Berkshires like this, you can do a lot of damage without committing it. Trebs is a go-to counter. Trebs, if I'm not mistaken, yep, they will barely have the range from the high ground here to snipe out that Berkshire. That's a big deal because Athentoy doesn't have a quick way to reach that. Now, he doesn't even see them until they attack. So Sprills as a golden solution is kind of weird because Lash can just stop attacking, move away, the Sprills will follow him in range, and then he can snipe from the high ground. English is so toxic. Yeah, the attack speed is kind of insane. I wonder if the attack speed should be like some sort of temporary buff, you know? Someone you activate occasionally. I kind of like the idea of more actives, but I know there's going to be a lot of players that are against it because they like the macro focus of the game over micro-intensive elements. Treb's now in. It's always comical to see trebuchets instead of cannons. This is one of those funny matchups where both sides will find it more beneficial to do trebs than cannons. Because one side has Red Palace, right? And the other one has got the White Tower Berkshire. Night raid. Nice little hit here if he sees him. Luckily, Athentoy realizes just in time before he'd walk back with the deer. So what is Athentoy's win condition here? Grinding your opponent down is pretty good. You have to keep in mind that playing Joan or French is very expensive on gold as the game goes on. The problem is Guildhall has proven time and time again that Joan players can play 2-hour-plus long games and still look alive. So don't bank on this idea of survival being your win condition. I prefer what Athentoy is doing here. You just need to get into a premium army. Hand Cannoneers is the golden solution. It's difficult because you will be up against the Valorous Inspiration, the attack speed buff from Joan, eventually. But this is your #1 best way. The other detail that I think is still missing, okay, he done it. Network of Citadels is huge. Oh, Ray around the back. Only Horseman though, right? So look at me, immediate kills. Joan is in the mixer though, and that's extra XP to farm. Wow, okay, talk about playing with fire here, buddy. Those are elite spearmen. 30 damage cleaves is not really going to cut it. Sacred Sight's now locked in. Royal Bloodlines is on the way. Trebuchets are starting to deal some significant damage. Ram's also now coming through. There's not Horsemen the champions? I'm pretty sure they're Horsemen. She went for champions. You're thinking of companions, by the way, Eric. Champions are the footmen, companions are the cavalry. Everyone always goes for champions. I think it's not that great. Champions only make sense when you're kind of feudal locked because the men-at-arms are uncounted, right, in feudal. If you're in Castle Age before you start summoning the choice, it's so much better to go companions. Trebs. Now moving up for the Berkshire. That's going to force a reaction. Aftertoy has to defend this. I don't like it, though. His hand count, near count is at 4. Spiral count on the other side of this is way too big as well. Lash should easily be able to take this down. And once that Berkshire falls, Aftertoy has nothing to defend himself with. He has mass spears. I think this one's already written, guys. Crossbow Stirrups is in as well. Ensnare Arrows is also through. Gambesons, like, these arbitrary will carry this fight. If Zhou never gets to level 4, it's not even going to look close. Berkshire not even being repaired right now. Aftertoy knows he can't defend it. Horsemen are going to ride out on the left side. Looks like Keep went up to get some gold access. This doesn't matter, though. There's already a cannon emplacement here to annihilate the villagers, and on top of that, you're about to lose home. Guys, all the remaining landmarks are here. Like, this is an easy win. Lash doesn't have to move. It's Camper's dream. Trebs can now just finish off the last 2 landmarks, and I think we're going to be looking at a GG and a victory for Jeanne d'Arc. Something that, as I highlighted earlier, doesn't really happen that much at the moment. English have been crotch stomping this Civ the last few weeks. Glad to see Lash proving that it's still a winnable matchup. Berkshire is slowly being repaired, but this is just not going to be quick enough. The Trebs at this stage, there's just simply too many of them. Even if you get the Berkshire up, it's going to fall down again almost immediately. Final landmark, Aftertoy. You need to pull double the villagers to get this back online. I love that he's just keeping the dead landmarks down. He's like, I'm feeling pretty good about the game. This is a fun one. Why rush the end? Kavisa's dropped. Not that it really matters. Jeanne even just getting the extra damage in. A little bit overzealous with the camping position there. Arbitraries are going to stand their ground, though. With the crossbow stirrups. With the Gambesons. With the 10 melee armor. These spearmen are doing a mere 4 damage per stab. Trebs are going to have to back up. But this is kind of done. I don't see how you're meant to break through this. Berkshire is at least gradually being repaired. The White Tower is never getting back online, though. At this point, I kind of just feel like Lash is playing with his food. He lost one of the Trebs. That's going to slow down his blitz on the TC, but Jeanne's back in action. Level 4 has to be getting close. Hey, will you look at that? And now you just have another tool to blow up the buildings with. Not that you're going to run it in, right? That's the quickest way to lose her against mass spears. And yes, Jeanne de Blast, or as we also like to call her, Mecha Jeanne, is online. Oh, dive towards the Berkshire. I mean, I think you rock that. Slow down the build speed, because look at the desperation now. Aftertoy rushing in just to try and get the Berkshire back up and online. Knights have now arrived with the Arbitrier. And Trebs almost done cleaning up the base. Let's give me a ride in. Still 1,000 HP to go, and there's no point. He knows it. GG gets called. Lash with the crisp execution of that 2TC build. Not something that's easy to do up against the English right now, but you know what? People aren't going to like me saying this. I'm glad that Jeanne can win this one. I think English is becoming a bigger plague amongst ladder play right now than Jeanne. We've seen it time and time again. Glad to see that some Jeanne pickers still have a solution. Whew. Jeanne like let them suffer. I was like, oh oui, oui, you want to pick the English? You must dice roll. Petit. Okay, so one sec. Let's find some more games. Probably got about half an hour until food. Sorry, I just need to send a message quick. Oh, I need to delete some of these other replays that we don't want. I don't think we want the Gully core replay, right? Sorry, Gully. What was this one? There we go. Okay. One sec, sorry. Okay. Looking snazzy. Thank you, CZ. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, dude, it's because I'm showing off the new lenses. Like, do you guys not see the tweet? Go check out the tweet. Like, I summarized it well. I'm seeing everyone really focused on Fallout right now. And they're like, oh man, look at my cosplay. I'm wearing my Vault jumpsuit. I'm ready to go. I've got my Pip-Boy. And I'm like, you know what? I just want to get back to pre-war business. That's what we're looking to do here. We win on the loose tie. We got the full look. Is it well-dressed Wednesday on Friday? I guess that's how days work. Okay, so let's have a ganders here. Do we have any fresh ones kicking off in a sec? Like I say that and then I click on a guy called Dunno. Kind of fitting. Ooh. Myriad's up against Aftertoy. That's an option. Nulli Secundus. Is that a high ranker? 246th. It's not bad. People in Fallout New Vegas are very well dressed. I know, right? Because they've got the orderly city. I need to do a playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. It's been years. Love that game. So Nulli Secundus is a Canadian player. What's the chances that Nulli Secundus is magic? I think maybe we go the Myriad game. Wait. Wait. No, don't get me demonetized. Don't start playing. I said I had to remove that. I got this one now. I got trance. Can't believe that started playing. It's weird. I played it on multiple other days and I never had like it come up demonetization. And then yesterday I got demonetized on my stream. Outrageous. Sorry, I'm just checking something quickly. Alright, I can sort that later. Okay. Sorry, just had to send a message. Wait, it's food in 5 minutes, Emma? Jesus Christ, you're eating early. Alright, guys, how about this? We won't have time for this one right now. I guess I'll sort a replay. And then, when I come back, we'll either cast more 1v1s, the 2v2s between the pros, or we'll do some team games. So let me get you guys some entertainment to watch while I'm gone. I think what I might have in mind... Ooh. There were some really good games from the tournament before. Let's have a look here. Maybe Dumu versus Anatand? Dumu versus Anatand was a fun game, actually. Let's do that one. So this is a deciding game. English versus HRE. This one was crazy. So I'm going to go eat. And then when I come back, hopefully we'll be able to do community games with someone else. You did message me? Okay. You didn't message me here. You're not going to win this argument, Emma. I'm not looking at my phone when I'm streaming. That'd be very rude. We're not rude, Emma. Are you rude? Can you guys hear this? Let me know if you can hear this noise. That should tell you that this is going to probably be a very long game because... Anyway. Can you guys hear this? Let me know if you can hear this noise. Oh, God, that should tell you that that this is going to probably be a very long game because Dumu is more of a traditional
Thank you,
Englishman.
Super Zero T.
So.
Appreciate the sub, buddy.
Considering that his two options usually are let's make loads of lombos or let's go late game English, I don't think you want to be doing lombos against this Civ. Anasand, in the deciding game in this best of 3, pulls out the HRE, the new beast in Feudal Age. So the question mark becomes, what are the win conditions and what are the builds going to be? Because these two are now matched up 1 apiece. And Dumu, I can tell you that this group stage probably isn't going to be... I don't want to like discount Anatan here, but it's not going to get much easier in this series if you can't get the win here. What I mean by that is he's in the same group as Marine Lord. That is already a mountain to climb, but there's another one in there that's quite comedial, actually. He's in the same group as Anavaku. Most of you will not be familiar with the name Anavaku. This was the person that in the recent tournament was able to knock Dumu out in a BO1 in the lower bracket when he went Order the Dragon versus HRE. Anavaku is an Order the Dragon, like, well, I don't want to call him a one-trick, I don't want to describe him, but he likes his Order the Dragon, let's put it like that. So, Dumu probably looked at the rest of this bracket, he's like, okay, boys, if I can't get the win in this first series overall, is there much point? So let's see if he can do it. This is a good step 1. The Abbey of Kings is the correct way to go. You cannot go for Council Hall here. I think Council Hall is a quick throw. Council Hall, to me, in this matchup, like, it just doesn't play. The reason is that HRE, funnily enough, like, believe it or not, folks, HRE was actually already a really good counter to English in long feudal play. It's just most players didn't want to play long feudal. But ever since they made marching drills free, it is a complete counter. The reason is that the archers gap close English lombos so quickly, the extra range doesn't matter. And then you have to remember that because the HRE at this stage have 40% increased gathering rate on wood, but it's right next to their Archon, 9 times 8 out of 10, it means that you can't actually keep up on the count at all. You just lose out as the minutes go on. So this is a smart play by Dumu, changing the script and going for the Abbey of Kings. We're going to hit the 2x speed just for the early game to get through the scouting phase and the tech ups. Look at the scout hall in the end. Love this detail. You guys see this right here? Look at what happened. Anatand saw that his opponent was in the corner after looping back. He doesn't know if Dumu's done his entire side. So this is the smartest move you can make as a player in this situation. You get in front of their scout, and then you go where you haven't been, and punt that they haven't checked both sides. Now, unfortunately for Anatan, the side that Dumu did fully clear was the right side here, bar this small little gap. So he's not going to really find much more. But now Dumu's probably just going to go circle around the back of the base, which means actually Anatan gets an opportunity to potentially pinch sheep here if there had actually been any spawning there. So it's one of those examples where I show it to you, you're like, okay, that literally, like, so that didn't matter at all, KP. In this game, no. But you will have plenty of games if you learn these lessons around scouting rotations where it will make the difference. Scouting is not a static element of the game. It's frustrating even more so for that reason because it's RNG, right? But when you see your opponent doing something, you get an opportunity to react to it. Always keep that in mind when scouting. It's why it's important to keep your eyes on your scout every 3 or 4 seconds in the opening phase. Archer range coming out. We are getting that build. Anatan is going to need a Rax really quickly here. He should have scouted this out. I'm pretty sure he glimpsed the Abbey of Kings, so he'll know it's on the way. This king cannot die of a TC, by the way. He'll die very quickly. He's only got 2 armor. Love the outpost up. Love the short wall. This is so critically underrated. Completely protects his wood line, and that's all he's about right now. Love the fact that he set one up on the backside, because this is similar to when you're playing against French Knights on the opening. What you want to do is restrict their ability to 360 rotate you. What I love about Adimu, though, is this is going to be the 2 TC sneaky boy build. We've been seeing a lot of different mutations. It doesn't surprise me that Dumu leans into this one. I feel like actually of the permutations, the Abbey of Kings builds we've been seeing, this one probably most comfortably fits Dumu's playstyle. We've seen some all-in feudal plays. We've seen some fast castle, fast imperials. To me, the 2 TC into a delayed fast castle makes a lot of sense from a playstyle perspective for Dumu. We'll see if it pays off, because Anatan has immediately pivoted. You know how I was saying that scouting is not just a static thing, it's a dynamic element of gameplay? So are builds. This is a great pivot by Natan. This archery range build would not work against double TC. You just wouldn't be able to get in quick enough, right? By the time you reach the enemy base and build rams, Dimu's going to be 10 villages ahead, and he's going to have units to counter you. So this is a fantastic read. Natan says, okay, if you are going to go for this build where you only have a king and 2 TC, that means you're not going Castle Age quickly. That means you're not building units in Feudal Age. What does that mean? That means I'm an HRE player staring at relics in the mid map. Such a smart read by Anatand. And now with the stables, he can add 1 or 2 knights in, counter this king, and then the prelates can run freely to get all these relics. Relics that, majority-wise, aren't even close to the sphere of influence of Dimmu. Dimmu, already down to just 5 sheep, has to start adding in the farms. This is the other worrisome thing, that like if I had to find a negative of Dimmu's TC placement, is that it didn't go into the deer, right? Like out here. This would have worked better for him, because then he could still catch up in the Castle Age or build units. Because he chose the tree line, admittedly you do get your farms really cheap as the English. But compared to deer, what you have to remember, what Dimmu is doing right now is he's basically using his gathering to build something else to get gathering. Right? It's always going to be worse than deer at this point in the game. Definitely scales better, don't get me wrong. But it means that Anatan should get a very clean timing here to go for the majority of relics. Like, I'm predicting a 4 relic game. Let me know what you guys think. Get a number of how many relics you expect Anatan to get. Because I'm struggling to see a way that Dimmu does anything but guard this most retracted relic. And that might even be a stretch. Okay, we're going to hit the speed up. You guys know how I feel about slog-type moments in the game. Dimmu is not coming out. Right, when I see 2 farm clusters this early, Dimmu is subscribed to Divine DFB at this stage. Like, we're in that playstyle. We're in that meta. He's coming at this from a later game perspective. Admittedly, English have got a good Imperial Age, right? With the enclosures, the gathering rate is pretty good. But against the HRE, I don't feel like I can back that horse, right? Like, in the hyper late game, HRE, if they get 5 relics as well, we're talking mass men-at-arms for heavy maces. That means you can't play men-at-arms as English. So what's your play? Lombos? Not going to play Lombos into men-at-arms, you have to go crossbows. Or hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers might be the one saving grace for the English here, but it's wholly reliant on you having the attack speed aura to guarantee that. King not being pulled away. Dimmu, ooh. If Anatan slightly resets this and gets the charge out, which he might in a second with the distance, he'll get the kill. So it's really important. Anatan, I think, yeah, wait, and now, and charge. I think he was a little bit too late there. Yeah, Dimmu is just about going to get away with that. He should not be, though. I can't believe that. If Anatan had came out of the forest a little bit quicker, he would have got the cycle charge and killed this king. Because remember, you hit for 36 damage, right? And there's only 2 armor. Instead, though, he's going to get his tech up. White Tower now on the way, being rushed. Archers have arrived here, and the Knight can dive as well. So you can at least snipe out a little bit of eco. In fact, this could be like, what, 4 workers dying at least? I mean, this Knight is not dying quickly. The Archers are being targeted down by the King, but that means that the Knight is not being contested directly. Tech up is at least going to complete. It does cost him 4 of his villages, though, and because this drove the King all the way home, relics are already being taken back to base. In fact, Anatan, look at the greed on this lad. He's going all the way for the backside. You know, I actually think we have a 5 relic game on our hands. The King can't contest the Knight on his own. He does less damage, but has more health, right? But mathematically, when you think about the difference, the fact that these Knights already have more armor as well as more damage, having extra health, having, like, what was it, an extra 65 health doesn't really make up for it. So, yeah, it's just not really a fight you can realistically win. They could have done an English King as strong as Jeanne d'Arc with levels. Who's saying they won't? Anyone up for the Black Prince? Okay, actually, so that's like, ooh, no. Would that have to be Normandy? That would have to be Normandy, right? No, Black Prince was that was after they identified as English, right? William the Conqueror is what I'm thinking of. William the Conqueror. Do another. There you go, guys. 1 Jean is not enough. We need a second one. I noticed recently someone was like, it doesn't make sense. Jean isn't a fighter. She should be more of a support unit. Fine. We'll change Jean to a support unit faction, and then we'll introduce William the Conqueror to be the aggressive French. Ooh. Give him the tip. Give him the tip. Okay, so that was a miss micro by Anatan. Little tip for people, when you see one of your knights charging, pull the other one out of the way. He probably would have been able to connect that charge if this guy wasn't blocking him. So, Castle Ace reached. Oh no! He actually did put the monastery. Well, that is a feels bad moment. Dimmu, I've got really bad news for you, my friend. It kind of shows you how powerful this king can be, but also how much of a liability he can be. The fact that he had to contest the knight, lost out, and ran home, that's why he didn't block in these relics. Funnily enough, if it wasn't for that detail, we could be existing in a game where Dumu could have still got 1, if not 2 relics. But that pushback on the king defined this outcome on the game. Anatan is now just going to go Imperial Age. He's going to build a few crossbows to defend, just in case something's coming. But outside that, his goal, his win condition now is Imperial Plus. Now, the problem for Dumu in that situation is he's about to be up against 4 TC effective as 2, and he doesn't even have a 20 villager lead yet. Which means you're actually behind, because it's HRE on Arkin. And if you look at the count, HRE have half their economy still underneath that Arkin. Stone is going to get gathered. Another nice thing is, actually, I say underneath the Arkin, but if we're being totally real, Anatan should not be allowed, his people should not be allowed on the road. They are 100% under the influence of the prelate buff. Yeah, because he's got 7 prelates from gathering up all of those relics, he has this surplus force now to work with. Love the fact that he's using it to play pocket ecos. I feel like we don't often see this. How often do we watch an H3 player get 5 relics and like, oh, easy game. I'm going to go back to my base now, warm myself in and build farms. Bye, see you in 50 minutes. No. Anatan understands that he has a quicker timing here because of the way that Dumu is built, right? Dumu doesn't have this feudal army that does anything. He doesn't have a king that feels relevant anymore because the knights. And if he's going men-at-arms and crossbows, it's going to be too slow to really punish him. So great read by Anatan. Gets him a much cleaner timing into Imperial Age. So, what's Dumu's win condition now? We mentioned the idea of going in for Imperial Age hand candidates. That's very expensive. Oh man, dude, that is cool. I haven't tried this energy drink before. It's mango and passion fruit flavored, guys. Oh. It may give me diabetes, but. I don't know my defensive argument. I was about to say it would be sweet, which is kind of obvious for diabetes. I may get diabetes from this, but damn will it taste good. Do the relics mitigate a 20 villager lead? So there's a very kind of smooth way of doing the maths around that. You could probably give, like usually the rough numbers to give a villager value is 40 to 45 resources a minute without any eco escalations. A relic is, by that logic, worth almost 2 villages. This is 10. So you actually have to times 2 by 10. So yeah, 20. If you want to be safer about it, you could say maybe 15. But it definitely, like in this type of game, absolutely. It's the difference. So Dumu isn't ahead, and now he's behind because the Pulse Swab is online. It's not just the age up, it's now going to be the economy. This difference is huge. It's the thing that I think people usually kind of glaze over is the fact that, you know, this is free TCs in 1, but it's not just free TCs in 1. On top of that, it's the villagers cheaper. So imagine this. You have got 3 extra TCs that cost 66% less to operate. Think about the savings involved in that. You're spending, what was it, 51 resources, I think it is. So you're spending about 1 villager worth to get 3 villages. That's an absurd discount, right? The 66% should have made that easy in my brain. It means that you've got more resources to put towards other things, like military. And that's the interesting thing about like the double TC versus this Imperial Age Palace of Swabia. Sure, you got this at an early point, but from that early point, you were spending more food. And you've continued to spend more food. Yeah, I've said this before. I actually legit think Swabia should not be cheaper. And I remember at the time, like, I got lashback. People were like, whoa, KP, come on, dude. Like, HRE aren't even that good right now. They're not getting picked. That was just before this recent patch with the March and Drills buff. Can we now agree that Palace of Swabia should not be cheaper? I think it's fair to say now that it should not be cheaper. Considering, like, this is the thing. I'm a really big fanatic for balancing landmarks to be 50-50 choices or close to. No one builds Elsbach. There's like the only type of game you'll see Elsbach in is where someone's already got 140 villages, right? I cast a game with Louis MT in the other day where he was at about 105 to 110 villages. And he still built Palace of Swabia. Elsbach just even needs a buff. I don't want that, by the way, because I think Elsbach is insanely powerful with the damage reduction. Or Palace of Swabia needs a nerf. That detail makes more sense to me. And yeah, Bidlin, we don't count FFAs because, as we both know, nothing about Age of Empires 4 is really being balanced around team games. I would like to see it be balanced around team games, but I think that would genuinely require different branches of development, and I simply don't think that the budget exists or the manpower in the studio exists for that. Now, if the English are going to find a pass back to recover the game, this is it. Not that king, we don't care about him. We care about this. Wingard Palace is strong. This is incredibly powerful. There's a lot of new cool builds coming out. One that I'm a really big fan of at the moment is the Wingard Raiders. The reason why the Wingard Raiders would be very good in this type of game, Anatan's only now adding in the walls. He doesn't layer his protection fully yet. So if you start spamming out these Wingard Raiders, it's going to be Footman. Okay. The reason why I was game for Wingard Raiders, it takes 25 seconds to get 6 cavalry units out, 3 of them being knights. That's insane. You're still getting a slight discount as well, by the way. But it's not about discounts with Wingard Raiders, it's about tempo and timing. But Dimu doesn't seem to feel like there's an opportunity to exploit that, to punish the H3 player. In some ways, I can see where he's coming from. Like, the reality is they're producing so many villages so quickly, you have to be consistently killing to feel good about that build. But the problem I'm seeing with Footman is the moment it gets scouted, Anatan has 2 answers. You either do these hand cannoneers, which will obliterate. He's already got crossbows, which are good. But the number 1 factor in the late game is going to be men-at-arms. Because here's the thing. These Footmen get bonus ranged armor. The melee is terrible. So if you spam into mass men-at-arms in the HRE now, it's GG. Now, for the time being, it's going to work because Anatan is quite reasonably just like punting, expecting there to be range units. That would make sense. Because I think what Anatan's saying is like, okay, so he's probably going to do like men-at-arms and lombos or men-at-arms and crossbows. And he has already got crossbows, I've already seen them, right? So I need to count the horsemen. So that's what I do like about Dumu's combo, is this is a really strong front line, even against crossbows. The hand cannoneers are the problem that I foresee, though. And from what I'm watching, Dumu doesn't actually have any good answer coming. And yeah, 25 seconds is crazy. Like, so if I had to rank the effectivity of each of these options, Wingard Raid is number 1, Footman number 2, Rangers number 3, and then Wingard Army number 4. Trebuchets just aren't impactful in Imperial Age anymore. They feel really underwhelming. Trebuchets have become incredibly situational. The only reason you want trebuchets now, the way the meta evolved, trebuchets are now a defensive unit, actually. For when you get, for example, keep rushed, or someone's like building a proxy base or whatever, or you just can't get out of your base because of some sort of constriction. Trebs make sense. Trebs never make sense in an offensive tool anymore. So yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. That kind of change in meta just guaranteed, even with the insane discount you get on the Wingard army, it's never worthwhile. You guys remember when Footmen first got introduced and they were bugged? Hey, let's do a little bit of trivia chat. Do you guys remember what the bug was? Also, I just realized my name Pax his comment. 5% of people drinking energy drink get diabetes. 100% of people who drank water once will die sooner or later. Yep, an energy drink has water, so I'm gonna die sooner or later. Whoop, whoop. So, just to remind people, the Footmen, the bug they had when they first came out is they didn't take heavy bonus damage from heavy. So nothing could counter them other than hand cannoneers. It was brilliant. And here we go, Footman moving in. Now, these guys are incredibly tanky. If he waited for elite army tactics, I actually don't think they could be broke here. But the problem is he didn't wait. The hand cannoneers and crossbows will start pushing this back. Aura is at least up, so Dumu's backline will be fine. But notice, this is the play to get rid of the Sacred Site win condition. Anatan has already ticked off almost 3 minutes of the timer. So Dumu, great move to take control of the map before that escalation of hand cannoneers gets a bit too big. One thing I do see that's problematic here is Anatan is kind of cheesing his opponent a bit, or cheesing the effect. He's just strategic playing well. These Footmen charge at 1.44, the crossbows move at 1.12. So there's a sweet spot for Anatan with the 1.24 movement speed and hand cannoneers where he can run and gun, and he can never be hit in return. Overextension now from Dimit. His eco is getting weaker. We've still got prelates out here. Love this from Anatan. He kind of had to do this, right? Like, this wasn't the greatest Arcan area to spread around. Now he can fix that, though, and the importance of doing that cannot be stated enough. By optimizing his Arcan, he can have less prelates overall. That means more population going into military. Now, funny thing is, these horsemen actually aren't bad against footmen because of the fact that their armor is so low on melee. The range, once again, is the issue. It's actually impressive if you think about it, that these footmen are reducing the damage they take from hand cannoneers by a third. At the end of the day, though, it is still gunpowder units, so you will die to them. And also, remember the reboom is quite limited for Dimmu. These guys come out every 34 seconds, 6 of them. That's not bad, right? But like when you get into the hyper late game, you're talking about ramping up production crazy. You're usually talking about like what, 8 racks is producing a men-at-arms every 11 seconds. So the rate of production is just superior with that comp. But the quality of units is worse. So what we're really highlighting here is if Dimmu can kind of maintain his population to a point that his army doesn't get wiped, his comp is really good. That's where Wingard feels great, is whenever you are at a stage where you just need more, right? It's when you need quality in the numbers. However, if this starts turning into a mass meat grinder where Landsnet get added in, Mangonels get added in, army gets wiped left, right, and center, that's when Wingard looks bad. Chem now on the way. Still surprised about no elite army tactics, but I think after the Mangonels deal with the backline of Dimmu's, that's where we'll probably see Anatan try to add in men-at-arms. Another benefit of his comp right now, by going a horseman, A, you get to raid like this, but B, it means you're spending less gold, and that means more gold can go into hand cannons. And all these techs that he still needs to get. It's a decent raid. Some good idle time, bunch of farmers getting killed off. That actually hurts Dimmu because remember, gold income isn't great here. He's relying on enclosures for that. In fact, if you look at the map, Dimmu, he has got the gold veins on the left side, but he hasn't dropped a strong defense. Expect that to change soon. He's got the 2.4k stone in the corner. I'd expect a keep drop maybe here. He might even try to just mirror stone walls. And yes, the footmen do, I think you are right. They have, is it +3 or +4 against Cav? +5, okay. A little bit better than I would have expected. But once again, like the logic of the horseman is you don't need to fight this army directly, right? But yes, thank you. Very good ID point there, actually coming out. Another reason from Katoro as to why you should be going men-at-arms. But now that the crossbow count is being shrunk and lombos are being switched into, this is where you should see Anatan starting to prep men-at-arms. Castle defense is going to be strong for Dimmu. Just hold that area. Did he set up the second wall? Or the keep? Is it just this one so far? I guess it's just this one. Remember, both of these civs aren't exactly great at trading, by the way. So, I'd be very surprised if either of them resorts to it. What you have to remember is, even after the veins are gone, both of them have a decent income on gold. Anatan should still be better with the 10 relics sufficient compared to the enclosures, but you know, if you want to put enough people on food, you can match that. If Dimmu goes up to like 65, 70 food workers, then all of a sudden enclosures does yield quite a lot of gold. Mangonels. Okay, maybe the backline instead? The horsemen are going to commit. They're not going to last long against those axes though. The Mangonels are making the difference. The hand cannoneers as well. It's going to be a flood over. Dimmu trying to go around the flank, but if you run past the hand cannoneers, you're just going to die. Oh man, I mean, it's expensive on both sides, right? This Wingard's slow to replace. Hand cannoneers are going to hold on though. Chemistry really did make the difference here. And now the second wave of horsemen are going to hit hard because keep in mind, like, yes, you were correct. The horsemen got counted by the footmen, but there's none left. So all of a sudden, these horsemen can easily start to flood through. In fact, Anatan truly believes in it. Queues up 40 more. Mangonels now just trying to crush the hopes of the keep. Bombard also moves in range, so it looks like the castle of Dimmu is going to be falling soon unless he can recover this quickly. Springlers at least come out, but you know, realistically, although this is a hard defense to dive, I feel like long-term, this is going to be a hard defense for Dimmu to hold onto. Second Bombard now on the way. He can at least repair for a while, but I don't even know if it's worth it at this stage. The stone cost is going to add up quickly because of how many villages are repairing. Yeah, remember, they changed the formula, so if you have more than 3 villages repairing something, you spend more resources than is optimal. Bombard is at least going to have to pack up and move away, courtesy of the Shark Trigger Sprinklers coming. But we have now got siege works on the way. We've still got 3 Mangonel play coming from Anatan, a mass horseman on the way again. So to clarify for this tournament, who's playing and who's not, Marine Lord is definitely going to be playing. Beastie had to pull out. I believe Cat might have also had to have pulled out. I know Beastie said recently about his operation on Twitter. I don't know. Like, I'm speculation. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just resting up. It might just be a completely different reason, though. He won't be able to participate in Energy Slapfest, which is a shame. But look forward to seeing him in the next one. And wow, you're right. Dimmu never scouted that big gold. He's gonna luck out here, though. Wait, no, please don't just stonewall it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on, please. Good eyes, Katora. Well played, sir. He's gonna find it. That is a big boon for Dimmu. He needs it. With a lot of the desirable comp elements in late game, men arms, crossbows, all these type of things, it's a lot of gold. That towards the keep. Hand cannon and mangoes moving in. One shot from those mangoes could be big here. Skrills are being targeted upon. Hand cannon is diving for that. But the mangoes were already taken out. However, the keep is now down. It's an expensive engagement for Anatan, however. He loses most of his hand cannoneers. And finally, look at what is coming. It's the mass men-at-arms we were waiting for. This is the ace in the sleeve of Anatan. The men-at-arms are not something that gets counted here. You've got the elite army tactics on the way, heavy maces, two-handed weapons. Nothing's going to compare. Even these footmen are going to look pathetic compared to the men-at-arms. Great read, great time by Anatan. Waited until he cleared that crossbow mass. And the problem actually here is Dimmu has found more gold, so he could go back to crossbows. I think Anatan thought that this was all the gold he had. And if he pushed him off this, the men-at-arms would win. But this does mean actually that Dimmu can still play the game. Funny thing is he's actually queuing up elite men-at-arms. I'm a little bit surprised by that because I think that's the worst thing to build now that men-at-arms are coming to the picture. King's going to fall. Army is not holding for Dimmu. This game is getting grim. He has at least got production on his side, and in fairness, Anatan is taking a long time to arrive, but now, with the double keep drop on the Sacred Site, I think we can clearly see what Anatan views his win condition as. The question mark is whether he can get it up in time, because that is greedy. He only brought 7 villagers. Oh my. I think Anatan misread his production queue here. Yeah, Trebs are hitting into this now. With the attack speed aura as well, so decent damage can be done there. Bombards have to stand their ground. Bombards are a pretty cool answer to these footmen, right? Like, you're not going to insta-kill them, but you can target them down one by one, and they're a limited unit. Second wave of hand cannoneers comes in with the front line, and it looks like it is going to be enough. So Anatan, a heavily damaged keep for sure, but definitely one that's going up. Dimmu, how much is he draining on this gold? My oh my. 38 villages out here. A third of his economy is gathering that gold. So a lot of income for the time being, but it's kind of worrisome when you think about how much gold he's getting here and the fact that his number isn't still going into the thousands, right? That's not a good sign when you consider that on the other side of this, Anatan, he still has 4k gold to work with here. He's taken away the 4k you had in the center, and he's got 10 relics of gold trickle. Crazy position to be in. Love the TC behind this from Anatan. Really smart choice here. This is, I think, what makes another thing that makes HRE just kind of absurd compared to other civs in the late game, is that you can very efficiently repair castles to a degree that no other civ can. Right? I think, like, what civ can do this comparatively? I guess you could argue maybe the Japanese, right? They can Shogun a castle or TC and repair wood. That's the closest I can think of, though. And instead, HRE, they use E-repairs for castles, and then because of how cheap their emplacements are, they just use outposts as mini keeps. It's insane. Malians, that's a fair one. So, but like that's a one-off, right? Or Yepatos, that's a one-off. That's basically for the landmark you're talking about. Oh no! You mistake what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact you have to repair with stone. Right? HRE is the only civ that so easily and fluidly gets to dodge that issue. Stone is a very limited resource. Stone is the most limited resource in AoE4. Banker repairs might make you more repair efficient, but it still costs you stone, and you can only get a passive stone income of 75. I know someone now asking a question about the capture age. We didn't talk about the capture age. I would not be surprised if footmen are not being calculated correctly. I imagine footmen, yeah, because look, footmen's costs are 100 resources, so the destroyed value is deceptive. That's another reason why I never like rely on destroyed value to explain the story. Because of variables like this. And that number is mathematically correct, right? Well, actually, no, it's not. I don't... So you get 6 of them, you spend 700 resources. These should be costing 120 resources. Apparently they cost 100. Oh god. Well, when someone's going to shattering projectiles, I get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. When was the last time you watched shattering projectiles? Okay, no. Let me put it another way. When was the last time you watched shattering projectiles work? I'll hold your beer while you go into the YouTube archives to find it. Probably a few years ago, yeah. It's really not something that has been paying dividends recently. In fact, like, I feel like any game where I watch an English player have to resort to this, something is going wrong. I mean, now just trying to actually prep into the Raiders, into the Footman rather again. And he has actually got hand cannons on the way, so this isn't too bad. I think he needs to throw away some of these standard men arms to get more Footmen out, actually. Before Footmen and Rangers were a thing, we had sharing projectiles. That's accurate. That was back in the old Siege days, if you guys remember, where you'd have English players scaling up to 10 trebuchets and slow sieging the map. That build can still work if you've got Mountain Pass for some reason, or like Altai, those type of maps, but Dry Arabia is a bit too open. It's very difficult to defend and hold an area of the map, right? So that's why we don't really see mass trebuchet anymore. Dumu is crawling towards it though, and I think it's because he needs to try and condense this to a direct fight. The problem is he needs walls for that. Unless he has proper stone walls, these horseman raids are going to keep drawing his attention elsewhere. Alright, 1's if you think Anatan is going to take this game, 2's if you believe in Dumu. Don't be one of those cheeky people that already knows the outcome as well. Like, if you looked at this game right now and you saw the state of things or the stats on the screen, who would you feel wins this? I actually agree with Faye, not because it's a draw, but because it's a late game matchup involving the English, nobody wins. Everyone who had to participate in this is in pain. Demu's getting pretty small in his economy as well. Is he reproducing? He is. He's trying to catch up. So this damage is starting to hurt. He's down to 90 eco. It allows him to get a bigger army for sure, but Anatan, if he starts adding in full production, that's the thing I think that's missing here. If he keeps ramping his troops out, like if he has 10 Raxes near this sacred site, he can just start flooding like crazy. He's got the income to allow for that as well. Flash is going to come in. Gatling gun speed activated for the English. Oh. Every once in a while, you get into one of these English games and you're reminded just how absurd the network of Citadel's aura is. You're reminded just how frequently English were dunking in the early days of AoE4. Someone highlighting Dumu's gold veins. He is out of gold now. So, theoretically, he should be done. But as you say that, I'm just seeing more and more men-at-arms and footmen getting queued up. Trebs as well. Now, what's interesting here is actually Dumu can kind of survive longer if he just gets more food workers. If he shifts his economy to be maybe 20 on wood and the rest on farms, enclosures will give you a pretty good gold trickle. English, like Mongols when AoE4 came out, they refused to nerf them. What are you on about? Like, English... You do realize that English were the worst performing Civ in the most recent S-tier tournament, by far. They got buffed. So it would be fair to say they're a bit absurd now, but actually the reason that makes them absurd is usually that early game. We're past that now. We're just into the true late game. Like, the funny thing is, like, people say that English, like, OP. I mean, yeah, the king build, but the logic of longbows, I'd rather have Byzantines any day of the week for that. Flash coming in, that is a lot of gunners. So here's the problem about these static fights. These favor the English because for HRE, the hand cannon advantage is in movement speed. Movement speed doesn't matter if you're just standing there and shooting, right? Like, the only way that I feel like English don't like these static fights is against Roos with Streltsy. Roos with Streltsy, they have to go mass longbows, but funnily enough, he's doing that anyway, just to guarantee that he can kill the hand cannoneers without having to throw away valuable units. And this is how he keeps the economy going, folks. Gold for the men-at-arms, wood for the longbows. However, you may be noticing that Dumu's tree lines are starting to go the way of his magnificent bald head. There's not much left of them there. He's trimming it all the way down. And once they're gone, Once we have boarded the map, that's when I worry for him, because that's when these expensive lombos are no longer sustainable. I hope that didn't come out like an insult to Dimmu, by the way. I think he rocked bald very well, was my point. I don't know if I could do bald. And that's why it will probably never enter any sort of charity milestone goal or subathon goal. Flipping and shipping without context. I mean, he picked English. He'll probably go, yeah, I kind of deserve that comment. He's Borderlands Maximus. Of course. That's why he loves the English so much. They use so much wood, they always make every map bald. This is like, you know, one of those kind of supervillains where they're like, the lizard people ones from, is it DC Universe? We must make the whole world lizards. Dimmu's like, we must make every map bald. Well, this has turned into quite the meat grinder. Anatan, remember, his army is just entirely made up of things that never run out. Food and gold is never going to exhaust. He uses a little bit of wood on siege, but it's very much minimal. And you can see the difference here, right? Anatan's still trying to keep, not full head of hair, but he's gone for the fried tuck look, right? He's taken a little bit off the top, but he's still got the flanks. Oh yeah, the lizard doctor from Spider-Man. The next step in human evolution. I was actually watching No Way Home recently. I love some of the lines. It's like, I think you'd be so much better as a lizard. I wish Dimmu would do that at events. Walk around. I think you'd be better if you were bald. Well, looks like the keeps have been taken down. Dimmu actually getting a surge point. Anasan, what the duck happened to his production? I mean, this shouldn't be happening right now. Like, I'm impressed that Dimmu's pushed out like this. Credit to him. But I think Anatan, something's kind of gone wrong here. It looks like he very clearly skipped production. I don't think he's out. Like, he should not be out of food. Like, he's got 3.5k food income. Food should be fine. Food should be strong. In fact, I legit think that the play is this. You just build 3 mangonels, it's GG. Dimmu doesn't have gold to put into Springles right now. And here's the worrisome part. Dimmu's gone a little bit too hard in the lombos. The Agincourt boy has done the Agincourt. And when you do the Agincourt, you know, we learn from history. Anatan, he clearly is a Mimari history. He says, well, French didn't have mangonels there. If they did, it would have been easy peasy. Double mango's enough to start breaking everything here. Remember, the reason why range units tend to feel quite weak in Imperial Plus is that unlike horsemen, unlike the infantry, they don't increase their health. They increase their damage, which is great, but they're a glass cannon. They're more of a glass cannon than they were previously, right? I do think if they ever change that, by the way, they'll have to buff siege as well. I kind of get why they balance it that way, but what it means is that you have this fragility to your composition. Right now, Dimmu doesn't actually have much effective HP. Like, if you pulled the health pools of both these armies, Anatan's would be over double. That's coming in. We're back up on the men-at-arms count now. And immediately the Culverin's going for a Treb snipe. The men-at-arms and the footmen are not going to be quick enough at taking out these Culverins. But Siege Works 264 HP is simply too much. And these men-at-arms are simply too tanky. 8 ranged armor, 216 HP, and you are trying to shoot them in the face for a mere 14 damage. This is difficult to break. So Dimmu will have to back up. I think Anatan needs to slow down. I don't like it when people lead their men-at-arms line too far forward like this. The Culverins and Mangonels can stop any return fire. You just need to be careful about your pacing. A lot of Trebs just died there. Only one left over is problematic, and Dimmu now is trying to replace them by going for Wingguard armies. I genuinely think if Anatan just drops like 5 Ford Raxus here, the dynamic of these games changes, right? Like, he's got marching drills. I think that's usually what makes H3 players feel good about this. But you are trying to just kind of headbutt your way through the map. I think this is a perfect example of what I've highlighted before about maps with less wood are better. And this is why I kind of roll my eyes when everyone says that Dry Arabia is the best competitive map. It is definitely the most balanced any civ being picked. But when you get to this late game, it becomes a race for wood. More often than not. And when you think about just how much wood is spread out across this map, it is quite a lot. I would be curious to see how Dry Arabia would function if they took away one of the big wood lines and replaced it with one of the small wood lines in its place. Anatan actually was not making proxy. Good eyes there. He's actually making outposts. Oh my god. No, again, really. Really. Like 12 years later. And then goes to the British voice, right? So long that they had to change the narrator with a new person. And it is still not dead. This is so much idle time. That's almost a third of Dimu's eco trying to burn down this outpost. I just find it adorable that Antan's like, what if he's trading? Funnily enough, he is. The timing is actually perfect for this. Unfortunately, Anatan isn't going to realize it because the outpost is being taken out. He might still send more troops down here, right? Like, realistically, why would Dimu invest this many villagers to kill an outpost unless he needed this trade burst? And we are now going to see the keep reaction to try and secure the area. That's going to be annoying for Anatan to try and contest, but Anatan might have a golden breakthrough in the center. Look at the count. It's 3 mangonels. He's queued up 5 more. If he plays hand cannoneers with a thin line of men-at-arms and mass mangonels, everything that Dimu's doing gets countered. What? I'm sorry. The trade post is on this side, Anatan. Oh, this is becoming comedial. Villagers are going to be scared away. And I think this is the point where you just send one bombard over here, right? Like, one bombard can clean this up. Arguably, you could just go horseman and play between the keep and the base, right? Because you don't need to kill the castle to kill the trade. Dimu. What? Well, I think Anatan knows where to target next. That is a third of Dimu's economy on one screen. Oh my god, the horsemen do so much work here. This is why horsemen are balanced in late game. They might get more health, but thank god they don't get more damage. Mangonel's now moving up. Anatan, look, like I said, give a healthy line to defend with, but this is not quite that. Mango's are going to turn around for a shot. That will at least scare Dimu away. So this is what I want to see different from Anatan. Instead of just rushing in, now with your men-at-arms, keep them back near the siege. The siege is the thing that Dimu can't fight. Every time you split off like this, you're giving him a fight he can win. Well, I say that. Usually the fight wouldn't involve, once again, a third of Dimu's economy. But right now, it does. And that means that Dimu is going down to 70 economy. Oh, no. Guys, he doesn't have great wood income behind this. That's why he's just gathering on the front line. All of a sudden, a 30 villager lead for Anatan. Mangonels are moving in. They're still uncounted. There's no melee units diving towards them right now because the men-at-arms are bogging them down. And I think, if nothing else, it looks like there's production issues. A lot of this MAA are MIA. They're coming from the back of the base. Mangoes finally are going to get reached. So they are going to get cleared up. Anatan, we're going to have to reset again. That was actually an impressive fight. The eco damage he done may have been what he needed. I felt really bad about the way that began because I felt like Anatan was throwing away too many units. But to his credit, man, I mean, if Dimu now loses this Archer Mass, it's just all over. He doesn't have the ability with this type of income to replace 50 Lombos. 50 Lombos in terms of wood cost would cost you 2,500 wood. Look at his income. This is what matters now. Anatan, a great read, now playing wide with the Horsemen to guarantee, and the Villager Crawl as well, to guarantee that no more wood is accessible. This has to be it. I think this is the point where we're going to see Dimu go full Warhammer 40k Imperium on us and enter a long period of decay. Sorry, I kind of nerded out into a different universe there. I really do want to Dawn of War 4. Well played by Anatan though, man. I do think the men-at-arms spam could have maybe came a little bit sooner. I do think there was probably a slower, more reliable way to dent this base. But you have to remember, like, one big detail in Anatan's mind was probably this gold vein over here that Dimu didn't realize he had for a while. Anatan might have suspected he had it, and that's why he didn't want to take a slower approach. Because if he took a slower approach, Springwars came out, it would have been GG on the siege loss. But now, now with no clean answer, just 1-3 on the field. Dimu, he can at least pepper these down with archers. He has at least got the men-at-arms leaking in, but what else is happening here is we're now seeing the military advantage shifting. Anatan now getting the raw count lead. And yes, Anatan is getting, to be accurate about it, it's 80 gold per relic. He's getting 800 gold from relics, and then the sacred sites are giving him 100 each. So he's at 1,000 passive gold from relics. Not a single worker on it. Powerful tools for a civ like the HRE. The fact that he's been able to actually, without any gold veins, still commit to hand cannoneers this deep in the game, Siege as well, just shows you how potent of a player this is. Just shows you how fundamentally important it is that you do not let an HRE player get 5 relics for free. And I think if I had to highlight one area for Dimu to fall back on where it went wrong, it was that detail. That King having to fall back to base when he did opened the way for a 5 relic game. Consider this, Dimu actually looked pretty damn good in this late game situation, in this matchup. I think he held on remarkably well. How different could this game have been, potentially, if we were looking at a 3-2 relic split? That's a question for another day, but now, I think the only question is simply how many minutes until Dimu gives up, because this game is over. The trade is being blocked out by a bunch of outposts which will get cannon placements in them. The dive has never been deeper with the main army than it has now. That means production is also falling, and even if the production wasn't falling, Dimu can't afford mass men-at-arms anymore. Yeah, pretty cool game. I think it's kind of player style oriented that we ended up this deep in the game. There's a lot of people that would take this matchup right now and end it by, I'd say, 30 minutes because they're a bit more all-in focused. But you can see how comfortable both these guys were with the idea of this kind of going into that hyper late game. Anatan can be a crafty, very quick player sometimes. Dimu, I think I've always seen him as more of a kind of comfortable with the dragged out meta type player. Not to say he always leans towards it, but he isn't afraid of it either. I think that's remained true of a lot of our elite players at the absolute top of AoE4. I think times are changing a little bit, where even if you're comfortable with that point in the game, you try to play earlier. But in this situation, you can see how, with the way that game opened up by 50 minutes, this was Dimu's only option. And now, this option has ran out of dividends. Right? It's time to pack it up and take it home. Because at this point, he has a corner of the map left. He basically has about 20 trees, maybe 30 that he can reach. Everything else is too far. Interesting point from Faye. Dimu usually stonewalls. He didn't this game. It kind of hurts. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think part of it might have been that he saw Anatan on these walls. He's like, okay, I don't really need them as much. Like, he can't come through many positions there. I know it's a weird thought process, but it's kind of weird how your brain can work in these type of games. I think also the other issue is everything was kind of invested in this forward push. I think he was more fixated on this idea of static emplacements. Like, for example, he got the outposts with the cannons. He got the keeps in the center, right? But the problem is when you're up against Imperial Age Horsemen, 1 or 2 outposts with cannons doesn't change anything. A keep doesn't change anything. They'll just run past it. So yeah, a fair point. I think also, in Dimu's mind, he didn't ever want this game to reach a point where he needed trade. So these outposts on the crawl shouldn't have mattered, but this is just the nature of late game and how messy it can get. And Anatan, just to guarantee that there is no recovery mechanism left for Dimu. Because you never know. He says, oh, Dimu, you didn't warn this game? Let me do that for you as well, buddy. Love the footman detail, though. I think we're going to see a lot more of these footmen coming out. I mentioned already that Wingard is the new meta. I think a lot of it is still about Raiders. I think that maybe could have been another element that might have given Dimu better value in the early Imperial Age, is Raiders to raid instead of just going for a footman for a slow push. But once again, it's like when you reach this Imperial Age as the English and your opponent's already there, your mentality immediately goes to a slow-moving army. You never think fast. Mark my words, though, I think the English meta is heavily going to rely now around cavalry. I think Lombos are overrated at this point. Wingard Raiders and the King, like these details have opened up a new era of the English. Funnily enough, the old era. If you guys remember, a long time ago, the English used to be about this idea of getting into knights and picking up relics, right? Fast castle knights, pick relics. That was the meta time and time again with the English. I think we're returning to something not exactly the same, but quite similar to that. And this playstyle, while I don't blame Dimu for doing it in this game, I think in some ways his hands were tied eventually, you can see why the alternative is desirable. the ability to chip away at the eco, the ability to constrict your opponent. This required a death push in that it always felt like wasn't going to work in its entirety. Because the moment you reach the threshold, you had to fall back, right? It's always a big challenge. If you haven't got a good enough army to just outmatch your opponent, you have this big issue on getting the reinforcing wave in. I'm going to hit the fast forward now. I think at this point, we've said pretty much everything there is. I think Dimu is refusing to give up because, like we said, the thing you have to remember is that his bracket isn't any easier from here. He has Marine Lord he has to face off against. Anno Vaku might be one that he can easily get his hands on, but the problem is losing to Anatan, losing to Marine Lord, that means you're not going to make playoffs, right? So, like, statistically, you know, Dimu will realize that if he can't beat Anatan, Marine Lord is an even more uphill battle. So he'll hang around, you might as well. You're 52 minutes into a game at this stage. But the way I see this is, like, Anatan's reserves speak for themselves. Wood and gold are never running out for him. Dimu is now running out of both of those things. Food is great, sure, but what do you do with that food? If you are only spamming men-at-arms, is that the only thing you can do, then you're going to lose to mass men-at-arms on the other side. It's just a quality difference. Still, I think English are good. I think English may be like a top 6 Civ now with these new builds. To me, if I had to look at a strategic layer instead of a tactical layer on the entire series, I wonder, you know, if Dimu could go back, would he have went for the Marlians pick? Did he feel like the Marlians pick was a necessity? Because to me, when I'm seeing Marlians now and English on the same side of a draft, I think people are living in an old era. These new Abbey of Kings builds, the diversity they're building into, I think means that although Marlians traditionally do counter English, there are now ways out that don't rely on you just block picking. You know, if you glanced up at this right now, you'd actually think that Dimu's the one playing the HRE. Yeah, let me know what you guys think of this. Let it be known in the comments. If this ends up on YouTube, definitely drop down in the comments below. I want to know what, like, where you see this going wrong. Like, in this game, in this series, overall, what would you maybe like to have seen different from Dimu that could have gotten the win here? Or is it just Anatan being on fire? Because we've got to admit, right, Anatan was a rising name, but I think he's risen now, right? He's definitely not, I'd say, in the top 8. He'll admit that. But this is a name that it no longer shocks or surprises me at all to see him making potentially like top 16 performances. Really talented player. And really impressive win here. Dimu, the meat mosh pit is now dead. And I think this will be it. With 500 gold income, you just can't rebolster the lines anymore. So Anatan is indeed going to take the series 2-1. And that sets himself up nicely. If he can beat Anavaku, he'll make that playoff. Marine Lord is the bigger question mark because Anatan and Marine Lord play a lot together. And my understanding is that Marine Lord still tends to win most of those scrims. Maybe Anatan's been holding back some secrets he hasn't been telling his scrim friend. But I remember that Anatan was one of Marine Lord's more frequent scrim partners in 2024. So they should have a pretty good read on each other. And I think most people would agree right now, in Age of Empires 4, I don't think anyone can say there's a player that's been playing better than Marine Lord. He's clearly the most consistent guy. He just won the most recent S-tier tournament. He had the confidence to say he's going to go on a win streak. But Dimu, unfortunately, at the start of 2024, is not having that. GG is going to get called, and I can now confirm to you guys an interesting detail here. After this series was complete, Dimu did decide to indeed forfeit his series versus Marine Lord and Anavaku. So he will not be going any... Oh, there we go. Yeah, really cool game. That one, I think that one should in some form eventually make it onto the YouTube side, hopefully. What do you guys think? Pretty cool one. Oh, I just noticed I turned my light off. That's a bad idea. That's ruining the illusion that I'm in space. That's how I can predict the future of these games because they take place in the 18th century and I am from the 23rd century. By the way, guys, I showed you these glasses. Did I not show you the other cool thing you get with these glasses? These are the new Fallout frames, by the way. You can get the Gunner Fallout frames. Exclamation mark Gunner, use that code to get them. They come in this box. I actually like it. You know how sometimes you're really like you get kind of giddy about the stupidest small things? It's not stupid, but it's like it should be a kind of small thing. But like, how about that for a glasses case? Right? And then you go, whoop. And then you get your own Fallout Boy little bag to hold your glasses in. Nice little Fallout branded. Oh, and it is an official thing, by the way. Like, it's full out Gunner. They're really cool. You look like a blend of news broadcaster and 80s aviator. I'll take it. Those are the two careers everyone wanted to be in the 80s. You're jealous? You know what you're going to do, Caladium? Exclamation mark Gunner. Gunnar. You can go order yourself some. I think these ones are $100, if I'm not mistaken. You can get your hands on these and the nice little kit for $100. Prescription ones, if I'm correct, are like $220, maybe-ish, around $220-ish. If you guys are itching for them but not immediately, feel free to wait. 2 months from now is when you'll be able to get the 15% off, and you can do that with code Pigeon. Or if there are other ones, like if you like the other lenses I've been wearing all the time, those ones you can get 15% off. Those would be the... Oh, what were they called? I'm trying to remember the name now. I've said it so much in the past, I've blanked it. I remember the color because the Onyx, I think it was Onyx Merlot, which sounds so cool. It was the Intercepts. The ones I usually wear. The Intercepts in a Merlot Onyx. Requires something you don't have. Money. Find a pole. Find a corner. Wait, what was that? Alright, anyway. Official Fallout merch? I mean, yeah, it's technically official now, right? Because it's a signed sponsorship. So, you know, while it's not made directly by the Fallout guys, it's made by the Gunner people, it is Gucci. You're gonna... Oh, thank you. Sorry, it's because I rushed out because I saw the game was ending. I spent a bit of time with my daughter. Thank you, Rex. Good attention to detail. Filed today and renewed your car insurance. Good God, how much did that cost? I still haven't bothered to, like, learn to drive, and that's a big driving force. I was like, I don't want to. I don't... Already hard enough to afford bills. Don't need to add the price of insurance to the list. That would be a killer. Alright, so... 1 second. I wanted to quickly check something, actually. I needed to... No, it's fine. That can wait. Something on the campaign side of things we're doing behind the scenes. But I was available, like, 24/7 a day or two ago. And then we had the limbo modes. So now that I am busy with you guys, we're doing one of my jobs. That can wait. So, have a look here. Oh, I got the sleeve completely wet. Tried to dry it quickly. Basically, what happened is I went to grab the ice cubes, and my partner had refilled the other ice cube boxes, but they'd just been refilled, so they weren't ice cold. Because we are drinking. It's Friday night, baby. Oh, that's right. You know what feels very kind of businessy, man, after a hard day's work? You know, someone's going to say whiskey, but we're in the alternate universe where the communists and the capitalists didn't blow each other up. So, to thank that peaceful phase we got through, I went for a Moscow Mule. A very big Moscow Mule. I always find it interesting how kind of hot, kind of spicy, almost like weird kind of tingling you get from drinking ginger beer. Spicy is the wrong word. It may sound like a pussy, but you get what I mean. It's like, it's a very intriguing kind of texture and whatnot. Haven't started getting ready for work. Woof. Who wants to trade? Wait, are you a real salesman? Unlike my fake salesman? Love some cool glasses if I wasn't almost legally blind. Want to get LASIK soon. Ooh. Well, you can get these glasses, dude. Like, this is the thing. These ones that I'm wearing my contacts today. These are just the more focused on the lens and the stylistic look. But Gunner do prescription glasses as well, so they can sort you for that. They have some really cool styles. But the other thing I say, be careful around LASIK. Make sure you do your research. I want to do it, but I've been hearing stories recently. Is that basically, if you have quite dry eyes, LASIK can be really bad for you. Because like, there's a perfect example of this. I think. Do you guys know who Dan Bull is? Dan Bull is like a content creator in the gaming sphere that makes rap videos. Right? You've probably actually heard some of his over the years. Especially, he was very popular around like 2012-ish era. But he was recently tweeting about the fact that he hates when people just say how great like LASIK was for them, because there's a lot of info out there about how it's safe and there's no downsides or whatever, but he's perpetually like dry-eyed and in pain. So yeah, definitely do your research on that. Make sure your eyes aren't too dry would be my advice. I'm tempted to do it. Like, my rule is if I do like, I'd say if I do 3 S-tier like stadium events in a year, that I would have signed off on it for myself. Anyway. It's not the Viper. Don't. Shall we do? We'll do a quick check on the ladder. See if there's anyone 1v1s. If not, I am interested in checking out the 2v2 practices that Crackety, Lash, Baltoon, and Avali were doing. His eyes didn't need to go dry. That's what I mean. Like, the marketing around it is that there's no possible downside. I would recommend, if you have very dry eyes, be very careful about the idea of Lazek to, I want to call it Laztech because we're in full out mode. Lazek or Lazek, or whatever the hell you pronounce it, to fix all your issues. All right, so let's have a quick look down here. I don't know if we've got enough people for community games, right? We'll let the people gather. We'll do 1 or 2 pro team games first. And we'll see about it. I'm here for them. Well, yeah, I want to make sure we've got enough people, though. Cast the Viper. Oh, yeah, dude, we'll do the full clickbait, right? Full YouTube mode. Like, it's the Viper. And it's like, it's not. We all, like, I was tempted to do that because there's a guy called, there's a guy whose name tag is Izzy.MarineLord. Obviously, we know it's out of date, but, like, someone randomly watching that wouldn't think twice, like, oh, MarineLord's such a noob. Used to be the best in the game. So, let me see. Oh, no. Crackety, no. What have you done? Hi! Crackety played too many games, and now the 2v2s don't show up in his customs. But that's fine. Lash will carry us. Yes. Yes, Lash. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got here. We've got Dry Arabia. French HRE versus Rus Abbasids. Himiyama for French Malians versus Rus Japanese. That's kind of an interesting one. Did we do the Cliffside? We did. The Cliffside was brutal. I remember that. French Abbasid plus Rus HRE. We done Lipany. That was the one we done. Did we do a Himiyama? Yeah, we done the other Himiyama. So we did another Himiyama or this Rocky River. Oh, wait, no. So that's a 1v1. I think we go for French. No, we want the Himiyama one, right? I want some Japanese. Some Nippon in my life. And yes, I am well aware that Chad Lord Hosen went to work immediately and made the Puny Peasants mod. I am paranoid that my PC is not going to handle that, by the way. Has anyone else noticed that there's just terrible performance issues right now in AoE4? I know someone put a Reddit thread up about this, and I was like, yeah, there is. Things are a little bit janky right now. 1 sec, actually, I just realized I need to make some space on my drive. Dude, I don't know why the D drive is almost full. No, don't make the joke. Don't make the joke about D drives. Like, I wish my D was pretty full. Anyway, wait a second. You wouldn't want your D to be full. Huh. Anyway, give me a sec. I just need to double check because I just realized the D drive is pretty big, and I don't know if it's because I downloaded. Wait, AoE 3 still installed? That's 50 gigs. Get rid of that. All right, there we go, guys. There we go. That's what's happening. Getting scammed on the space. I've not played that game in like a year now. Actually, no, I think it's more like 8 months. Outside that, I don't know why I've got Path Exiles installed right now. I'll get back to it when they actually release number 2, but for now, I'll get rid of that. And then I think the other thing was mainly just the videos, right? Yeah, the video drives got kind of fat. Good lord. 2023 1101. What's that? What? Dude, I've got a very old recording on here. There's a good old 50 giga. Really? Sorry, guys. Let me just quickly sort that and then we can get into game. So, 2023 1101. Oh my god, I know what this is going to be.
Lazy.
This was the insane mountain clearing free-for-all. I don't know if I'm ever going to upload this. Do you guys remember that? Was anyone here watching that when we done that? Mountain clearing, HRE, is a 2, almost 3-hour game. And HRE, like, dude, they were playing tower defense while everyone else was playing RTS. It was insane. I don't want to delete that. I've really got to find a way to upload that. That's a perfect example of a game that needs to be edited down, though. Good God. All right, I think we should have enough room, though, so I shouldn't have to worry about this too much. I just need to empty the recycle bin, right? There we go. So that's another 69 gigs. Perfect. All right, 250 gig. Yeah, we're not going to fill that up tonight. We might. All right, sorry about that, guys. Just had to make sure that was done. We're going to do this 2v2 first, and then we can discuss free-for-alls afterwards. But we do this first because you guys thought this was a democracy. It stopped being a democracy the day I put on these glasses and went to the post-apocalyptic world. I am now Conclave. Deal with it. Who actually got that reference? You guys know do you guys know like your Fallout stuff? You know what Conclave is, right? Oh, that's funky. Oh, yeah, okay. For some reason, the chat wasn't showing originally. All right, I'll catch up with chat, and then we'll get ready to go. Why are you trying to get the glasses off, Leave? These are great glasses. Stylish glasses. Okay. Yeah, don't make the mistake of leaving. You don't know how long this game's going to be. And if you're not here for the vote, you miss out. Checkmate. All right. Liquor is lacquered. And no more slackering. Let's go. Oh, God, dude. I hate there's no pause button. You have to do this. So stupid. TV2s are proven to be pretty tasty, especially when you can slot 4 players in. In fact, let me put this another way. 1v1, 2 high-level pros. Insane. You guys go crazy for that. Okay, how about this? A 2v2, double the amount of pros. Because that's what we're doing here on Himeyama. 1-0, welcome back to A4 action. We've got Baltoon and Crackety going up against Lash and Avali here. Prep for the 2v2 tournament that's going to be happening mid-April, actually. So this is officially Scrimwatch. And don't worry, it's A-OK. We had Crackety in here before. He didn't seem to take any issue with the idea of us casting the games. Especially considering that Lash, I believe, was streaming these when they originally done it. That's always a #1 rule for me, by the way, guys. I will not cast scrims. I will respect the players' privacy there. And in return, I love it when they just don't private their data. So I think it's important. I've noticed, a little warning out there, because I've noticed this from casters before. Don't cast scrims without permission. Or unless it's publicly been broadcast somewhere else. For example, if you're catching BC's scrims, which he already cast, which he already played live, that's I think that's fair game. But if he's gone offline to practice, don't be a douche. So, anyway, we haven't got D-bags here. We've got wonderful folks, and we've got an interesting opening on Himeyama. That is right. It's a very tiny pond compared to the map. This is indeed Himeyama. Avali picked the Japanese. I expected this to be the play right off the bat. It just makes so much sense if you're going to pick Japan here. A lot of fish in this area as well, right? It's a little bit more than what you get in a standard map. 5... Wait, did he delete one by mistake? Because I'm pretty sure there's meant to be 6 fish on a 4-player map, although I might be mistaken. Still a lot of fish overall, though, right? You're getting your hands on 5 here. That's going to be 2,500 food. And you get into it so cheaply. The dock's expensive, sure, but the fishing boat's only 45 a pop. And also, the teammate here, Lash, he doesn't want any part of that. He's going to be focusing solely on land. Roos is kind of interesting on Himeyama. It doesn't feel like an S tier pick from a wood perspective, but it does from a Knights Palm perspective. So I'd say Roos on Himeyama in 1v1s, not worth doing. Feels like a waste to pick, especially if you're doing tournament play. But in team games, it's pretty cool because it's another way of you being the mobile civ, the cavalry, right? The only better civs you could really go for are French and Joan d'Arc. And one of them has already been removed because they've got French on the other side alongside the Malians. I'm wondering actually why they didn't want to go Joan with Japanese instead. I guess you just don't get as much value out of the fact you need to get Castle first, and when you get to Castle, the units are going to start spamming. Joan won't be able to Divine Restoration pump much. So this just gives them a bit more flexibility, because Avali, realistically, if you've got one player going for the Knights here, the other should be going, Infantry? Then again, you could actually do a pretty powerful combo of Roos Knights and Onimusha from the Japanese. And that would be super effective against the other side of this, because I think Baltoon has his work cut out. If he lets Avali reach Castle Age, he's in trouble. I actually think that French get annihilated by the Japanese. The opening Mount Samurai are just better than the French Knights, and then the follow-up play into Onimusha destroys anything the French can try to get together in Castle. Now, we are forgetting about one detail in here that might keep them a bit more honest and off that Onimusha layer. The Malian player needs to be answered, and that's why I was expecting this to be an infantry comp from the Japanese player. If you go Knights with the Rus, you can kind of mirror out the French to a decent degree, and then in the other clash, Lash isn't going to have to worry about watching his back because Avali's massive owner Bugisha are going to be able to do that. Right? Think about everything you build as Malians. Bar the sofas, everything gets countered by Onabugisha. And spawn-wise, this is kind of tough, right? I just realized the Malians, you only get 2 close by golds, and the other ones are pretty far out there. Luckily, they are back spawn ones, so shouldn't be pressure before they both get online, and there shouldn't be too much pressure coming in to torch them down. I think win conditions for these Civ matchups, for Lash and Avali, it really is about getting Avali to castle age as quickly as possible. You could potentially play a prolonged feudal with the Bannerman auras. I just don't think it's a good idea against French Knights, because that's the thing you want to be using, right? As horsemen if you want to get value. On the other side of this, for Baltsun and Krakody, I could genuinely see double cavalry. French Knights plus Sofas is pretty vicious. Realistically, it should just be a castle age rush from Krakody, though. Now, that's interesting from a map spawn perspective, because what that does is that piles pressure onto the boom players. Baltsun is right next to the player that's likely to boom here, so you can pressure him. And vice versa, Krakody is right next to the aggressor from the West Side team. Outpost coming out from Baltsun. Well played. So Avali is not going to be happy about this. And admittedly, Baltsun is going to have to move on the stone to make this optimal, right? Or he's going to have to garrison the villages, which doesn't feel good. But here's an interesting detail to think about here, guys. And it's exactly why like Avali wants to rush down this shoreline fish. Baltsun can now drop mills. Remember, he's playing as the French. They only pay 25 wood per mill. Love that from Avali as well. Just checking if Baltsun's paying attention. By staying in range with the scout, it would have meant that you would have absorbed fire. And the scout's never going to die to 2 arrow firers, at least not anytime soon. Instead, Avali min-maxing there, pulling away at the very last second. So this does suck, but realistically, he could still get, I'd say, about a third of the fish out of this if they kind of keep neutral ground. The problem, though, is Avali's going to have to keep checking back and microing his fishing boats around so they don't die to the outpost with double villager. What's going up at home, though? Knight is going to get in. And it looks like it has forced the racks drop here, so Spearmen are going to have to be produced. Yeah, interesting choice. Realistically, Avali could have just defended himself with an outpost on the gold. This is a more lofty investment, in my opinion. Meanwhile, in the land of Krakody. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's fantastic. He ran all the way across the map to set up his pit mine in the safe place, right next to his teammate's base. That's really crafty, because the alternative options would have been mid-map here, we don't get a full house, or right in the direction of Lash, who you know is going to be spamming Knights. So it's a death sentence, right? This is genuinely the best option, and if you're going to come up north side for this, you might as well go a bit further with the safe one. Also like the idea of Krakody just setting up a proxy base afterwards. Right? Just you could see him easily dropping, say, archery rangers here. Probably not archery rangers. You could go archers, that could work quite well. I think even just a few Donzos works quite well against what your opponent's doing. It's risky if they start going Onabugisha, but that's why you've got the Knights, right? Knights destroy Onabugisha. Ballpool now coming in, so it looks like Lash. Is he going to go for Pocket Eco? That's very dangerous. I think it's more about the gold. I'd be surprised if he'd ride out here because he knows the French player's nearby. And Baltsun is seeing this happen. He saw the ball pool. Let me know who you think is going to win, by the way, guys. Is it going to be Team West or Team East? If you're confused trying to figure out what side they're on, you can pay attention to this lining and the swords. Also the fact that you've got cool colors and then vibrant colors. So yellow and green and blue and teal. Krakody almost set up full houses. Is he? Oh, wow. He's actually just going to walk home. I'm a little bit surprised by that. It might have even been worth just setting up a lumber camp over time here compared to the idle time. And then you also get the flexi of building your teammate's base, right? So you can easily help him out on the push north side. Because you don't really want to fight south side. You can already see the walls are going up. Krakody is investing in the Donzos, but that's not his real objective here. He's not looking to scale an army of feudal. He's just looking to make sure that he can't get dove. 2 ranches already set up. Third one now coming through. I'm always worried when I see these Roost builds in team games, because it kind of just feels like you're playing a worse French, right? You guys get where I'm going with this. All you're doing is dropping stables and producing Knights. So you're producing them slower than the French, and you don't really get any eco benefits because the Roost is all about wood. So to me, like I feel like whenever I see Roost being picked, it's the disappointment that we don't see Pro Scouts wiggling its way in. Because I think that's the way that you can justify it. The problem is, well, the way this is spawned, this isn't a tight spawn map. So I think like Roost Pro Scouts could be viable in 2v2s and 3v3s, but you have to choose it on maps where you are pretty squished together, such as EGC Libany. Himiyama just isn't it, right? Like, it's balanced you each to each corner. You could basically play a 4-way free-for-all on this map, and it would make sense. Spears. Oof, just in time. That's really important. If Baltoon loses the scout here, he's running blind, and it's dangerous with these premium units. So, good little breakaway. Lash now is going to sneak out on the west side. So, onto the deer stack. Love the positioning. It's the safest choice of game you have on the map. You could technically go to Crackerty's side because he's not going to attack you, but when that Constellation that you know is coming turns up, it would kill you to be in that area. Happily, meanwhile, continues to just dive past the outpost with less and less success as time goes on. But this is fine. The reality is, like, well, it's not fine. It sucks either way, right? But the reality is that if you don't rush to gather the fish, they're going to be gone either way. So you might as well just take the risk, take it away. Even if you don't drop the fish off at home, you've taken it away from Baltoon. And a Gish spam. Yeah, this is what I was a little bit worried about. You need to be very careful about fighting around these static objects like gold veins. If it splits your fight in two, it makes it very easy for your opponent to choose their side, especially when they have mobility. And a Gish pushing in though, and the Donzos don't want any part of it. This is a good push. We already see a gold shift over to the right side, but that's risky for Baltoon. If they pivot over in that direction, that could be a massacre. Donzo throws her in though. Now, this is interesting. What you were seeing there from Lash and Avali is a commitment. A hard commitment. The reason it has to be a hard commitment here is you can't chip against the French. If you do, then Chivalry comes in and kicks you in the teeth. Now, luckily for them, Baltoon actually doesn't have Chivalry yet, but you always have to act as if it's coming through. You have to keep up that pressure, make sure you're guaranteeing kills before you pull away. That's the weakness of the Roost compared to the French. When you go night spamming, where you end up losing is because you can't replace that lost health. Your resources are limited. It's like you're playing Search and Destroy or CSGO. And then the French are over here playing Team Deathmatch. They just keep respawning. Nice pincher there. Nice wall as well. Love this from Baltoon. He does this a lot. I'm actually a really big fan of this. I wish more players would do this. We've been seeing a kind of iteration around this where we get the wings, but even the tiny walls, just to stop the direct charge, slows things down so much. It gives you a lot more time to run away. The Great Wall Crackerty's on the way. I like how no matter what Civ this guy plays, he embodies China in some way. It's not quite the original Great Wall, but it's close enough. That's really smart, actually, because you can see that Avali is not going to go castle. He's all-inning in feudal. This is very dangerous now. Avali's going to get delayed breaking through these walls. The fact that he didn't go castle is a big deal here. Remember, torch damage, outside of certain outliers like Oda Tactics, scales around age. So the fact that he's stuck in feudal means he's actually not doing much torch-bearing damage per unit here. It's difficult because it means it's going to buy enough time for Crackerty to get away with this tech up and then have mass sofa spammed out, which will destroy Onabagisha. Wolves should go to the pond? No, because they have a transport ship opportunity. Going to the pond would be the quickest way to kill yourself. Because, like, if you rely on that to be your defense, an astute player would just go, okay, one transport and go. Boop, 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 boop. Send it. And also the other thing is, like, what you're doing is you're saying they can control this area and GG you. Whereas when you're back here, it's so much deeper, so much more risky. Abbey plus Roost comp is more deadly than French. Well, yeah, but that requires you to layer both of those for that element, right? The difference is you can play French here with a boom missive. That's very valuable. Crackerty's contribute a handful of Donzos, and that's it. If you think about the collective army value of these two, he could contribute more. Easily the guy that's spent a mile more in terms of resources and units. Like, he spent 3 times more on this than Crackerty did on the Donzos. And yes, the king does heal allies. Roost playing this game, got 460 bounty. So not too bad. Both are coming in. So Baltoon, we talked about this before, like a player playing the doormat, Baltoon is the doormat. That's always his role as a French player here. I've seen some builds where the players just let the French player TC boom up, but that's not how you want to play it in a 2v2. Crackerty needs to get across ASAP though. First Sophas on the way. Knights are staying away from this. Dive is coming in, and we have got the Bannerman as well. So Avali looking for the maximum damage, but diving this TC could prove problematic. Can't believe I'm seeing spears in the few lades from the Japanese on the offensive. Only 10 though isn't exactly scary. What's interesting is they're both just doing cavalry. The reason is because Krakeny needs to get across here quickly. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed with no proxy base. I think proxy bases would have been a smart play by Krakeny. That's going to come in though. This fight is split up. In a weird way, the Donzos are nowhere near Green's Knights. Avali floating what he needs for a tech up now. Behind this, they did leave something left in Baltoon's base. The villagers continue to shift south side. Combat is drawing towards them. Avali does now scout out the village on the right side, and it's going to be peel off. Lash now chasing in for them. Baltoon will try to intercept. Donzos pretty much are just going to get stabbed down slowly but surely. However, the knight count has been reduced, and the reality of what's happened here is Lash doesn't really have much to contribute anymore. He's down to 15 military. Baltoon, meanwhile, sure, he's down to 12. He's hit in the eco pretty hard, but he's paved the way now for Krakeny to try and take control of the game. Just needs to clear up this wave first. Only 6 spearmen left over. Should be an easy mop-up now with the Sofas. Import armors is in, and that means the Japanese are going to be going down. Wait, no, Krakeny, no. No, come on, not like this. One of the bovines goes down. This should be a commitment to clear up. So Krakeny, he does have to place a ranch elsewhere, but he's got space for that. Onobigi should have been mopped up, and now you've got double Cav versus a much slower comp, right? They did a lot of damage to Baltoon, but let's just be totally real about what happened here. I've seen the way that Baltoon and Krakeny like to play 2v2s, and especially play this type of map. There's now going to be a reboom attempt by Baltoon. So what needs to happen here, you need to defend successfully on the south side, but don't neglect the north side of the map, because there will be an attempt by Baltoon to gather stone and get into additional TCs. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's doing that right now in the back of Krakeny's base. Wolves going up now from Lash because he knows what's coming. Unfortunately, he's too late. Baltoon should be able to body block this out. In fact, he's going to charge in for the murder. Textiles might save him here. Oh my god. They got distracted. So Lash does get the wall up. That is going to buy him some... Oh, okay. That's going to buy him no time. Yep, turns out he tried to sell it to me in Nigerian dollars. Transaction didn't go through. Or a reboot from Lash. I'm actually impressed by that. The number he went down to was down to 15 just a minute or two ago. Back up to 37. It's actually not too bad. I think Krakeny really just needs to balance this build between Sofas and Donzos. Just producing Sofas alone kind of feels like the obtuse way of going about this. But you know what? It's paying off. He's found his way over into Avali's base. Avali, of course, did tech up into Castle Age, but now, because he's been committed into diving in the enemy base, he's not defending home. Great read by Krakeny. Avali, now down to just 46 economy. Soon to be down to 40. Maybe even 30 at the end of this. Does come at a price, though. Big force pushing in. The Gremlins are about to expire. Krakeny needs to boom a second wave to defend this. They have to hold at the choke point, otherwise these Knights can run in. Oh my god, he's still killing! Wallow's gonna come out. Krakeny will not quite get one of the Sofas away, so we'll have to delete him. But damage done, folks. 38 economy is not the level you need to be at if you want to spam on a Begisha. This game just got infinitely harder for Avali. You love Onamush now? So would I, but that would require an economy that can actually afford it. That's the problem now, right? Like, mass spamming Onamush is difficult. To get that mass together from 0, when you're at 40 economy, 17 minutes in a game, when you're up against the Fulani in full effect, when you're up against Baltoon, who's actually like not doing too bad at 37 eco and it has 2 TC, it feels too slow. Knight's not going to be able to hold. That means the Onabegish are going to be bailed on. That means that's going to be a wipe. And the problem now is I was impressed by Lash's ability to reboom last time. How do you do it this time? You're hard stuck in Feudal. Baltoon is as well, sure, but Baltoon has this strategy of going for multi-TC, right? That's his recovery arc. That's not happening with the Roos. Lash has not even attempted to boom up. Don't know how you feel about Musha against Sofa? Well, Sofa, while they move quicker, they actually don't have any bonus damage versus Onimusha. If you get Kaburiya, you can kite Sofa. I cannot emphasize this enough. Onimusha is being slept on still, and it's because most players use it, lose because they did not get Kaburiya, and then say it sucks. If you're not using Kaburiya, you're not using Onimusha correctly. Poke's coming in. A lot of idle time on the backside of this. I'm impressed by the fact that Baltoon has barely any knights left, but he's still kind of forcing pressure on idle time. I'm trying to think of like another Kara example just that's as important as Kaburiya. I don't think there are many. Chivalry doesn't really even feel as important as Kaburiya. You can't play Onimusha well without Kaburiya. Unless you're up against meta-arms, right? That's the only reason. Wow, what a wipe. This is also the food eco. That's huge idle time right now for Lash. And with this many sofas, you're not going anywhere, right? You torch these down, you take out 16 villages. Crowdy says, yes. Yes, we do. Maybe marching. No, I was going to say it, but I was like, you don't pay for it anymore. Of all the cav techs in the game, I think the only one I'd compare to the importance of Kaburiya is imported armors for sofas. That might be the only one that compares. That's how highly I value Kaburiya. I can't believe this. Remember what we said about the way these fights happen? Anytime you're not actually fighting Baltoon, he's winning. Lash is just running around like a headless chicken. But second wave is going to come in. By some miracle, they hold on. And look at the massacre on both sides. Plenty of dead spearmen alongside the sofas. But that means you're spamming crap tier units, right? Like, you're against double cav, it makes sense. But it feels bad to have to do this as Avali. Realistically, what he wanted was the Knights to frontline and Unabigisha to support. Then you have mobility. Instead, you've got this very slow-moving army. At this stage in the game, if I was Avali, I'd be questioning why I didn't just pick HRE. HRE would do what he's doing better, right? They'd have more troops coming out. They'd have more movement speed. They'd have slightly less damage for sure. But the base damage isn't really as important when you're getting so much bonus damage. Raw Bloodlines in the Roost Cafe. Yeah, but like we're talking, I think like Castle Age versus Imp is important there, right, Gully? You are correct. Raw Bloodlines and biology in general is kind of an obvious one. But I'm thinking around the castle timing, because I don't feel like you very often want to build Onimusha and Imp. The Cav one might be a fair one. Boy's Fortitude is decent, but the interesting thing about Kaburiya for the Japanese is it immediately feels impactful within the first 10 Onimusha. Boy's Fortitude is a bit of a weird one where you need to be 10 plus before you start to really feel like it paid off. You know what I mean? Like, it's 500 resources. Castle Age Knight has 230 health. So if you're getting 25 extra health per night, 10 of them essentially 250 health. So if you think about that, you're paying over double what you would for a knight to get the health of one knight, right? Lash needs to castle somehow. He can castle in the next game. Yeah, I don't really see how Lash is getting there. Baltoon's going to get there sooner, because look at what Baltoon's done. It's free TC. It's a full reboom. He's up to 66 economy. No one's attacking him. And Lash is down to 53. The problem that occurred here is that Avali and Lash's entire strategy revolved around the idea of relentless aggression. The moment they got pushed back and the moment these walls went up, the game went against them. I always love watching Baltoon, man. Like, this guy doesn't get enough credit. He's on another level. Really is. The way that he managed to just dance around this map, these French Knights, when you think about how down in the dirt he was, right? He played full carpet for Crackety to play through, right? He played full welcome mat for the enemy team. To then actually keep this many Knights alive so long while rebooming, the damage is done to the enemy economy, it's why they've won, in my opinion. Not to take anything away from Crackety, he had to, he had to beat the Hamel. Baltoon was the anvil, but while being the anvil, he was also just tapping away at the side. What was the better metaphor? While you got the hammer and the anvil, he was also being the blacksmith that brought his kid to work and gave him a little baby hammer to help him make samurai swords. And while we have got Onimusha, do you guys notice something that's missing from these Onimusha? That makes them kind of terrible at chasing down knights. By kind of terrible, I mean really bad at chasing down knights. It's almost like the Kaburia whistling arrows would have led to a lot less dead villagers. Oh man, that's so worth it for Baltine. Baltine, who by the way is up in castle now. This game is officially over. Lash is getting dove. It's a one-on-one down here and he's losing. Oh my goodness. How much difference is it? You go up to, I think it's like 1.78 movement speed or something like that. I think it's 10 or 15% more movement speed from the Kaburia for 10 seconds. So you're able to gap close attack, gap close attack. With good micro, you can stay in range consistently attacking with Onimusha. And knights will only ever get any distance away from you if they charge in the opposite direction. This is done. 48 Musafadi as well. So that's his answer to the mass spears. Great answer to Onimusha as well. They get no bonus damage against you. They have a bad attack speed. Don't know why I went American. Bad attack speed. 1.79. Thank you, hosted. Yeah. And this will be the last stand. This is a 2v1 now. The problem is the damage has already been done. Krakeny is a completely unleashed beast. 100+ military. The rest into economy. I think he has more pop than the other two players combined. He does. I'm a bit heartbroken because I think the Japanese can be just as good of a Zerg as the Malians here. But Amelie didn't hit his timing. He spent so long in Feudal Age. They committed to this idea of an all-in. But credit where credit is due. Krakeny and Baltin's attack and defend, or rather defend and boom combo, explodes the West Side team. Whew. Baltin open space to the Kaboom. Hell yeah, dude. He done everything. Kaburia? It's Kaburia. You guys know good old Kaburia? Very good tech. Oh, I just realized I left the titles Dimmu versus Anatan. Whoops. Did people come in and like false advertising and leave? I don't know. Cool game though. Do we actually have enough people for community games? I'm not sure. Maybe? Possibly? Oh. Who wants to play community games? Me! No. You might join an FFA. Time to intentionally feed. That's good. All right. Why can't you vote on phone? I don't know. Why are people having issues voting on phone? It's not like this is the biggest stream platform, and you'd think that like a key feature like polls would work. Who voted no? Someone who probably wants 1v1s. So we do have enough people? Am I hearing that correctly? Do we have the people? How could you have either optimized the time of getting out of castle? What do you mean? You mean getting in castle? What, in that game? For who? For Lash? It's too late for Lash. They need to win the fight for him to get back in. Like, he's already committed too much, right? Okay, so we've got enough people. Community games. Good to hear. Look at you guys. There it is. Alright, update stream title. Let's see. What should we cook with here? I zinc. You know what I zinc? Magnesium. See, that was a terrible joke. I hate myself the moment I made it. But I made it. Anyway. I've got something special in mind. We won't hop straight into puny peasants as much as I want to. There's something due a test, one and all. Something glorious Let's see how well he done. We have world maps. Generated world maps. Not pre-configured, generated. One second. I want to check something quickly. Where's the guy who made it? Because I think it's Hunter AOX, if I'm correct. Yeah, oh, it's on the screen. He messaged me the other day and said he took out all the extra islands. Because before, he basically was spawning crap around the outside to try and get scale right. But he's brewed it up for us. You know what, guys? I'm proud to say our community hosting games and that World Conquest video, by the way, was why this got made. Hunter bite tongue. Messaged me and said he was updating that map and he was working on a generated map after that video. Do you guys like it? Oh, this is interesting. Not bad, Hunter. Not bad. Relic spread is mostly balanced. There is some bias towards mainland, I'd say. But this is like something you're never going to get away from, is that mainland's always going to have a bias in favor of it, right? Because it's a fatter, like, you know, Africa, Europe, and Asia combined is going to be a fatter land density. I don't know what happened here. I guess this is England. Yep. Wait. Britain sunk. This is just Wales. This is solely Wales. Yeah, he has got some spawn issues around, like, the Mediterranean. The rest of it's pretty nice, though. I like how he gives more spread out to Australia than he does to the Mediterranean. All right. Why is there no ice on Antarctica? Because unless you do a crafted map, there's no way to split biome generations as far as I'm aware, which is unfortunate because that would be cool. All right. So, how do we make this interesting? Because doing just stand on its own, I think we need to spice it up a little bit. What we'll do. We don't need no... cringed. Who needs Nomad? Unofficial age, yes. You are being summoned. What does generate map mean? It means that it isn't just default all the same every time. There are crafted maps and generated maps. The ones you'll play in your typical games are generated maps. A crafted map would be one that has specifically been designed the exact way it appears to you. And every time you open it, it'll be the same way. So, annihilation, elimination, surrender, blah, 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 blah. And then... do we do kings? Nah, I don't think we need kings. Do we need kings? Do you guys think we need kings? What do you think? So the reason why I want to do it in this mode is, if I'm not mistaken, Dominion doesn't... wait, where is Dominion anyway? Why is Dominion not here? Dominion's the mode, right? Dominion, as far as I'm aware, doesn't let you build. I can't even see it. It doesn't let you start with more workers. All right, guys. We will be doing this later, though. Let me unsubscribe to the crap one. Let me get my god in order. Oh, hell yes. Sorry, Dominion's a win condition. Oh, yeah, sorry. What's the mode that adds the plus 50 pop? What was it called then? Because it doesn't... it's not here, right? So condition and nomad? Oh, does the condition add the plus 50? Is that how it works? Is that what it does? It adds that in. Right, so yeah, we won't do it this way. We'll do unofficial AGS then. Wait, but unofficial AGS... oh, it doesn't have Dominion, does it? So you're telling me... okay, there is a way to kind of improve this then. That's so dumb. Someone needs to like update AGS because clearly it's not getting updated. We'll do Dominion here, and then we will be saved by Hosen because he has the 12 village nomad start. The alternative is we do a simulation increase, but I think 12 villager start should be fine. I really want to do puny peasants, but we'll start with this. So we'll do nomad starts, 12 villager starts. Everything else should be fine. Reveal on elimination. What should we do? What is the most balanced choice for a global spawn? Winter. Everywhere has hit the winter. Maybe Mediterranean? Kind of? Temperate? What, European temperate? That's the problem. You got European temperate, you got Asian temperate. So it doesn't work. Guess we're being typical European historians about this. Everything revolves around Europe. Standard and nomad? Yarp. Oh, wait, so we need to select nomad, don't we? Yes, thank you for that. Dominion, there we go. All right. So, that should be everything. That's kept it easy, I guess. Don't need it. Wait, you don't? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It's not going to change it. So, we're going to be doing a world spawn nomad 12 villager start with the Dominion rule set, which is when you kill the enemy king, you get 50 extra pop. If you guys want to be in on this, here's how you do it. When I say, you'll need to type !join space your in-game username. It needs to be your in-game username or it will not register. On my go, though, when I say, no sooner. And preferably not too much later, because these fill up quick. !join your username now. Go, 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 go. Asses and seats, ladies and gentlemen. Asses and seats. Wait. What the hell? All right, wait. No, wait. Get yourselves ready again. I'll give you a few seconds. I'm going to have to refresh. For some reason, the thingy timed out. All right, so... Wait for it. !join now. Go, 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 go. Get them names in. All right, Faplop, you are in. The Floridian. Sounds very sci-fi. Your ass is in. Julie Beck. Oh, Rasselbach, I think you might have been too late, mate. What happened? You were quick before. Krent. Boktor. Hosen. (42-2) for 42-2. Doesn't get confusing. And I think WG England is our 8th. Ah, rip. Sorry, Russell. There's always the next one. Isn't it Floridian? Just, I mean, that'd be a Florida in. Floridian. There we go. Change their name. Oh, wait. Is that a thing? Okay. I didn't know. So, let me get this downloaded for you guys. Whoop, whoop. Are we Gucci? Get your mods. All right. When I leave, someone needs to invite WG England. Por favor. Wait. Yeah, you good? Okay. I can leave now. Get him in. And we have got people in the lobby. So yeah, we'll probably do a few of these. I reckon we'll do at least like 5 or 6 free-for-all games. Depends how long they go, actually. This could be unpredictable. People could take a very long time with this. Presumably with the Dominion condition, they should move their asses. or get clapped. Especially on a map with so much water. Yeah, the amount of ships and the fishing as well. This should be good. Nice thing about having 12 villages spread across the landscape as well is you have options. Anti-spam rigged the game. I know, right? They kept the unstoppable Rasselbach out. He needs to go make me new game modes instead. Oh wait, my modders weren't here when I said that earlier, were they? You guys didn't hear what I was saying for a game mode. So it kind of be like, you call it Walllow Wars. And the idea would be that each player starts with a certain amount of priests. And you just have to walk around wall-lolling. But you can convert the other priests. I don't know if that's doable with State Tree. Without State Tree, rather. The whole idea is like you basically just have to get as many at the end of the timer convert to your side as possible. Or you eliminate them also works. But it reminded me, the way I described it is like, you know, is it Go? The one where you have the white and black checkers. And when you put one your color on the other side, it converts all them to your color. It's kind of like, I envision it comparative to that, where what's going to happen is like people will wallow 50, but then lose 100, right? It just gets insane going back and forth. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't feel like AoE4 has the rigidity to allow for the same level of diverse mods we see in, for example, StarCraft and WoW and Warcraft, right? So a perfect example is I love Protoss on Ice, I think it's called. Don't know if anyone's played that. Incredible little skill shot game mode. So much fun. Makes the king explode. There is an exploding king, but it just doesn't work as far as I'm aware. I mean, Hosen should be the one working on that because that's that should be a state tree doable thing to make kings explode and do a nuclear explosion. State tree limit is dumb. I mean, the dumber part is they told the modders they'd give them access eventually, and then they never did. That's the part that really annoys me, is they kind of rug pulled. They promised something and then just completely ghosted. Can make a new civ if state tree was allowed, and that's what I kind of like. It has me sus is like, did they just do that to stop people creating free content? I mean, one of the developers said to me, the worry is like you could do pretty much anything you want with it, which is dangerous. I was like, okay, but like, isn't that true of like other games that have allowed that level of modding support, right? Like that would kind of be my counter argument. Is that really any different than the level of access that some like StarCraft modders have? What new civs could add in the future? Oh, the list is endless, mate. You could do Vikings, you could do Poles, Swedish. You could have Spanish. Spain and Portugal both haven't been done. Like that's just tip of the iceberg. There's so many. All right, we didn't give them protection. So we need a pan. That's right. World Conquest has returned, but not just any World Conquest. It's generated. It's RNG. You don't quite know exactly how it's going to look. One and all, welcome back to the community fun time. We're doing a free-for-all. We're doing the Dominion game mode where when you kill an enemy king, you get plus 50 population. And we are doing it here on World Conquest. This is pretty cool, man. Big shout out to Hunter AOX, who put in the hours of work to get this working correctly. They worked meticulously to actually get it to be as decent of a spawn as possible. And also, big shout out to Hosen, who created the tuning pack to allow you to have 12 villages with a nomad start. That's what's going to make this a little bit quicker. We aren't starting with a standard... What was it, chat? Is it free? Is it free villages that the base game gives you? 3 whole villages. Jesus, no wonder I feel like I'm going to die before a game of free-for-all finishes. We're fixing all that here. Let's introduce the players. We have got our Ukrainian gold into diamond. Kren at the north side playing Jushi. Julie Beck, no surprise, also going to be on the Jushi in the red. Feeling a little bit compact. We've got 42 who is playing as the ambassadors in the pink. I think he's one of our highest ranked players, a conk player. WG England is, of course, going to make a return, but not in English, on the Chinese. Boktor in the purple playing as the HRE. And then we've got the Floridian. Finally, someone's playing English. I think this was a gold level player in the yellow. Faplop making a return as the Malians. Hopefully, he lives longer than 2 minutes into a free-for-all as the Malians. And then finally, Hosin is going to be in South America on the Chinese. I am outraged, by the way. Wait, what? What? Wait. Oh my god! Did he walk underneath the TC? No way! I was so busy introing the players, I didn't think there was any way someone was going to die that quick. Now, I really want to emphasize this. That was our plan, guys. That was 42 was meant to win that game. He's conk. He's always been conk. He's always 1400 to 1500 elo. This was meant to be a cruise mode victory. Oh my god. You know, I wondered how much of a difference it would make starting people with 12 villages. That answers my question. I don't know if 42 plays a lot of free-for-alls, but if he does, his game sense is going to be off from the ladder play. Because in ladder, you have 3 villages, right? The TC's not going to be built that quick. In our mode, you have 12 villages. Wait, 42, you died here, right? You ran underneath the TC, I'm assuming. I was introing the players, man. I wasn't expecting someone to die before 3 minutes in. The irony, by the way, is it was Faplop that killed you. Faplop usually has an average live time in our free-for-alls of 2 minutes. So that had to feel quite beautiful for him. So we did have an 8-player free-for-all. We're now down to a 7. That's scary, by the way. Faplop getting his hands on the kill so early isn't going to matter right away, but you need to think about the Civ that just got that kill. We always describe the Malians as a Zerg Civ. So getting a kill on a king, going up to 250 pop, that's a jackpot. And look at all these players nicely, tightly compacted together. I've got a bad feeling Faplop's just going to run away with this. He's got fishing. He's got enough room to set up Fulani. He's just far enough away from the next 3 players that they will fight each other, not him. So what can end up happening is while they're denting each other, he can come in and clean up, right? And then all of a sudden, you're talking about 400 pop, easy peasy. Julie Beck is the one question mark on the north side, but I do know that Julie Beck tends to play a little bit of a safer kind of, boom and take your time type approach. She might build a lot of chicken new, but she doesn't tend to rush the enemy side. In fact, right now, she might have to just so she can get access to this area for farms later, as I know she is a big farming gal. Now, the people that could contest is going to be Hosin as well as Kryn in the West. But they're going to have to work together if it comes to that, right? Like, they are basically going to have to combine their 400 pop to try and take on the East. Because I've got a feeling we might have a snowball game on our hands. Faplop going to Antarctica now would make him unstoppable. Yeah, it doesn't really look like Antarctica, does it? I was explaining this to chat, someone's like, oh, Antarctica doesn't look very snowy. The problem is, because this is a generated map, you choose the biome. You can't apply biome skins to different areas like you would in a crafted map. But yeah, big shout out once again to Hunter AOX. Like, for the most, this is pretty clean, pretty on point. You can tell this is South America, you can tell this is America, you can tell this is Greenland. The only area I question mark consistently is here. Europe's got some problems. West side is kind of sunk. But Africa looks kind of formable. Asia makes a decent amount of sense. Australia is definitely seeable. I think Hunter AOX is secretly outing himself as either A, an Australian, or B, a Drongo fan. And then Antarctica is like, have at it. It can be like this. It's fine. So Tech Up's coming through. That's just how Europe looked like on the 1500s. Of course, because, after Antarctica, secretly, us Brexiteers, we were actually the Antarcticans. We decided to stop being drowned and come back to life a few centuries later. True story. And then we rewrote the history books to make it sound like we're the biggest empire in the world. All true stories. So, looking at this map, by the way, Juji are kind of busted. That's pre-nerf Meditation Garden. So's this one. That's going to be 50 gold and 75 stone a minute. Oh, he's just out of range of the berries. A lot of fishing is going to be going on in this type of map. I'm wondering, so actually, like Cavallo, it might be worth talking to Hunter AOX about this, because one thing that I'm curious to the idea of is I know the reason he originally on one of his iterations made outside land was to minimize fishing, because he didn't like the fact there was too much fishing. I'm wondering if maybe you could guide him on how you, or maybe he knows already, how you done the random or teams together selection, changing the amount of resource spawn. Because that would kind of be interesting, is like seeing this in two forms, with lots of resources and with scarce resources. So is there anyone that isn't fishing at this stage? Because I'd be surprised. I guess there's one person. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Orange has found a way to fish Northside. So there is only one person in this game who is not fishing. Do you guys know who that person is? Have you figured out who the person in this game is that isn't fishing? I'll give you guys a moment. Because it's quite puzzling. We're looking around and like, oh, no, Green's definitely fishing. Oh, Hosen's definitely fishing. It's 42. 42 is not fishing. He's sleeping with the fishes, but that doesn't quite count. Sorry, 42. You know, I say there's a few ways to be memorable in free-for-alls. Going out early is definitely one of them. Bogtor, what is he hunting for here? Wait. Is there any realm in which he just goes for a Sacred Site victory? Well, they're both... Oh, no. There's definitely not. There's one up here. I was about to say, I thought they were both in Europe and Asia, which is connected. Yeah, so Sacred Site victories are going to be difficult here. So I'm wondering, are they just looking to snake a group together and then flank into Malian territory? I guess at this point, we're just going to call Boktor Europe. Classic, like, German outlook. Leads the European Union. They basically identify for us. And then we... In fairness, some of these civs aren't too far off where they're meant to be. For example, England was obsessed with colonizing the entire world, so it's fitting that we're in Asia here. This is Hong Kong. And then just above them is going to be China. Just above that is going to be Juji, China. Then over the west, we've got the Germans. Then kind of leaking out of Africa, but now moving back in there, we've got the Malians. Then, for some reason, we have China and South America. That's the only one that's not making sense so far. Same with Juji in the north. Although, I guess, like, there was a lot of migration to the west coast of America from Asia, right? So if Krent keeps moving this way, then we have all these accurate representations. There you go. 42. You shouldn't add the extra context of you being ranked 50 on the ladder. We were getting ready to let it slide. Oh dear, oh dear. So tech up's being complete. Fablop just rushes castle, surely. Agreed. Do you even need Farimba, though? This is interesting. Whenever you have water, Fulani isn't as important, so maybe Farimba's worth it for the surge point. Then again, is it really that drastic of a difference? I'd say I'm a big fan of it, actually, for the Malians here, just because it functions similarly to when you watch Burgrave plays from H3 players in free-for-alls. It lets you rush a player and get a kill straight away. That's the whole goal. Over time, sure, Fulani would have been better when you're up to 20 racks if you don't care about Farimba. But in the early openings, it's very valuable. Fishing going on the south side. And I love this. Hosen is immediately sneaking down to the frozen lands. I was trying to think, it's like, oh yeah, this is like, you know, from that story where China tries to own Antarctica. And I realized, no, I was getting that mixed up with the moon from Space Force. So Hosen's got a pretty good time going for him here. A lot of gold to work with on the south side, and he's the only one playing for the Antarctica. Now, the interesting thing is, like, I didn't reveal the map to them. I probably should have, but that's the beauty of Generated. A lot of people just like to play this blind and discover everything. Bogtor has gone for a transport ship. I don't know if that's a misclick or if they're flying to Normandy. Well, actually, sorry, you're mainland Europe. That would be reverse Normandy. But the problem with reverse Normandying here is you'd only be able to kill a bunch of deer, or you could come for the Welsh. I'm sorry, I can't. The timing on that was too perfect. How audible was the ma when I said that? The moment I say it, the sheep chirps in. Scout coming in. Love this, that Krent's just trying to explore the world. He's reverse Columbo in it. Columbusing. Why do I keep saying Columbo? Okay, what is the plan from Boktor here? I don't know if he's familiar with the idea that, like, you can go Castle Age. But that's a lot of men-at-arms for Feudal Age. I think Boktor may have been playing a few too many 1v1 ladder games recently as the HRE. Lines are starting to spread a bit here, right? Like, they're being drawn up. You can see the limitations. For a start, Julie Beck has problems now. She's walled herself in. She's not got much room to work with. Yellow expanding north side. The Floridians are moving out of Florida here. White Tower coming up means Julie's going to have to fight. And remember what I said about Julie? She loves her Chuganu. That's the only thing she's going to build in Feudal Age. She's still not at Castle either. More landmarks now come from Hosen. Wait, Song Dynasty this late? Well, I guess you've got fishing, right? So it's not that critical of an ingredient. One thing that does break my heart that the crafted map had that I loved is the crafted map did in fact have neutral trade posts. Or rather, like, not trade. It was the neutral docks that you could trade with. I like that as a balance point because neutral trade posts can usually make it so easy to just get out of control. But if you're trading with like what's technically an eliminated player's buildings, then you don't boom as quickly, right? It looks like Hunter just played it safe though and decided to only go with trade posts in Europe, which I'm not a fan of. I feel like you probably need to have one in America somewhere to at least balance the map a bit. God, the performance of my PC, I swear I can just see the frames melting right now. I don't know what they've done recently with the patches, but they definitely tweaked something that's made the entire game a lot more resource intensive. Yeah, it's possible the trade posts were procedural, because most of the Mega Random maps focus around the center, right? Same with Sacred Sites. I think we just heard Rams, right? Who's making a move? Wait, have I seen this right? The English have moved to Australia. Don't you just love how often these games seem to play out in some historical reference? I mean, he originated from China, but he still ended up in Australia. And I'll name this villager Drongo. There we go. Send the map, flash coming in. Boktor. He was the one building the ram. So he's going for a feudal attack into Castle Age China. Something tells me this may be a poorly informed idea. Nesta Bees could just delete him. Oh no! Oh yes! Well, that is one of the quickest ways you can throw away your full feudal army. Boktor's dead, man. Like, what's he got behind this? 7 men at arms? He's got some fishing at least. I think Orange is just going to push him. There is risk associated with this, right? England is in the middle of multiple players, so pushing in one direction could expose you. But right now, yellow and red are completely idled out. They're not doing anything. They're not attacking. Fatblop also is nowhere near pop, so he's not ready to party yet. In fact, he did go with the Grand Fulani in the end. Wait, so you can actually cross there. Right, so apparently the other half of the Mediterranean doesn't exist, but at least you can cross between Italy and North Africa. God bless. You know, I definitely remember that year in the world's history where the waters just separated and people could walk across. Moses was on holiday in the Mediterranean at the time. He was really enjoying a little bit of time off in Sicily. He's like, you know what? I really need to get back to Africa and make my way east. So I'm just going to part the little river we've got here in the Mediterranean, and I'll be back home soon. TC now getting blitzed. Boktor's going out, man. Dude, like, how do you escape with the king now? If you miss time it, you instantly die as well. The Nesta Bees could just insta-give you. I think they will. Oh, here we go. He's not moving. That's it. Frederick Barbarossa will not take the Seas as a pirate today. Yes, I know that's Barbosa. I don't care. Orange now with the plus 50 pop. And England nowhere near where you need to be able to use it right now. But this just spiced things up, folks. Faplop and England, very big threats on the mainland now. I think Faplop has played this a little bit slow. I'm not a fan of the no coming out and playing strategy here. Instead, he's just been gathering up relics and playing the full boom game. So Faplop, it's looking more and more likely that they're not going to try to even fight until they're Imperial. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Krent. Imperial Age and straight into the Baochuans. I wonder, could you just dent Julie and kill her king before they can escape? Is that the strategy? It's a risky strategy, right? You need quite a few Baochuans, otherwise the docks could spawn demos and kill you. There is also a risk for Hosen, right? Like, his king is in a poor position. That's another thing you have to remember, is like, where you actually keep this king, where is he safe? I like Krent's approach, where he's stuck at kind of in the middle, right? So, like, any ships attacking wouldn't be able to have range on you. But a lot of these players are still in exposed positions. I believe we've still got Faplop down here on the coast as well. And I know England has nowhere to go. Wait, did he move the king? He moved the king to Australia. Oh, that's bloody brilliant. Baochuan's on the move, though. Okay, if I was England, I'd be communicating that Krent is a problem right now. And everyone could just look and see his age to understand that's probably true. Oh, my God. Nespi's getting in range, though. I'm sorry, was that serious damage? Remember, Baochuans have more range, so Nestibes will just die. Krent, we need to go more north, mate. You're almost on the money here. In fact, whoa, Krent knows. He scouted this. So he knows what's over here. I love Krent's approach, by the way. Scouting is so underrated in this game mode. Look at what Krent done. He basically brought the transport ship over, dropped a scout off. It immediately got slapped straight away, but he attempted to reveal the map. A lot of these players have not done that. If we go through, for example, Faplop has at least explored the mainland. Julie has not been able to go very far. 42, nope. We don't talk about 42, he's gone. Hosen is looking to be Christopher Columbus here. And then you've got the Floridian identifying that they really like tea from China. And they really like sending criminals to the other side of the world. That's all they care about. You know, with the fact that England doesn't actually exist on this map, this is kind of like the story from Age of Mythology with the Atlanteans, right? We've replicated it. Castles are now coming up. Will be a better place to hide. Krent, in the meantime, is hunting. Wait, no. Oh, that is so evil. I mean, he sees him, right? Because scouting vision on ships, but he sees exactly where the fishing boats are. So he's going to go in for the blitzkrieg on them. Might even just turn on to Julie instead. Julie's the one you can kill here. Faplop, in the meantime, now up into Imperial Age. Thought the Hunter is going to be the choice here. First strike could be a big deal. It's fireworks time in the Juji fleet. I'm not sure where Julie escapes to here. Wait, where is her king? Wait, what? Where's her king? Oh, he's waiting for pickup off the coast of... Is that Siberia? It's Eastern Russia, right? Because Korea would be... No, that's actually... Is that meant to be Korea and this is meant to be... Well, Korea should be here. This is Korea. Korea is a little bit short right now. Just imagine the king up here just freezing. It's like, the transport ship will be here soon.
I hear there's a colony of criminals in the south waiting to be led
By a man chosen by God. Oh, this is actually interesting, though. Memes aside. Julie, are you kidding me? You can't go around there. So Krent's fleet is going to dent, but it's not going to kill. Oh, that's bloody fantastic. TC's going to come to an abrupt ending here. Villagers are going to get massacred. I mean, Julie's basically dead. She's just stuck hanging out
On the east side here.
clearly knowing that he can't get the kill because he can't reach. I can't believe that Kren put all the effort in and now won't get anything for it. If I was England, I would just like, I'd just sneak up, maybe do a scan. The problem is he doesn't know. Like, look at the vision coming out from the Floridian. They have no clue that red is dying. Red's like, oh, yep, those missiles were a little bit close. I can see that we're reaching North Korean levels of missile range. I'm just going to move further south. England, in the meantime, is getting sieged down. WG England trying to make a move, but Fablop has finally sprung his. The Africans are rising up. Wakanda truly is forever. Whew. Actually, that's not true. If he's building scouts which can heal themselves, then we'd be Wakanda. This is scary, though. This is a big-ass army. Still in at 200 pop. Wait, Fablop. He doesn't know that he got the kill on the king, right? This would be a little bit embarrassing if he didn't know. How's England looking? No, not 42. WG England. Only 105? Oh, lordy. Fablop now moving in. It's going to hold the choke point, but the Nest of Ease, they've done godly things before, but no since today. It's going to be a wraparound. It spread a little bit too wide, and I think that is going to be the wipe of the Imperial Chinese army. Nest of Ease now being accessed. There's not really anywhere left to hide here. That is going to be another player getting wiped out. Wait, what? England gets taken down, as does Julie. What just happened? Oh my god. Chat, replay check. Who got that? That's going to be a king kill. England's out. All of a sudden, we are down to just 3. There is only one person left standing in mainland. And it's the Africans. Wait, it was in Australia? Oh my god! Wait, so Hosting got him! Good call, Calculus. Well played. I love this strategy a lot more. I think what happened up here, I presume Yellow got the kill on Julie running south, and then Yellow got killed down here. Good call. So Hosting's quite the big threat now. 250. Fablop is finally breaking 200. Well, trying to. Kren is a poor boy on the side at this stage. I kind of feel bad for Kren. If he just built into... We can't do fire lancers, right? If he just built into, I guess, a handful of lancers to go along with the Baochuan fleet, you would have had kills, right? That was his critical error. Because then he could have got the kill on Julie Beck, 100%. Instead, we're down to just 3. And if I was Kren, I'd pray that these guys seal the greens the same way. Because they are most definitely bigger threats than our Ukrainian. Imperial Horses? I don't think you even need to go that crazy. You just need a handful of lancers in a transport ship ready to jump out when you delete the base, right? And then you hunt the king. It's not hard. It doesn't require that much. I actually feel really bad for Fablop. Because you're against double Baochuan civs, right? What's your play here? War canoes? You have to essentially just spam demo ships and hope you break them, right? Wait, when did this happen, though? Fablop did actually sneak south side? Don't tell me. Did Hosting move the king? Oh my god. Does Hosting know? Yeah, he knows. He's got an outpost there, so he knows that Fablop is here. Okay, so there'll be no surprise sprung. What do you think, guys? Make your predictions. We've got 3 players left. Green, blue, or teal? Who's taking home the prize? I think Hosting's got this. Position's pretty good. Actually, there's an issue here, right? Which is that Fablop is the person who can most easily hide from Navy. He can move full inland, and you can't snipe him with Baochuans at all, right? And although realistically Faplop is a Mulling player, he's not going to build a fleet to snipe inland. He's going to more easily be able to sneak up on the Kings in these different locations, right? Like down here, up here. So I do feel like Faplop's position is pretty good. On top of that, we do have confirmation he's killed multiple players here. The thing we're waiting to discover is whether it's 2 players or 3 players. I think it's 2. No, Mullings really have no edge in water. The only upside Mullings have is this movement speed when they're near docks. That's basically it. There's nothing else that feels good here. You don't have an Imperial Age ship. So you basically just have to spam demos and... Oh my god, he's coming again. Hosen. Has he built anything on land other than Fire Lancers this entire game? I bet he hasn't. Look at the hesitation though. The demo ship's coming in. These are kind of scary though. Like, look at that movement speed. 2.3 movement speed due to the coastal navigation. They get maxed out. But similar moves are being made, folks. Faplop. I mean, Hosen must see this, right? No. There's access as well. Hosen, where's the king? Wait. No, please tell me that. Okay, I think he has got the tree line up there. Oh my god, I was getting worried for a sec there. Faplop needs to build rams to kill this. Hosen, in the meantime, is looking to set up a new landmark. Where? What? Down here? Yeah, down here. Okay, this just made it 10 times harder. The transport ships are on the go, though. Hosen. It's time for Asian Normandy. Wait. Did he not move the king? Uh-oh. Hosen. Can he actually... Can he get on land from here? I think so. He can! He's in! Uh-oh. Faplop. There's no way out! Now, Hosen, this is old school. You don't need to block the right side. He can come out anywhere. Block all the sides! King's on the run! Moves in the tower. Wait. But he can sneak this to the wall. He can sneak this to the wall. He just needs to be quick. He can't, though! Hosen grabs the king and throttles him to death. And just like that, there were 2. Faplop knows exactly what just happened. He's probably head in hands, remembering all the times where he got rushed by Fire Lancers. We've all been there. An unfortunate demise, and one that's making this mode look a little bit cheesy, courtesy of the fact of how absurd Chinese are. You can't let China do this. They've got to die. And there's only 1 left. This one might be a bit more difficult to sneak up on. Krent does actually have a scary army on the sea. In fact, he has more in Navy than Hosen does. The problem, though, is unless there's a Flying Dutchman cheat, I don't really see how Krent is meant to kill the enemy king. He has got transport ships. He's got a 34 palace guard. I actually think the play here for Krent is to max out on monks, build 50 monks, 60 monks, however many you want to build, and then take them across in transport ships. Hosen. He sees this, right? I'm wondering, like, how could Hosen maybe sneak in unnoticed? Okay, ships just reveal themselves. There's no land crossing, right? I don't think so. Possibly in this area, it might be, but it'll be tight. But if that one works, the rest will work. So there might be a way that Hosen can just land in America and then head up into Greenland. You can't go directly into this. It's going around. Wait. I don't think that works. I actually think that might be a little bit too close to the edge of the map, so I'm not sure if transport ships can sneak in there. Krent, in the meantime, will begin the siege. He's got a lot of work to do and not much time to do it. Because here's the thing. Even if Hosen has to land in America, I believe he can run up through here, through the islands. Landmark's starting to fall. Hosen. There's no way you try to mass to defend this. Krent's got way too much economy. Look at the difference here. Hosen, like, the gold, you can't count up to the same number of Bouchons. You can from a population standpoint. That's your advantage, right? But like Kren just has a better economy. He has 20 Bouchons. The only way I can see this working right now for Hosen is if he plays mass demo ships, but even that doesn't work here because of the Nest of Bees. Because for some really dumb reason, someone in the Relic office was like, oh, I worked really hard on this Nest of Bee. I don't like that it's only used on one unit. I'm just going to tack it onto another. My God, he's going to try to defend it, isn't he? If he catches Krent not looking, this can work because the Nest of Bees fire is going to saturate a lot. He has also got his hands on the Ming Dynasty for the extra health, makes him insanely chunky. On the other side, Krent doesn't have anything to match that, right? He actually didn't go for Ming himself, right? Doesn't look like it. But does Ming only affect land units? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. That's coming in. Oh my God! Oh no! No! Luckily, the cliffs are keeping him alive right now, but not for long! What was that? 30, 40 villages? Hosen now trying to get payback, though. He's pushing up. Fire Lancers have moved north, though. They're breaking through the borders of Mexico, and they're flooding the mainland of America. It is, of course, none other than the Chinese. Okay, that was a confusing statement to make. 101 Fire Lancers. I wonder if you can make a co out of these. I don't know if I'm getting old with that joke or what. But they're on the move. Now, Kren, here's the interesting thing for Kren, guys. The safest place for Kren is actually on a transport ship. Because he has complete control of the sea. Bouchon's moving in the trade. I actually think this is better right now for Hosen. Kren, he pulled them back to defend the crossing. Oh my God, Hosen, please. You just need to click up. You should click up. Up! Up, man! I feel like a guy who has to resort to blue pills talking to his crotch right now. Up! Just go up! No way. He's losing Navy. He's actually going to lose it at this rate. Unless... Don't mind me. I've decided to relinquish my colonial status as American, and I have become a European again. Dude, talk about fresh starts. God's sake, Kren, come on. Don't make this an hour-long game because we're playing Duck, Duck, Goose. Kill his ass. How is Kren losing this, though? That's what I don't get. He's up to 24 Bouchons again. Hosen's at 15. He's recovering the gap. Like, Kren, realistically, the only thing that's going to work here is a snipe. You can't fight this directly. Because the time to fight it would have been before it scaled. Wait, Kren... So Kren did get a kill. When did that happen? Did he maybe find a King of a Surrendered Place? Because I could have sworn that Hosen got this kill, right? Okay. Maybe Kren can fight back then. Hosen's only at 300. Oh, he did get your King Drew there. I wasn't sure, because I thought... Yeah, I was confused by that. When you died, I thought you just ran down here with the opening, and then yellow killed you. Thanks for the confirmation. Okay, so Kren, I've underwritten his possibility here. This can work. Part of me wants him to slip under the delete key right now. The Golden Armada is on the march, though. You know, I gotta say, the Age of Empires 4 music just don't pop. When I'm like looking at this UG perspective and I'm floating on a big fleet, I want war drums, man. Keep in mind that if Krent wants to win this, he needs to get on land. It's a good start. There's going to need a lot more than this, though. Wait. No. Hosen sees this because he's got the Imperial Palace, so he knows this is happening. Transport ships are pulling back. Fleet's engaging. And Kren, if he just moves in range a bit more, this is a complete easy wipe. Hosin. Already down to 12 of these Baochuans. I think Kren's sitting on about double that. He is indeed 20 now versus just 10. Even with the extra health, it's simply not enough. So Hosin, fleet gets wiped. Doesn't really have great resource bank to reboom. Oh my god, dude. He can't get it. I think this is over. Kren is going to constrict him now, right? The transport ships are on the move, so maybe he can do the same shenanigans. But he left the king. The king actually needs to get in one of these transpos and go. It's the only way it's going to work. Because here's what Kren does now. Kren just splits some of his fleet right side, splits some of it left side. He full-on blockades you, right? And just occasionally he scans to check where you are, which he can afford to do because he's got 6,000 gold and about another almost 30,000 in America. Now, as a backup plan, I do believe we've got landmark victories on. And it seems like that might be the win condition. Oh, no. Hosin sneaks in some of the fleet. Kren is on the move, though. He's going to sandwich him here. Palskar just torching down in the meantime. Stab comes in onto the gold gathering. And Hosin, I mean, that is all of his gold gathering right now. Huddles him up straight away. No gold income now for the Southside boy. Palskar, I have to dive a little bit deeper. So another landmark goes down. And all Kren really needs to do is just shift in, blow up this landmark, and then Hosin is reduced to 1 life. Wait, has Hosin got a... Oh, no. Please. But please. Please. Please wall this. Wait, have you got enough stone to wall this? I think. Just about. And no, Kren's king came back. He kept sailing back and forth between Europe and America. He was like an indecisive captain who couldn't decide if he wanted to relinquish his English citizenship for the colonies, you know? Kren clearing up the last of the fleet. Hosin now down to just 4 Baochuans. Make that soon to be free. And he's never going to be free of this pressure. Kren, I think, he's just got too many ships here for Hosin to get out of this. Landmarks have been sniped down. All bar 2. There's a rebuild attempt here, but Hosin's not got enough wood. Okay, guys. All you need to do now, if you are Kren, is going to go for rams. He actually could have just went for bombards, just build a siege workshop. Either or works. You think the king should be put in a ring and punch each other to death? Nah, the map should shrink. But like the map should shrink in a cascading fashion where it pushes all these assets together and on top of each other. Until you're eventually all standing on a single cliff style. Well played, Kren. Dude, I'm impressed. I thought Hosin just had this in the bag for free. But Kren, stockpiling like a big boy, gets into the massive fleet, and reminds me exactly why I have you all play Meat Grinder instead, and why everyone hates Baochuans on water maps. I'm trying to figure out what Hosin sees his comeback maneuver as. I mean, maybe he's hoping Kren's on like a toaster oven, PC, and it's going to overheat, right? Too many Baochuans and just all fries. Or Hosin could be a genius. Kren has overextended. It's got a Baochuan coming in. No. Oh. Oi. 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 Run like the wind! Oh my god, Kren didn't know us. This is going to be closer than you'd think. Kren's spending way too long building rams. He needs to go. He needs to go right now. I don't think he realizes just how little time he's got. Those are fire lances. Now, here's the thing. This is the communal element. If Kren sees it just in time, all he has to do is hop in the transport ship and move off coast. That's all he has to do. Hosin reminding us why teal is an OP color, as is blue on water maps. New Baochuan comes out. Hosin just needs to go. No waiting around here. You only need a handful of fire lances. One Transfer would be enough, but no, it's too late. Kren says, oh, no, you don't. Let's go on a trip. And this is the point in the game where Hosin face palms and wonders, why didn't I build any sort of ship, like a few archer ships that could escort this? Probably would have let me live. Ram's now in. Oh, I can't believe that, man. Dude, that's got to be so painful. Out of all the ways to lose, his only choice now is a landmark victory. The problem is, Fire Lancers can do some godly things. I just don't think they're going to be as quick as what Kren can do here. Wait. Kren. Go. Go, man. Like the wind. Landmarks. Hosin says, if the king won't come to me, I'll bring the victory to myself. Temple of Sun first thing to be brought down. Villagers pulling out. Where are the Palace Guard? Oh my god, they got killed. It's not going to work. There's no way. There's absolutely no way Hosin wins this. His army's way too small. He's got 27 Fire Lancers left. He's still got 4 landmarks to get through? No, 5. Oh, wait, no. Okay, 4. This has to be a pipe dream. This can't be happening. 1 ram remains. Nestabee's getting baited. Wait. Wait, what? Why am I even looking for the complex entry here? No way. Are you kidding me? Hosin, do you know how walls work? Oh my god. I feel like I'm on a Hollywood set and everything's just 2D, but it was made to look 3D. Unfortunately, that's not enough Palace Guard. Kren, where the hell's the army right now? He's got all the food, gold, and wood in the world. But he's pop-blocked. It doesn't matter, guys. Like, it's over. I can't believe the clownery that just happened here. But in the end, Kren, he didn't even rush for the kill. He's like, no, I'm going to break your morale. I like the idea that you thought you could win this. Let me show how wrong you were. Hosin is dead. He has 56 eco, 6 military, and there's no way he can beat my gold turned diamond. Kren will be your world conqueror. Oh, that was brilliant. Well played, people. Well played. Oh, well. Oh, well. We tried. Look, you know, in fairness, it went better than 42. I'm sorry, 42. Oh, what do I call that one? I guess it's World Conquest Improved. Poor 42. Bless him. He did go out a bit early. God, my throat's a bit rough today. I don't know why. He says as he then drinks a bunch of vodka. By the way, Fablop, it must have felt weird to be the person killing someone 2 minutes into a game for a change, right? You got the kill and you just checked yourself for bullet holes. You're like, huh? What happened here? This isn't the way this usually goes. Bit of a bird? I mean, we like to tease him. Alright, that was good fun, though. So, next up, let's have a look here. We could do... What could we do? We could do the... Do you guys want to do Puny Peasants now? Should we do Puny Peasants? Let's do Puny Peasants on... Let me restart my game, actually. It's lagging a bit. Seriously, I don't know what they've done. They stealth patched something. The performance in the last week has been abysmal. It's been even worse than like it was previously. I don't know what they've done. It's really bad though. All right, 1 sec. Let me restart. Pony peasants, puny peasants, pony peasants. Okay, that's a new mod. GPU driver issue. Yeah, maybe I need to update the driver, possibly. So, let's have a look here. Give me a sec as well. I just want to double check something. Alright, so basically, if those don't know what we're about to do, this is called Puny Peasants. Puny Peasants is fantastic. Let me quickly explain to you by showing you what Puny Peasants is all about. Because it is the sight to behold. So let's load. This should load a micro so it'll be quicker. On... I think we'll end up playing this on like Minimap Dry Arabia, right? Okay, so we don't need the tuning pack either. We need puny villagers. So let me show you guys what this will be quickly. This is incredible. Oh, I think we might take the jacket off actually. It's getting bloody hot in here. You can tell summer's arrived, guys. Whew. Don't mind me, I'm just breaking everything. They're not quite as puny as I was expecting, host. They're fairly puny. You probably could have made them even smaller. So these guys have 5 HP. But they attack for 5 damage, by the way. Yeah. English short bows, people already getting ideas. Check this. I feel like I just entered Smurfs, the RTS. Oh, I can make it smaller? I don't know. Do we want it smaller? Do you think it's small enough, guys? We can make them smaller. Alright. Half as big. Yeah, even small. They gather the same? Yes. Well, they have 1 gather capacity, but if you get wheelbarrow, they get plus 10. Oh. Too small might be hard to see. That is part of the comedy of you just being like, I'm fine, and then just suddenly something tortures you to death. You're like, huh? Alright, so let me get this all ready to go. I think we do this in standard. It should be fairly quick to escalate eco and then kill. Do you guys want Dominion with this as well? I don't think Dominion is necessary. Maybe? You think we should do the king? I should point out those puny peasants, by the way, cost 0.1 population. Dom makes games faster? I guess. Alright, so let's go for that. Puny peasants, everything's correct. I like a little bit of Japanese spring. Actually, no, we always do Japanese spring. Let's mix it up. Let's go for Tiger Winter. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and I need to make this 8 players. So, we're going to be doing Puny Peasants, folks. If you want in on this, when I say, put ! join in the chat with your username. When I say. So, let me just refresh the board. All right, if you want in, ! join space your username now. Go, 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 go. All right, let's see. We got Faplop. Let's get you in. Oh, if I got anyone watching on YouTube that want to be in these, hop across and we can get you in. friend in. The Floridian. Looks like Gully and Leave were a little bit too slow. Sorry, boys. Put Chris in. Got a Viper X in. The greatest console gamer. The most powerful of aim assists in the world. I didn't skip you. Wait your turn, dude. I'm going down the list. Calm your tits. We got Viprex in. Set number invite. Gonna get stomped by a control player. I'm telling you guys, when he wins, you just say aim assist OP. And you got an excuse. The invite does not seem to work. Wait, really? You can play mods on Xbox, right? Has anyone checked that? Do mods work on Xbox? Xbox rather. Let's see. Let's try that again. Invites through PC don't work. That doesn't make sense. What? So you can't accept invites from PC players? That's really weird. Alright, you searching on the thingies. Wait, can we get him in? How can we get him in? Invite him to your group. Wait, does that bring people into your lobby if you do that? Is that how that works? Alright, there we go. Oh, didn't know that's the way it works. Oh, nice. There we go. Good job, chat. Alright, and then the final person is Hosen81. So sorry, Gully and Leave, you're a little bit too slow on that one. So, let's get these mods downloaded for all you guys first. There we go. And then I will leave, and someone needs to invite Hosen81. Gully, just be quicker, man. Like, what is this grandpa speed APM when you're 12 years old, bro? Drink more Red Bull. Jitter faster. Oh, and reveal on elimination, because I know you guys like to watch what just killed you. Yo, what is up, Calculus Wizard? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome to Swarm. So, I'll leave. You guys can get Hosen in. Let's get this guy in. That one right there. Yeah, I mean, like, my advice is people just tell other people that we do community games regularly. We'll hopefully build a community around it. It's a challenge because I think the most of the people that watch Twitch or YouTube are typically looking for 1v1 focused content. So it is a bit of an uphill battle, but maybe it'll prove worth it. 10-second delay. Refresh. Crisscross. And don't forget to clap your hands. Don't know why I went there with that. You guys got a 10-second delay. Refresh. I mean, that's another thing with Twitch, right? Is like, as you watch over the hours, however long, it tends to build up a weird buffer delay. I've noticed that before. And no, we're not doing Meat Grinder mod. We are doing free-for-all Puny Peasants. That is it. That's the only thing we changed, right? We had Dominion was on, I'm pretty sure. A good place to make a niche in games? No. Well, yes, no. The problem is you need people to discover it, right? The discoverability is going to be the conflict there. It's a conflict on Twitch because Twitch has terrible discoverability. It's a conflict on YouTube because Age of Empires 4 from a YouTube perspective isn't a growing audience. So you have to somehow convince the people that already exist within that sphere that look for pro-level content, 1v1 content, to move across. Wait, it crashed? Oh, come on, dude. Not like this. Don't do this to me. What? Wholesome, why crash? Make better game mode. Oh, will you look at that? Yeah. Why? I wonder why they all went for English after they watched me show English with short bows. What could have possessed them all to pick English? Cheeky. One conkless. The fact that even Julie picked English should say everything it needs to here. You took Ink as your favorite Civ? I remember those games. Although, you know, these two can explain themselves a bit more clearly. I know Kremp plays more Civs than English, and I know Julie Beck don't get out of bed for anything but the Juji. My favorite part... Actually, dude, I love this from Chris. I already know what he's going for. He's going to go for Women at Arms. Because the cleave will insta-kill the villagers. You don't get much XP, but it's XP. Marlene's the worst Civ for this. Might be surprised. You might be thoroughly surprised, my friend. You don't need vills? Yeah, well, usually it's because you can't get vills efficiently. Now, think about this. You can get a villager every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm assuming this is not loading for anyone. So I guess I will remake, if that's the case. With Torch Time Throw Destroy. Yeah, did I mention the damage stats are still the same? Won't the game load? I don't know. I assume there was some sort of error. I'm going to force close, and I'll rehost, and we'll get everyone back in. Well, Hostin said he crashed, so... he's not going to load, right? It is indeed Hostin's fault. Get Gully instead of you. Are you sure? We are in. Yeah, screw the 8th player. Julie's like, no. Don't go replacing Hostin with Gully. I'm not having that. Do we roll or do we remake? One's if we roll a 7-person free-for-all. 2's if we remake. I think we're re, right? Alright, we're re. Hostin, do you want Gully to have your spot? I love how bad that UI was, right? You guys saw that white box. Alright. Get him in. Alright. We'll remake, guys. Let's remake. So, let's get Fablop in. Let's get Krent in. Let's get Julie. Julie and Krent are outraged. They're like, we revealed our strategy. Gonna have to come up with a new one, guys. Should I point out a few to you? Have you ever considered Chinese build speed? No, don't pick China. That's dirty. Have you ever considered Akratoy Byzantines? See, this is what I mean. There's so many when you actually bother to think a little bit. English might be the first thought, but I can guarantee you it's not the only one. And then, so not host and we'll have Gully. Everyone going Joe next? You won? I don't think I'll be casting that game, buddy. Wait, who didn't accept their invite? Who's a pleb? Who's a pleb? Floridian? This is like, I'm like the firm teacher in the class. Like, oh, I'm a pleb. Alright, I'm going to get Gully Deckle in then. Make villagers smaller for the next game. I mean, dude, just make 2 mods. Puny, like, you just call one puny peasants and then you call the other puny peasants. Or ultra puny peasants. Boom. You got mod diversity right there. Alright, so where's the Floridian? Not the Floridian, the Floridian. Floridian, are you coming? Is Calculus Wizard here, or are we getting someone else in? Ah, there we go. Wait, whoopsie. Oh, no. Don't ignore that ad group. So I'm going to leave. I think everything else is correct. Reveal and elimination, puny peasants, fantastic. I'm going to leave. Oh, wait, I need to get Gully loaded up on the mod. Do what you want, guys. Alright. You guys can do what you want. Just do what you want. I'm going to leave. Someone get the Floridian in. Thank you. Magadai do seem tempting. So, one way we played this game before was the blood thingy mod. The game mode where when you kill units you get more health and more damage. Bloodlust, thank you, Cavallo. And that was fun. I still lost to a bastard villager spam, but that was fun. You like that one? You always won. You didn't play Bloodlust with us. Who did you play Bloodlust with? I haven't played the Bloodlust mod in well over a year. You got China? Oh. Guys, you know what to do. Set sights on Gully Deckle. They say it's not like a grown adult shouldn't be attacking a kid, but there are exceptions to the rules. This is the exception. Ottomans. My commiserations, Viper. I'm not sure about that pick, buddy. What did the Ottomans get? I wonder if we need to add puny traders. Yeah, projectiles is difficult, right? Because, like, you can't even increase projectile speed. Like, the simulation thing you done doesn't work on projectile speed, right? Because of the limitations. All right, good luck, everyone. I feel like we're watching Smurfs the RTS. Puny Peasants has returned. Welcome, one and all. We have a new, improved, and updated mini villager mod, courtesy of the wonderful Hosen. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. I told them that the villagers have 5 HP, but they have all their other stats the same, other than their carry capacity. They have 5 HP, 1 capacity. They take 2 seconds to build and only 5 food. But the other things are the same, folks. They've got the same damage they'd always have. Their speed is actually better up at 1.5. Their torch damage is the same. With that information, half the lobby picked English. Meanwhile, Gully, who is definitely our highest ranked player, got the Chinese. I'm sorry about the there's no way around that until someone dies. I hope you guys are okay with this. Like, I actually am not. I want away from it. Is that... I can just hear it. Anyway, we've got some other interesting picks. Chris got creative. He actually picked Joan d'Arc. I was saying I think Joan d'Arc's quite creative. Oh, sorry, I'm just entranced by this. Joan d'Arc's creative because Joan with Cleave will insta-kill all the villagers. So you don't get much XP, but you murder a lot of economy. And if you're wondering, KP, this seems a little bit silly. They're worse normal villages. They take up all the population. They don't get much in return. These fellas and ladies only take 0.1 population each. Have a look at Chris's villager count of 65, and then look at his eco count of 7. Wait, that's actually a 4. How did we... Wait, is Zhong... Oh, it's so much better! It's so much better! It's Big Sis! Oh, this is fantastic. That's Willy Wonka. And the Oompa Loompas. Oh my god. Tech up's coming through quite quick here. So the reason why I wanted to have this mod made, you know, I experienced this a long time ago. Not only is it hilarious, not only does it have some funky strategies, it also has some cool things like the fact that actually the early game scales a lot quicker than you'd expect, for multiple reasons. Sure, the gathering is quite small, but when you get wheelbarrow, it actually gives you a lot of value, as Chris is about to discover. On top of that, think about things like build speed. Think about moving out to pocket ecos with 1.5 movement speed, now 1.72 with wheelbarrow. It's insanely powerful. You're seeing this correct. Look at wheelbarrow and what it does. They can now carry 6 food. Wheelbarrow, mark my words, guys, if you're playing this game mode not getting wheelbarrow, I mean, Mr. will not like this game mode, because not getting wheelbarrow is a death sentence. All right, Chris. She's a big girl. Dude, you know when, like, you're about 2 foot taller than all your siblings, but your mum swears you all have the same papa. It's like one of those stories in a movie. When the kid gets discovered by the lake, by the river, and they adopt them, and don't tell him that he's actually, like, you know, he's not theirs biologically. Oh, man. And we have not had a cheesy play out of the English short bows, have we? Maybe we haven't, I just got too distracted here. Rumpy is for some reason building his council hall in the corner. Oh my god, Rumpy tried to all in, didn't he? He's got 30 villages, that's atrocious. Oh my god, he tried to all in! Guys, this is the thing. These players thought that the English would be OP. I think it's a bait. The thing you have to realize about the English, they have these short bow attacks, right? They do full damage. 1 hit, 1 kill. How many of you are going to micro 30 plus villagers to 1 hit, 1 kill all the other villagers at the same time? It's so much easier to play melee and just walk in and A-click. Oh dear. Rumpy, bless him. Fatal error there. Meanwhile, north side. Looks like we have got a barbecue coming up. Is it wrong of me to want to play this on the meat grinder mods? Just the trivial tick up of 555555555. I can't get enough of this. I absolutely love it. Has everyone else got wheelbarrow by now? I think most of them have ID'd that wheelbarrow is high value. And I love that we've got textiles for +2. It's not +2, it's +2.5. So both of these numbers are actually wrong. Welcome to the way that UI works in AoE4. Oh my god, my frame rate just watching that move. The tease! How much population do you think Julie Beck's at right now, chat? Get your bets in. Get your guesses in. 50, 60, 70. How about 30? Not even 30, that's 22. Wait, and she went for the king? Now, guys, if Krent just researches boiling oil, this is all over. You know, everyone always gets in games like that. I've had so many people just come in to my chat and be like, what's the optimal build order for this sim? How do I make this work? I hate that you guys feel this frustration, this confusion, this complexity. So let me just simplify it for you. Build villages. Build all the villages. Oh, here come the boy at arms. Get him, lads. It is at this point, someone in chat is realizing how broken HRE would be in this game mode. Oh my god. The Smurfs have slain the White Tower. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Floridian's moving out in the center. Gully is chilling. I'm a little bit surprised he's not more aggressive than this. We've got Veteran Roll Knights moving in. We've got Joan looking to farm. It is indeed Cleaform, but for some reason Chris is microing like someone with no hands and being distracted by TV. And elsewhere, we've got ViperX. I forgot to mention this, by the way. ViperX, #1 console player in the world, playing the Ottomans in this game. I'm still not sure what their relevance is, but I'm sure Janissaries will surprise us. Kairos would do crimes? True. But we need a few seconds. 7-minute imp age. So guys, remember what I said about how this accelerates the game, right? Have you guys seen the new 7.5-minute Ottoman imp build? OP, OP, OP. I'm telling you guys, the answer is actually Reboldiquins. Reboldiquins or Lancenecks are acceptable here. Lancenecks are OP. I can't believe we just... I feel like we just need to rename this Peasant War. Maybe we just have a mod where you can only build villages. It kind of just fits. Oh my god, the White Tower is dead. Stop. Mango. Kren. Yes. 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 Yes! Oh no. No, no, they're coming. They're coming. They're mad. Look at the mini-map, folks. Look at Julie Beck's base right now. This is non-stop. Just 315 of these. Oh my god, and she's never running out. I love that Fat Plop and Julie seem to have some diplomacy going on here. We can share the gold. There's no need to fight over it. I should point out that this is also Dominion, by the way. So there are kings involved in this. And that's what Julie Beck is gunning for. I actually think Julie could just rush the TC and try for it now. Instead, we've got the dumbest fight I think we're going to see all game. Let's look elsewhere. Keeps coming up. Viper's starting to move out. In the meantime, Chris is moving in. Knights, Men-at-Arms. On an absolute bender here. The frame rate is so weak in this. Oh, this is brilliant. So this is how normal players feel next to Order of the Dragon people. I always wondered. Wait, have we got Nesta Bees now? Oh, no. Okay, this is what I was worried about. This is why Gully was giddy with excitement when he discovered he got China. Nesta Bees destroy mass villages. Do you guys want another broken strategy? Because I've been listing them off on the fact that it's just not pick English and win. Did you guys ever think about how broken Mongols would be with Kurultai? I'm educating right now. How about, where else can we go with this? Oda Tactics doesn't work on the villages, right? But Gilded Villages for Order of the Dragon have higher torch damage anyway. And oh my god, talking of torch damage, is this it for Julie? That's all the landmarks on one screen! I can't believe this! Kren bided his time. And when it matters most, he makes his move. So Julie Beck is going to be the first player eliminated. This is what happens when you don't stick to Juji. And suddenly, my PC breathes a sigh of relief. I have reallocated some of the CPU power back to exist. Oh, you're right. Yellow did attack you. I can't believe that. The traitorous... Wait. Fablab just got the kill. I don't think it matters because I don't actually see anyone really caring about more than 200 pop when you just have villages, but that's where we're at. Fablab, after that, immediately goes Imperial as well. Yeah, Fablab, it's kind of interesting, actually. If he just plays mass villages, it's better. Because mass villages in Imperial now, they get increased torch damage. Like, look at these guys. 10 torch damage each. Poor Julie. Got sandwiched here. Rumpy is existing. I don't really think I'd categorize him as more than that right now. I'm trying to figure out how this is going to end. Wait. Gully. Guys, fire lancers have splash damage, and the villagers have HP max. The answer is fire lancers, right? SB's in the meantime been doing an absolute massacring. This game mode is so dumb and I love it. Here's the thing, I don't care about perfectly balanced. That's not the goal here. One sec, let me toggle onto an eliminated player. We have one of those. That way I don't have... I can't believe it. Oh my god. When you have that first moment of silence after a noise in your life, forever, it feels weird. Like, you know, for parents, when you're used to crying babies and you're used to, you know, the kids not shutting up, and then you have a night just between you and your partner, and you're like, I don't know what this silence is. That's what just happened here. Cataphract's Trample finally good. There you go. See, this is what I mean. You guys, everyone thought, oh yeah, English OP. There are so many good picks for this game mode. Ono and Bagisha are pretty damn good too, if you think about it. That attack speed. Woo! Azutsu. What else we got? People said that they thought Marlins would be bad. Yeah, I'm not going to contest that one. Ottomans are pretty good for Janissaries and Great Bombards, right? And that's exactly what it's gone for. Great Bombards. And it is going to be a King Snipe, so just like that, Rumpy is out. Bless him. I was surprised he actually got to exist that long. He forgot the kid. Well, Viper is loving life right now. On 87 pop, he could not be more powerful. Because he has 291 villages. I need someone to win the game quickly, preferably before our PCs crash. Because I can already predict that that's where this is going. It looks like Chris is making a play for it, by the way. He went for the red pass in the center. He's not looking very scary, though, guys. He's getting dented right now by Gully. Yeah, I think Chris might just be dead. SS was on. I'm pretty sure Sacred Sight was on. It's default. Great Bombard's now moving in, though. Oh my god! Ambitious. Ambitious to blindly charge the Bombard. Warlord coming in, though. Villagers are going to pull back just in the nick of time. No boiling oil is an eternal sin, and I hate you for it. You are against puny peasants here. Faplop, men-at-arms in, though. Why are the noises so loud? What the... Alright, whatever. Chris is out. And interestingly enough, that was up for grabs in the center. So Faplop just got his hands on an extra 50 pop. Not that he's ever used. Oh, I love this. This is great. You know how you... like, so someone said Dominion makes the games quicker. You see what I mean about I don't think we needed Dominion? The games are already quick. We're 15 minutes in, 3 players have been eliminated, and some of these players have well over 400 units. Like, if I look at Gully, he stopped at 250. I think most players have gotten carpal tunnel from just queuing villages. They're sick and tired of it now. They've stopped. Another player goes down, and it looks like that was Floridian, taken out by Gully Deckle. All of a sudden, we're down to 4. I'm not sure about Krent's chances here. I think it's going to come down to Viper and Gully. Okay, here's the thought as well. Juji's OP in this game mode. Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Get TC's cheap. You spam TCs. And then, because you're not using much of your population space, you just mass monks. You're welcome. Oh my god, these Nesta Bees though. This is brutal. Kren, he gave up. I mean, that is it. It's between Gully and Viper, surely. I don't want to discredit Faplop, but right now, he has no answer to this. The Robotiquins are in play! Get him, boys! Oh, absolutely fantastic. Finally, all these little tiny cannons are important because all these little tiny cannons can target all these little tiny people. They're made for each other. The script continues. In the meantime, to the north, Gully Deckle should be massing a force to go. Fire Lancers might be the play. And the villagers are being pulled once more. Once again, they are summoned to war. You know what he's up to when you hear the production of more villagers suddenly. How much resources Gully got as well? Nothing too crazy. He's doing all right. I love the separation, like the clear divisiveness of this mod. I love it. I hate it. Everyone thought they were bad. I mean, not if you let them go 7-minute Imperial Age, they're not. I like how he's happy with the damage done. He's like, okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Meanwhile, Fatlop's just shaking down here. He's like, please, please. He has to go, though, because look what's happening. Oh, my God! The Fire Lance, the villagers are in. The Great Bombards aren't going to be quick enough. I actually think we're about to lose Viper X here. He needs the cannon start. He needs them quicker than this. TC's down. King is out. Golly Deckle will claim another. You sly, filthy, vile little rat. Wait until the guard dog is away to hop in the hen house. Waits until the farmer is on holiday before he hops in the chicken roost. And that seems appropriate because I think Faplop is plucked. He's about to be plucked from existence. He's trying to race, but the problem is I don't see how you're quick enough here. Look at the speed these Fire Lancers are moving at. This is OP. You on Dynasty in this game mode is insane. Even the villagers move maximum movement speed, right? 1.98! I'm sorry for what I've done, son. Wall's not going to go up in time. The Fire Lancer charge! Clears them out. And Faplop. This, Julie right now, I can already see her in chat. I can already guess what she's going to say. It's like, good. Yes, good. Good, Golly Deckle. Let the hate flow through. You should all be hating China Fix right now. OP and free-for-alls now and forever. And when will you all learn? I keep telling you, Golly Deckle cannot be allowed to exist. Have you finally figured out that Krent is hidden conk? He's diamond, man. He was gold, then went diamond. We take full credit for that. He was gold when he started our free-for-alls, and now he's diamond. So clearly, we done that. We done all that. How long was that? Wait, was that actually... It was a 20-minute game, right? Wait, was it 20 minutes? I love how we just keep creating formats that accelerate free-for-alls so much. I absolutely love that. Oh, man, that's fantastic. The only problem is performance. I think that's the only limitation, is the game is poorly optimized, right? And that drags frame rate down. I could feel that casting. I don't know how that felt for people playing. I imagine it was a nightmare from that perspective. That was brutal. All right, so what do we do now? I'm trying to think how much longer I want to go. English is OP here because you spam farms. I think there's better choices. I definitely think there's better choices.
I guess so.
See. Weighing up how much longer we keep going. Suit and tie? Yeah, dude. We're doing suit and tying for like 8 hours now. That's fair, Camin. Guys, I think maybe we're going to do the Pro 2v2s now, actually, now that I see that's happening. Reset timer now? Don't know what you're talking about, bro. What timer? A timer doesn't exist. Oh, you mean this timer? The one that I took down because I was feeling nice? Let me just leave that up there. So. BC plus Core versus Baltoon Crackety. Let's do that. Guys, yeah, you know what? Because there's a live 2v2 happening, let's actually do the live 2v2. Sorry, I know people want more free-for-alls, but I hear tournament play, I get sucked in. I'm that type of person. Let me have a look here then. Because they must be drafting right now then. So, AO2CM.net. Isn't BC handicapped because down the leg? Jesus Christ. Get him out. Get him out. Ban him. Oh, man. I'd say we walked into that one, but don't make me do this. Alright. So we've got ban snipes, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, so how does this work? Do you draft 3 and pick 2 then? Per game? Have they said how many of these they're doing as well? I'm checking now with Crackety and whether this is going to be publicly viewable, because that's an important detail. Why all new? Yeah, because you keep winning, dude. No more commie games? I mean, dude, it's if it's essentially a competitive format game, I can't resist giving it a cast. There's always other days for tournament for community games. In fairness, the amount of people watching is shrinking, so I'm wondering if people do want that as badly as I was anticipating. Tournaments competitive games? No, my tournament is providing entertainment for people. That's what matters to me. That's what I love. Let me find out. Nice. Crackley's a legend. He's hooking us up. So this game will be castable. So what I'll do now, quickly gonna go grab something. I'm gonna run ads, and when I come back, we should be good to go for an Abbasid Chinese showdown up against Mongols Malians. Those are some funky drafts. All right, be right back in a sec. All right, I think ads just got ran. Perfect. BRB. And I think it's a show match. It's either a show match or practice. All right. How we looking? So, we're waiting for them to start the game, and then we'll hop in live. I'm going to eat this bar quickly. Chocolate is always a pain in the ass to rush eat. Especially with caramel in it. It's all chewy and gooey. Takes a million years to swallow. But yeah. For all you guys, Gully ruined it by winning with China. Sick and tired of this game. I'm becoming a Fortnite caster. Peace. Ooh. Maybe not. Crackety just saved you all. Gamba. Ugh. Forgot to end the previous one. Who will win? Didn't BC say he wasn't going to play in this cup? So this is just practice, right? This is just messing around. This isn't the live games for the tournament, the Devils Cup thing, right? I assume this isn't the tournament. All right, 2-minute predictions. Here you guys go. Let's get ready to go. The last update was that he had no interest in playing the 2v2s, but yet here he is. Beastie in the yellow, gold player with conk knowledge. Teammate, Erok, that is of course cool when you reverse it in the orange. And they're going to be going up against Crackety and Baltoon in a 2v2 on what I'm pretty sure is Spires. Okay, this is spicy. So I know that Baltoon and Crackety are going to be playing in the tournament, but I'm pretty sure that Beastie and Core are not. I remember Beastie went over this, that he just didn't feel like it was worth the time. He couldn't find a teammate he wanted. He'd heard rumors like Doom and Marine were going to play together. And then I think there was some loose statement about Core, and then he just basically said, I'm not going to play. Sorry, Core. So here we are. We're going to have Mongols plus Malians up against the Chinese and the Abbasids. That's interesting. I feel like I've seen a lot more spicy combos coming out from Crackety and Baltoon so far when I've been watching them. Crackety being the Chinese kind of feels like a little bit of a comfort pick here. I wonder if they're maybe showing a bit too much respect across the Beastie. But Baltoon should have a strategy in mind especially. Like for those that are unfamiliar with Baltoon, the reason you're unfamiliar is because he's so secretive on the ladder. You've probably seen him. You've probably listened to me cast one of his games. It's just you didn't know it was him because the name was in Chinese or something else. This guy plays actually a lot, subtly, secretly. But he also plays a lot of team games. And that is where this guy is broken. Baltoon is insane in team play. The things I've seen him do, whether he's the boomer or whether he's the aggro player, baffles me. I actually think he's by far one of the best team players we have in Age of Empires 4. Other side of this, unknown quantities. I know that Beastie is one of those players that definitely has the mindset of if you know how to play 1v1s really well, you could translate that to team games. But there's another layer, and that's, of course, in the communication, the coordination. Do you ever get the feeling that these two might just mold at each other for half an hour? I'm banking on it. Kind of hoping for it. Adrian Ramos, why you not make tournaments in your channels? Because it requires money to do that. And currently, I do not make a quarter of my expenses per month doing streaming. So it's not affordable for me to host tournaments because players would want to get paid. Hope that'll change. The goal is to grow to a point where it can. You know what? Something in this game doesn't change. Mongols only ever care about one thing. We are getting the outpost rush, of course. And he's changing his mind. He's like, do I go the gold? Do I go the wood? So it's going to split between the two. There is, of course, a backup wood line, but this is going to be really frustrating for Crackety. Not impossible to play, though. Remember, you are, at the end of the day, playing as a Chinese, so you have the ability to generate tax. So there will be a tech-up opportunity, even if the Mongols block you out the gold. But it is going to set you back, because unfortunately, Crackety got a pretty bad spawn here. Double gold stack underneath one tower. Meanwhile, for Beastie, let's talk about what the objectives are for these players. Because whenever you play 2v2s, you're going to play very differently to what you would in 1v1. typically you have roles dedicated. Sometimes there's the 2-in strategies where you all-in feudal from both sides. There are other games where you have a boomer, and then you have what I call the welcome mat. They exist to just soak up all the dirt and the trash that comes your way while the other guy booms up. I would say this game is designed to be one of those. Core is meant to be the welcome mat, and Beastie is going to be the entertainer, right? He's going to go to Castle Age, he's going to boom and spam out. Other side of this, I actually think you could play like Chinese Abbas's all-in a feudal. Chiganu Mass plus military bootcamp, right? I'm expecting, however, for this to probably be, what, double TC Chuganu spam, and then the Abbasa player just kind of techs up. You could do it the other way around, where the Abbasa player just millicamp all-ins, but he's got an eco wing. So I'm expecting possibly 3 TCs here, and that would put Crackety in the role of a Chuganu spam. Wait, the outpost got denied. Oh, damn. So the Spearman play actually blocked him out. He had to shift away. Yeah, we've seen this in 1v1s, actually. Mongols used to be pretty good against Chinese, but China actually destroys Mongols now. The problem is that the Chinese player on a delay can drop a Rax and then supervise to get out. Really good play there by Crackety, so denies the value and all of a sudden calls investment into this Uvu, into these Rax. It was completely worthless. And he may be setting up fishing, but he's behind some of his opponents in that regard, and at the end of the day, it is only shoreline fish, so it's not going to accelerate you to an insane degree. Second pit mine's is going to be good. Double mill means we are definitely heading towards ranch spam. Other side of this, first TC is up. It is on the stone, so confirmed we are at least getting free TC. I don't think you need to go for TC here. If you're feeling a bit greedy, you could definitely get away with it, but it just feels a little bit unnecessary. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? 60-40. So 60% believe in the power of Core and Beastie, and 40% see reason that one team is likely to implode and the other one, nah. I haven't listened to them recently on the calls, but they do like to meme on each other and tease each other a lot. I'm wondering if that could backfire here. We'll find out. Silvertree is going to be the choice coming out from Core. It's a pretty tradable game, right? Like, it's this actually an insanely safe game. I always forget that Spires does this. Those trade posts feel disgusting. I feel like this should be mid-map, if anything. So you have to trade the length across everyone's bases. So 30 on the way. No more stone being gathered, so Baltoon is going to stop at the 3. And Crackety, meanwhile, has, what, just chosen to prioritize aggro? Yeah, I feel like he's going for some aggro. 7 Spearmen now marching across the map. Pitmine's getting denied out. And it looks like Core is going to try to get the boar involved. Not going to work here, though. You're going to have to fight tooth and nail. Archer is coming out, so it looks like Beastie should be able to contest this. Movement speed arrow will also get the Archer across even quicker. Behind this, Crackety, I wonder if the goal is to go castle. I feel like you want to be aiming for castle here. Right? Like, I don't see this play as a prolonged logical feudal play. You haven't got Chuganu massing, so you don't really have that powerhouse in the feudal age. On the other side of this, obviously for Baltoon, I'd be surprised if he builds a single unit before going castle. Right? Like, his goal right now should be to get food optimal and then just rush up with tech up. We're probably going to be looking at what Gulam spam could work quite well here. It would encourage Musafadi, but Gulams are insanely effective at dealing with Musafadi if you have scale, right? And you are going to be free TC. You can already see the impact of that as well. 34 versus 27 villages. Beastie, only halfway through the Fulani. Well, I guess technically it's, well, like, it's not even half, right? You need to build the Fulani itself. But in terms of the ranches, 4th one is being filled out now. And we are finally going to be getting Song Dynasty out of Crackety. Crackety, I imagine we are going 2TC, right? Like, whenever you go Song, it's just, yeah, it's kind of a implied statement in these type of games. So we'll gather the last of the stone. Second TC now going up on the back deer. And notice that all pressure is shifted to the south side towards BC's location. This is annoying right now for them. The crazy part is, like, you know these two should be doing double eco boom to a certain degree. But at the same time, if they've watched any of Crackety's streams recently and seen him and Baltoon playing, they'll know that typically these two have this aggro trade-off where one player just all-ins and the other greeds. Double greed is insanely bold, but the reality of this game is they haven't seen a reason not to, right? Core has built 5 Spearmen. BC is reluctant to build anything unless forced to. So they're being greedy. Why not take your opportunity as well? And it looks like the scout has confirmed on the backside. Like, Core has got the trade up. Already up to 2. Fishing as well. And I think Core, is he rushing Castle Age here? You're going to be behind. Baltoon's going to be a mile ahead here. Core up at 40 eco. Meanwhile, Baltoon, 49. What worries me is, like, I think the Castle Age is actually a lot scarier from the Abbassids than it is from the Mongols. Right? The boot camp, the composite bow potential. At this stage in the game, you're not really expecting this player in the south to start building the Javs. Likely, BC is going to build into Sofa plus Archers. What scares me about that comp and favors the Abbassids is the faster attack speed means you can archer an archer and win. And you're right, the Kurotai is strong, but it relies on you being in position. And I'm wondering if the win condition for Baltoon and Krakody is to split the map. Because I've said this before, like, Mongols for me are a support civ. They're not the backbone. They're not going to win the game on their own. They're designed to kind of essentially set you up for success in some way. With the outpost rush openings to slow down your opponent. With the Kurotai buff for the main guy, which would be in this situation. The issue is going to be kind of parking yourself in a position to do the damage. I wonder if when this is coming, Baltoon and Krakody just go around the flank and attack the economy. And I also have said that I'm not crazy about Mongols in 2v2s compared to 3v3s. 3v3s tend to lean themselves more towards having that wiggle room for a support player. 2v2s kind of require a bit more presence, I'd say. The outpost rush was decent, didn't work out right, but at least drew attention. And we have now got Spear and Archer spam across the map. While this is going on, of course, Core. Wait, Core changed the plan. He's prepping Rams. Core is actually going to go for the full pressure. Okay, I'm a bigger fan of this now. I genuinely think waiting for Castle Age is too late. You're going to let Baltoon just get what he needs, right? You have to remember, Baltoon did go for Fertile Crescent, so even farm transitioning is not that scary of an idea. Should be military boot camp coming in immediately as soon as this completes, because military wing is already done. And, oh boy, it begins. Golems, ready to be unleashed. Needs to get more Raxes involved in this. Wolves have gone up. Krakody doing most of them. And Krakody, he should be looking for Castle too. Yeah, just needs to sort the gold, and then it's going to be Palsguard plus Golems. I'm a bit worried that this is a one-dimensional comp, because if BC just spams Musafadi now, he wins. If he spams Sofas, he actually wins. You need to get into the range units. Glad to see crossbows being added. Cool. Trying to breach the third TC here. I mean, it's going to be a slow process of the torches, right, due to the fire armor. Cool. Man, I just think he needs to tech up now. Looks like we are getting Sofas. Okay, I'm a bit worried now. The problem with Sofas here is the Camel Aura. You set yourself up to be encountered. I feel like the play would have been Mass Musafadi. It's a big map, but your opponents are building Golems. They're building crossbows. They do no damage to you. The other guy is going to be Palsguard. He'll do no damage to you. There is a risk when you're up against Nest of Bees, but if you're targeting Baltoon's base, you don't care about Nest of Bees. They'll never be there. He's in the meantime going down. Deck up, ready to go. Core is going to begin it. So Kurotai now on the way. This is big. If they time this right, if they choose their position for a fight, they can GG the game. But the difficulty is going to be, if you give your opponents too much room to back up, they can shift away from the Kurotai and fight you again. Wolves not going to be quick enough here. Looks like the Sofas are starting to leak in. Krakody, you are seeing that correct. The trickle of troops begin. It's going to be Spearmen. That is the correct call. It's interesting because you think that actually the Abbasid player goes for the spears, but you're holding. You're not attacking. If you're attacking, I would agree Palsguard makes more sense than Golems. But because it's a static fight, you just need something that's stronger in position. So great read here, but he needs assistance ASAP. Camel is at least still in there, reducing the damage to the Sofas. The first Spearmen are now starting to arrive. Trickle continues. Kurotai now packing up and on the way in. I would love to see Core set up some sort of proxy base in the center, or just pack up these buildings and move them across, because right now, this run is taking an insanely long time. Things are starting to stabilize a bit. My worry is that this Kurultai, by the time it gets here, you could already be pushed back. Archers now with the diving. Gulam for the double strike, though. Rams have now been mocked up. Crossbows are getting priority targeted. It's going to be a dive pass. Sofa's crossbows. And the archers get left behind with the spearmen. Perfect for the Southside team. Spear down now getting activated, but pretty delayed. I think it's a little bit too late to get the value out of that. So last the archers goes down. The Sofas are going to leak in. And I'm starting to think, if only I had water cooling, that my PC's leaking coolage or something, because this is surprisingly laggy for a 2v2. I don't know if that's ancient spars or what. Troops on the way. Walls are going up. I love Baltoon, dude. He does this all the time. These tiny walls just to try and divert you or slow you down just a tiny bit. Meanwhile, north side corner, Kraken now setting up the farm transition. So Granary's on the way. Prep of that late game. This is where the game gets interesting because the strategy that both Core and Beastie have leaned into is castle-centric. You have to win with it or do significant damage in castle. If this game now creeps into Imperial Age, the odds are heavily against you. You're up against 4 TC Abbasids, and they are Abbasids anyway. You're up against China. These are two of the best civs in late game. And you've got Malians, Mongols. On a generous day, I might rate them mid in terms of best late game civs. Malians do have some resurgence if they get trade and go Mustafadi Gunners. But quite often, Mongols just feel that they rely on momentum constantly, or they lose. And this doesn't feel like the type of game where the Mongol player is going to be an age ahead. It feels like a type of game where he's going to be playing catch-up. So definitely in need of a lot more damage. So for Raid on the backside, so much more difficult to set up walls against this type of stuff. Dive through the center, Kurultai moving in range. I love the junk ship detail. Unfortunately, you are up against vet Sofas. They have way too much ranged armor. So he's going to try to deal with the archers. Unfortunately, not going to work out here. And all of a sudden, what a read. Dude, this is sick. The reason this works is Baltoon is building the Gulams. We mentioned it's good when you're defending. Demo is not going to be good enough, by the way. The problem here, however, is because they're good for defending, their immobility, the fact they're like a tank, works against them here. You can't get across the map to assist. Instead, they're going for a trade. Baltoon moving into the Malian base. That does mean that Kraken's going to need to hold on his own, so he's going to need choke points, mass spears, and nest of bees. Kurultai trying to unpack. Can't reach over, though. Good blocker. Kraken just preventing him from getting in position there. Warlord's coming out. Beastie. Oh, the panic. Oh, whoopsie. So he gets a few troops back. But the Gulams, the crossbows, the Rams are in. Are they going to be good enough? It's a question mark. North side, it looks like actually the Sofas have abandoned ship. They've gone for the backside on the granaries again. Krakeny struggling to shut this down. However, consider what's being shut down the other side. The sick read by Baltoon, you can tell this guy spends way too much time in team games. Not only is he now blocking out Beastie's play, he's blocking out Core's. The trade can't happen now. This is sick. They have to come back to react to it. Sofas, Artley's going to dive in. Looks like the Gulam line gets spread a little bit too thin. However, the Gulams themselves should survive this. Over time, they're going to die, but it's going to be a decent amount of idle time, a decent blocker. And it's also going to reset. It's buying time now for Krakeny to recover his own base, try to get the walls up, and play for that later phase. And considering the man is still at 94 economy, I don't think he's too phased by the pressure that came his way. Let's not even begin to talk about what Baltoon is doing. 92 economy. And remember, because he's got fresh foodstuffs, this is insanely affordable. So Gulams get killed. But it's the reset effect, right? All of a sudden, this rapid unit that's very hard to track, very hard to keep up with, has had to come all the way home. And the walls are up. They're not great walls, they're only palisades, but it buys a little bit of time, a little bit of reaction. Now we are also getting to the nest of bees from Krakeny, which is a big deal. I think we might be looking at a potential keep drop here. Outpost set up. Stone is being gathered. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like, Krakeny does actually want keeps, preferably in the back corner or stone walls, so he can focus on sending it. In fact, I'm a bigger fan of stonewalling this. Just gather stone here, stonewall around, and then rush the enemy. Because at that point, mass sofas don't do anything. speaking of those mass sofas. They tried to dive in and immediately regret it. Jeez, Baltoon just unhinged here. 26 crossbows, 13 golems ready to go again. Kurtai is on the move in. Now, I'd love to see like a mango play, but the problem is, by the time you realize you need it, you're not going to have time to build it. Oh, attack speed arrow gets activated. Core is right now griefing himself. Kurtai unable to unpack. But while they're diving in here, look at what Krakeny's doing. Moves into the main. Core now in trouble. Is in bigger trouble than it appears, folks, because the moment the villagers move away, the trade is going to get camped. So Core, in a situation where he doesn't have much in reserve, is about to get starved out of a vital resource. But the question mark now is, can Baltoon hold? Back behind the walls he goes. Dive comes in. Good maneuvering here. Golems get stuck in the midst of it. The trade is getting punished, though. Core, like, this is all he has to commit. If he loses these archers, he has no way of rebuilding behind this. The contract, dude, just unpack it! Like, this thing has spent so much time getting clowned on by their own units. Oh my god, I don't know if Core comes back from this. This is so much eco damage for a 1 TC build. Trade has been reduced down to, what, 18? I think he was at 25, 27 before. And he's still losing more. He has no answer at home right now. His food income is abysmal at this stage. And no, that's it. That's it. They can't break him. Baltoon with a chest made of steel. Krakeny with the legs of a sprinter here. Able to just flank attack and get the win. Beastie and Core not able to slay what is proving to be one of my favorites going into the 2v2 tournament. I think Krakeny and Baltoon are going to be a force to be reckoned with. Woo. Give me the money? No. Turns out it was rigged. BC said he was going to look. Nah. Baltoon and Krakeny. Prediction complete. All right, that was a cool one. Are they going to do more of these? Or is it a one-offer? I think they're going again. So we could do another one. Just trying to keep an eye on the time because I know I've got to chase up on some things afterwards. But I think they're in lobby right now. So give us a min and then we can cast another. One sec, I need to send an important message. Okay. Wait, isn't it technically about to be 2 days since the Voldemort win? I wouldn't want to be accused of lying. So it's really... well, we're not quite there. A few more hours. So yeah, we're just waiting on this one to begin. They're in lobby right now, so we're keeping an eye on it. You are not going to miss anything. So... the other thing is I know I've got a bunch of things to sort tonight, and then I've got to look after my daughter tomorrow, so I need to kind of balance that in. For once, I can't be to bed too late. Maybe one or two more. We'll see how it goes. Hey! Thank you, Crafty. You guys are... yeah, I wondered, because you're in lobby with the same picks, I was like, are they just doing a re? So let's hop into that draft and have a look at what we've got. Jean French have been banned. Oh yeah, they both went for Ibex then. Alright, this is going to be spicy. Roos and Jean as well. So what, you... this matchup? Yeah, dude, like, there's no doubt. You have to ban Ibex. Because the problem... so, guys, the reason you have to do the Ibex ban is if you don't, and the other side gets it, if you're going cavalry comp, you can't play cav comp. The Desert Raider or the Camel Lancer completely relegates, like, irrelevant... words. Relegates the combo and makes it irrelevant. That's what I was trying to do. In fairness, I put quite a few vodka shots on this. I poured doubles as singles, so I think there's 5 vodka shots in this. Don't mind me. And then Delia Bassett's. Ooh. So Bassa free TC, Zhone Dark runs into like interference. Core and Beastie are going for a 2 Civ all in. Roost TC Boom isn't really that popular here. At least not from what we've been seeing with players. Maybe BC has a kind of old school build in mind though, where you maybe go Pro Scouts 2 TC or something like that. I'm thinking this more likely is going to be all in aggro. And that's kind of cool against Zhone, because Zhone can't hold that back easily. You've got Roost Knights to match, and then you've got Roost Knights to kill Zhone. And Core can focus on infantry, I think. They might just actually go Ghazi plus Knights. That's kind of dicey, though, because you're setting yourself up to get blocked by spears. I really like the idea of this just being Knight spam, and then Spear Archer. Because the Delhi builds some of the best spears and archers you can get in Feudal Age. Full stop. Interesting. Alright. Sorry, send a message. Oh, this is my remix, by the way. Is this one? Yeah, this is my Zanarkand. This is the one that doesn't get me scammed out of my money from streaming. It's pretty good, actually. Alright. We should be into game in a sec. Please tell me they remembered to set it to observe. Please. I want game. Uh-oh. Nah, there's no way Cracky would do that to me. We're good. Dry Arabia. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this. I mean, it's obvious, right? Beastie for the Delhi. Core loves his Roost way too much. And Baltoon just seems to be at home on the Abbasids. Actually, I feel like Baltoon plays French really well. I'm kind of surprised he didn't get shown. Get rid of that crap. Time for more of the 2v2 pro games. We've got BC and Core going up against Krakeny and Baltoon. Yeah, interesting dynamics at play here as well. We talked about these different arcing strategies you see in the 2v2 metas. The whole idea of a boomer partnered with an aggro player. The idea of double aggro play. Even the idea of double boomer, which we kind of saw a little bit of earlier between Krakeny and Baltoon. This is a good old kind of classico boomer plus defender. But what I love on the other side, pretty cool answer to this actually, can work quite often, is double aggro. You've got Roos and Delhi. This to me is kind of an all-in play the Feudal Age type build. Let me get the predictions up. So who will win? There you go. I'll give you guys 2 minutes to predict. It makes sense that it's going to be 2 players all aggroing, right? Like the thing about Roos is in 1v1s, they feel really great for this second TC timing and how they control the game. I think it's a negative play for them in these type of formats, especially when you've got such a strong partner in the Feudal Age. Delhi are insane in 1v1s, but they also function very well in team games. I like the idea of BC just providing the infantry, and then Core just committing to the Knights. That's another reason why Long Feudal feels very good for Roos, is similar to the logic of French in team games, you already have your best unit in Feudal Age. You don't have to go to Castle like most civs do. Other side of it, Krakeny is of course going to try to mirror that Knight count, but where he can get unraveled is by the Delhi element, which is intriguing because actually in 1v1 settings, Delhi are absolutely terrible against Zhone. It's kind of interesting how just switching into a team format completely flips the scripts on these things. And well, for Baltoon, I'm expecting this to be an eco wing, probably free TC type build. The value in that, of course, is just you will contribute down the line, and down the line, it's going to be super effective considering your opponents. Realistically, we're expecting no armored-based units coming out from the Delhi, so Gullums is a really strong play. Let's say also you're in a situation where Core plays into Mass Knights. Great. Contribute 1 or 2 Camel Riders, and all of a sudden you've shrunk his damage output by 20%. So I'm a bigger fan, actually, of what Baltoon and Crackety are cooking with here. And I think so far, their execution has been a bit cleaner, I want to say. Things unraveled in the last game quite quickly for Beastie and Core. And I think what we learned there is actually just how bloody good Baltoon and Crackety are at holding pushes. There we go, ecoing on the way. Now, there are situations where the Abbasid player doesn't have to be greedy. I've seen this before. Like, this actually used to be part of the meta. In the early days when we done 3v3 tournaments, the Abbasid player was actually super effective as the aggro player. You just provided the cheap crap to front line, right? You mass spears in a meta where you knew people were playing Cav. And then if you eventually teched up, you would just immediately build Mangonels outside your opponent's base. So yeah, don't discredit the ability of Abbasids to play that role. I just think that role has more of a cleaner place in 3v3s than 2v2s. Tower Victory is not going to be the... What? I should have known, shouldn't I? BC does this a lot in team games. We've actually cast a few of his team games before in 3v3s and 4v4s. So BC is going to be the boomer. Appropriate is the older person. I think he's 33, 34. Core's only 28. This whole build relies around the idea of just getting the castle age and spamming keeps. This is now a survival game. This is interesting. So Core is definitely still going to be the aggro player. He's already setting up the Kremlin to secure the deer to do that. He should be pumping knights non-stop. His goal is to control the mid-map to pave the way for Beastie. If Beastie's able to secure a few sacred sites along the way, all the better. But realistically, his goal is just to optimally hold, make sure his eco does not get raided, and then start spamming keeps across the map. I know BC likes this playstyle a lot, and if you think about it, it makes sense why he's so enamored with it, considering the type of player he is as the game goes on. He likes this idea of calculating the resources on the map and then taking the majority, the lion's share. Makes sense that Delhi would feel OP in his eyes in that role in team games where there's a lot more stone on the map. Which means more strangleholds, more TCs, and more strong defenses. Interesting play by Core, though. He's gone out for a ball play. I actually wasn't expecting this. Didn't really need it for the bounty element. But if you set up a Winter Fortress, you've got a lot of food in this area, right? It's the ball plus the deer. You could even consider a proxy base here. I'd be surprised if he did, because it could turn into a 2v1 quickly, right? Because all you're going to do is mirror Zhone over here and then force Baltoon to quit a bit. But if the goal is just to get Beastie into Castle Age so you can win the game, it actually does make a lot of sense, right? Because although your push will inevitably fail, what you'll do is you'll force Baltoon off of his greed play, because he'll have to react, right? And at that point, it means Beastie will have the freest Castle Age game you've ever seen out of a Delhi player. First Knight's now marching across. Scouts are getting a sniff of what's happening back here. This area is completely uncontestable. Like, even diving on the goal is going to feel weird for the Knights, considering how quickly the Kremlin's going to melt you. Now, so we have actually got Jeanne d'Arc in woman at arms form. So, no range form. I think that makes a lot of sense. From the POV of Crackety, there's a risk that Delhi want to play an all-in feudal. So they're going to clump a lot of infantry. You can get value off cleaves there. And then up against the Rus, you're kind of screwed either way. But you might as well have that opportunity to kind of deal with Spearmen to open the way for your Knights. Court just trying for the cheeky walls. Unfortunately, the combined efforts of Baltoon and Crackety are going to keep that one open. Oh, this game's going to get ugly for Core. But that's his role, right? He's the doormat. His entire existence is to enable Beastie. Because Beastie, on the other side of this, isn't going to be building a damn thing, right? Wait, what? Hold up. I did not see that coming. He's getting active. We've got Ghazi spam. This was one of the ideas we theory crafted, right? It's the idea of mass cav from both players, or you go Archer Spearman as the Delhi player, the Roost provides the Knights. Instead, he decides to go Dome of Faith, and that kind of means you can only go Ghazi, right? Because now without Tower Victory, your infantry comp sucks. They don't have any upside. So presumably, we're going to be looking at mass cav from both players. Pretty effective against Zhone. You can get a lot of dives in on a Abbasid player. The problem right now is because you made that Dome of Faith choice, it should be pretty brain dead simple for the players on the north side to say, Raxes. Just build Spearman, easy GG. Instead, Baltoon's doing something I'm not a fan of. It's a triple archer range build. Okay, this is starting to rectify. I don't really even know why you want double archer range at this stage. They have scouted what's happening, right? They should know it's going to be Knights Out of the Roost player. The unknown is going to be Beastie over here, but if this is, for example, let's say this is a fast castle build. What value is archer ranges? If you spam archers and you've got lancers and men-at-arms coming at you, you're going to die anyway, right? Spearmen at that point are going to do a better job of holding. So, yeah, kind of a funky choice. I guess from Baltoon's perspective as well, though, he might not feel like he's got enough food here. So playing into spears too quickly will kill his economy, whereas he can gather a lot of wood quite freely and easily. Sacred side control now coming in, but Knights are going to arrive to intercept. Looks like the Roost Knights are going to come in response, but this is just not a winnable fight. You don't want any part of it. So decap is going to commence there. West side is at least secure. This is the tricky element now. This is what I expected originally out of the South side team. I thought Core and Beastie were just all in, because the issue here is that Baltoon doesn't want to be a part of that equation. And if you go mass cav, and you have damn good cav, by the way, you've got Roost, Feudal Knights, and Ghazi are some of the best horsemen you can get. You combo those two things together, you overwhelm. There's a big risk that Baltoon just doesn't get to his win condition. He only went 2 TC. He's not really scaling at a quick rate here. And because he went for the archery ranges, there's no real value from half of his comp. Ghazi. Even with the undermesh, I'm impressed with how quickly they died there. But still, it's just too many swarming in, right? The Knight spam should start to commence now. We've got double stables, non-stop producing. Other side of this, it is also double stables. That is an edge for Krakeny. Remember, with School Cavalry, you produce a bit quicker, 29 seconds compared to 35. But it's still the Ghazi that's kind of the uncontested threat. So Baltoon needs to keep that Spearman spam going. I love the fact that Core was so pressured in his own base. He ran all the way over into Beasties and says, do you need this? Core is definitely that guy that like, sees you haven't finished all of your chips. You're like, do you mind if I... How long do Baltoon and Krakeny need to hold for? Probably 7 or 8 minutes. By hold, I mean you're not losing villagers quicker than you're producing them, right? That does matter in this matchup. That's a pretty good metric. Yeah, Baltoon has got a lot of resources behind him. He's got the berry stacks to work with, so he shouldn't drain himself too fast. Realistically, you want to try to push out and take the deer first, so you have them as a backup. You don't want to be exhausting your safe resources first. And well, that is exactly what I was worried about for Krakeny. Joan overextends and is immediately taken out. Oh my god, it's getting worse as well. Ghazi aren't going to commit in. 6 Spearmen are enough to scare them. I mean, they got what they want though, right? They kill off Joan. They keep her contained. Resource-wise, Beastie is now macroing up for Castle. And the funny thing is, like, the reason I love these type of builds is it's now baited a reaction. Baltoon isn't starting his tech up. He's building an army to react to this on a delay. This is the thing that makes Delhi so bloody absurd, is the fact that they're able to fill this army, spam the numbers so quickly, that it forces an overreaction from the other player. Because unless you were producing from the get-go, a small number of production buildings aren't going to get you online quick enough. So usually you run the risk of investing too much into countering and bulking up too fast. By the time you realize what's really happened, Delhi player's already in Castle Age. Pushback continues. Spearman count, not exactly looking that scary. Joan is going to get involved in the fight. Cleave's trying to come out, but the problem is this healing from the Scholars is actually paying off. 9 Scholars diving towards the enemy base. It's keeping these Knights and these Ghazi alive for quite a long time. Finally, it's going to backfire, but value's gained, right? Beastie's now on his way up to Castle. And this means they need to really pedal to the metal. Wait, Beast. Oh no. That's Selectable Army for you. Oops. So he's getting win condition, right? His real win objective here is to get into Castle. The problem is this army is getting pretty big, so you're still going to have to contest it quite fast. Nice thing about being the Delhi in this position, as long as you've got a little bit of food, a little bit of gold, the moment you complete the tech up, you can very easily start spamming it into units with the military efficiency. I'm hoping we're getting double racks. Instead, though, it looks like Beastie is sticking to Cav. What a weird comp. And we've got level 3 shown now, right? Yep! She's in more than one way. You see a little bit slow to react to the raid. Dive's going to continue inwards. Now, keep in mind, you've got Compound of Defender. Oh, sorry, House of Learning. You don't have any defenses. This is intriguing to me, by the way. House of Learning over Compound Defender was not something I was expecting. So it looks like BC's now taking over as the Knight spamming role. Which leaves the question of what does Core do? Does he spam Knights as well? Because usually having two players do the exact same thing is a quick way to die. Speaking of death, he reeks of it right now. Down to 38 eco. Other side of this, Crackly is mirrored at 38. But the difference, right, is that without this playing the Compound Defender and multiple keeps, Delhi don't really have a quick escalation mechanic. Not unless they can find more kills. Now, one cool thing at least, and I wonder if this is a big part of the plan for Beastie with the Dome of Faith play, there's a lot of relics on this map. Remember, relic count is 3 plus number of players, so 7 relics in total on Dry Arabia right now. And he had the Scholars out in the mid-map. That's why it was important that Crackly and Baltoon pushed out when they did. They denied the value of those relic grabbings. They killed half the Scholars off, and they ensured that Delhi had to keep running their tail between their legs. Love this as well. Jean's Ride is coming out. Makes a lot of sense. You're up against a Cast Age opponent. The Feudal Age opponent has Knights. You do not want to be building the champions. Beautiful cleave, though. Cool. I love the fact that Crackly's like, wait, you don't have textiles. I need to remind you why that's important. 22 villages now for Core. Oh, this is brutal. Darcy Knights are at least going to push this back. Crackly is going to have a hard defense ahead of him, but once that's clear, they're in a good position, and it seems the other two know it. Wow, Beastie immediately calls the game, doesn't even wait around. What a sick turn. You know, I think this game was decided by that push in towards Baltoon's base. A slight overextension. They lost most of the Ghazi there, and with it, control this game. Level 3 from there came in too quickly, and despite the differences of dynamics in team games, we're once again reminded why Delhi are so useless against Young Dark. They feed way too much XP over, even when you're trying to chain heal. Cool game. GG all. That was a fun one. I don't know if they're going to keep going now.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're going for more. Oh, have I got push-ups? Oh, no. All right, let me pay people out. Put the music on. Balunt and Crackety. I was close enough, guys. Balunt won. Good old Balunt. Ugh, ugh. Didn't even realize I misspelled that. Good old Baltoon. Actually, I don't know. Do I call it? It's 8.5 hours. We could probably pick these up and cast them on Sunday. Because I don't know how many more they're going to do. In fairness, we've done, what? 19 hours of streaming in the last 48 hours? That's not a bad ratio, chat. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, guys, I might go chill now. Well, not chill. I got a bunch of stuff to sort out. Kind of interesting the way the numbers resurge when we're doing the competitive games compared to the community games, though. I'm wondering why that is. I guess it's just like we got to build the audience, right? What I think we'll do now, because Crackety was a good lad, we'll help him out in return. I'm going to raid through to Crackety, guys. And I'm going to go sort my business stuff that I need to do. So much love. Appreciate the support. Appreciate all the people turning in. Make sure you're following the channel if you're not already. Make sure you are keeping an eye out. Make sure you join my Discord. And also take advantage of the exclamation mark Gunner code to get your hands on these beautiful lenses. But for now, go relax with Crackety. I should be back on Sunday, folks. Sunday is the goal here. We're going to have a show match between Voldemar and Myriad. And then I guess we'll follow up by checking in on the rest of these games that Beastie, Core, Baltoon, and Crackety are about to play. For now, go enjoy Crackety's perspective, the winner's perspective, because these guys look unstoppable. And I'll see you all very soon. Toodaloo.